Okay, now we're live.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to This Week in Clown World, essentially.
You guys missed it. Aiden called me the F word like 5 seconds before the stream kicked in.
I won't even lie. I did call him the F word before we started. I called him friend.
No, not that F word, you liar.
Yes, yeah, that's the F word, right?
Then was
Friend.
an A, and then G, and then another
There's no
G.
A in friend.
This is the way you pronounce it when you're drunk.
Friend.
That sounds really
hello.
southern the way you just said that.
Friend, yeah. Hello,
or
everybody.
Like a fat chick, maybe.
How's it going? There's been a lot of stuff. This week though, I don't think it was. Well, we streamed late. We streamed on Friday last week, so it's been a truncated sort of week because I didn't because I was sick.
Every week is
right?
Clown World. Yeah, that's true.
Right, yeah, every week's Clown World. Yeah, this one I don't even know if actually there's been some good stuff that's happened this week, which is rare.
By the way, have you noticed? No Joe Biden much lately.
Oh, well, I got some Joe Biden stuff for us.
Ever since he came, like he did when he came back from Ireland, he's basically done or the G7 thing. Like he walked down the stairs. Yeah, he walked down the stairs and almost fell.
Yeah,
and then
which is funny.
When asked about what was his recent trip, and this was before he flew. Yeah, I think it was his hunter to tell him what it was, and the black and the white supremacy thing at the freaking at the HBCU.
Howard.
Yes,
yeah.
And then. That's basically it.
I didn't include this.
I
didn't include this, but I saw a video that it was two guys that were sitting in the audience during his speech, and this guy like pulls out his phone, and Biden is talking. He's like, "Yo, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He's giving a campaign speech here. I just graduated from college, you asshole." And there were other people that
that's pretty based.
Yeah, black graduates around him. I can pull it up actually real quick because it was.
Did someone just call me a weeb in chat? How dare you? I am very proud of my anti-weeberiness.
Oh, Bill sent me something actually about Biden as well. Here,
oh God. If Bill sends you, then I know it's going to be screwed up.
I know. I'll pull this up here.
Here we go.
Oh, like more Biden. This is a sort of what do you call it? Like body double stuff, right? In yesterday he had hair in Japan. Today he doesn't. I mean, I guess he could have cut, but what? Nah, maybe it's just a comb over. I don't know. Maybe I think that could be, or that could be the angle, or a comb over.
Yeah, that's maybe a stretch. Much like his hair.
Right. Let me see if I can find that Howard thing since I mentioned it, even though I didn't.
Just shave your hair. Yeah, old coot.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Maybe though.
Yeah.
Man, I was trying to find this
people in chat have to tell me if they want music or not, and if they do, was it the weird hippie stuff that I had last week, or do you want the blues music?
I mean, I like the blues music.
In the chat. Can you even hear it? Well, you can't hear it.
Well, yeah, but I've heard it before.
Oh.
Here, okay, so hear it real quick. Speaking of Biden talking at Howard.
Of my life. This is a campaign speech. A campaign speech. You got this white man here, Howard. What is going on? I would have given a better speech. I did give a better speech at my high school graduation. My high school graduation was a lot better than this bullshit. I'm really disappointed. Howard, you disappointed us. Tremendous. Like, we could have had Michael Jordan. We could have had somebody who actually did something good for something good for the black community. You feel me?
I mean, it's kind of funny that they want Michael Jordan or Beyonce, but still,
Even been following 50 Cent, it wouldn't make sense. Jay-Z. Steph Curry, I don't know. LeBron James. Steph Curry's not even doing anything right now. It's time super. Out of all the people, I'm not listening to LeBron. Oh my Lord. I'm not listening to LeBron. LeBron doesn't have the degree. Like, bro.
Can I just pause this for a moment?
Yeah, that's basically it.
As much as they trash Biden, it is amazing things. People that have done stuff for our communities. So we're going to list a bunch of black celebrities and athletes that done fuck all.
Right. Like I said, it's a little funnier, right? Oh, yeah.
It's like someone with a 60 IQ giving someone shit for having 55. It's just above, but it's not exactly a heavyweight knockout blow. It's like, you don't understand us. We're urban ghetto hood kids, basically. It's like, dude, why?
Well, I mean, but that's the kind of university that Howard is, though. I mean,
I know, but it is tone deaf as hell.
It is just a little bit tone deaf,
But
but
it would have been cool to
I
see
still
Michael
agree
Jordan.
with them. Yeah, well, okay. Clearly the university pulled some strings or something to get. Well, I don't know. Biden was probably told. Obviously, he doesn't dictate anything he does in his life to show up there. But I mean, like, normally it would be a pretty big deal to have the president speak at your freaking graduation, but nobody cares about Biden. Like, nobody does, and this is like. These people, though, like in terms of young black college graduates, are supposed to be like the demographic that votes 100% for the Democrats, right?
Which makes a question: why the hell did you get them?
Well, I'm just saying, but it's interesting, right? Is that this is the Democrat, their like core demographic that votes entirely for the Democrats, almost like 98%, 99%.
I mean, there's a reason,
and they want nothing to do with it. Right, and yes, obviously, but they want nothing to do with them.
Yeah.
But before we get into stuff too much, we had a poll that I think I'm going to do for the audience, but I have in unrelated news.
What do you figure is the answer to the poll? Because like, I would probably lean more towards the rainbow, because I think it's more proximal and immediate.
Yeah. Speaking of brown
which
people,
is kind of weird because it's digital. Now that
I started replaying Mass Effect. I got the Legendary Edition because it was on sale.
I'm gonna make fun of you for this.
And so Spoon is making fun of my shepherd. I have made my shepherd like pretty much, with the exception of the hair mod that I haven't. I pretty much have shepherd look the same.
By the way.
I guess maybe the lighting sometimes makes like the facial blush look weird, which I also have a mod on for. But the game looks really good. And I've got a bunch of mods installed. Yeah, Tali, my love, exactly. It's ME1 though, so there's like the only decent romance partner is Leora. If you're a woman,
I thought
Caden sucks.
It was kind of weird that because we were discussing what kind of like archetypes in males and females and stories that we like, and you being because you're a freaking weirdo, Aiden has this really weird thing where she finds broken men attractive. I don't know why. She's a strange person.
No, it's called being a woman, dude.
Moving on. She just likes... We're supposed to be very conservative or like very right-wing, typically speaking, and you should crave like strong masculine men, and you want broken husks of one so you can fix.
No,
which is, I'm not done yet with my speech. No.
Okay.
Right? That is what you, and I'm supposed to like submissive females, and like my ideal chick is like Jack from Mass Effect, who just wrecks shit with reckless abandon and doesn't give a damn. Like, I just felt like chicks who take no shit is way more attractive than like some submissive docile chick. So it's kind of weird that as far as archetypes, it's completely the opposite of what someone you would expect from our political spectrums.
Well, no, but if I could explain my side though, it's that like I like strong men who are also, in terms of fiction, who are also like emotionally damaged, because emotional damage, because then
you find them more relatable, or
no, then it's more like
because it's like
I can fix them and make and it'll be better. So again, in Mass Effect, it's always Garrus, there is only Garrus.
But that's because Garrus is a tough bastard.
That's what I'm saying. Again, like my character, the avatar I use is the Daredevil shirt. No, but he's got cool scars and stuff, and he's real bent out of shape about stuff. Yeah.
But so like, they're not feminist. Yeah, no, they can't stand feminism. No. There's I think like my favorite bit in the Mass Effect series is when Rex asks Garrus, "Is this better than Seasick?" And he goes like, "Fighting a road specter with no regulations to get in my way, I'd say that beats Seasick." And they're like, "Yeah, that's really a Garrus answer."
It's been really fun to just start it back up and replay it. It's been years, and the Legendary Edition looks fantastic. Again, I've put a bunch of visual mods on it and stuff as well. Like I got this diversity mod, and hang on, let me explain what it does.
I was about to say, like, you better explain yourself, young lady, because that sounds cringe.
It puts in like the character, like all like the people just on the Citadel, like all the NPCs. There's way more variety in them, and it introduces female Turians from into Mass Effect 1 and 2. So like it makes the world feel way more alive.
Gay.
No, it looks like a more lived-in place.
Is that there's not women.
But there are female Turians, and they're in Mass Effect 3.
Stop ruining my fantasy.
So, I mean, obviously there are. It's just I like it. It gives all the characters different, much more varied costumes and colors and stuff. So it makes the world feel more diverse in a good way, in a way that actually is nice for the game.
I'm gonna go find things with fire. There it is.
What?
Alright,
You're gonna set things on fire?
About fire.
All right. I've also put up the poll, and it appears. So the poll was, which emoji is the bigger red flag when you're engaging with someone on social media? Is it the gay flag or the Ukraine
Really?
flag?
The Ukraine flag is winning.
And Ukraine flag is winning pretty significantly.
That's kind of strange. I would have said it was the gay one.
No, because I think that like the gay one is a lot of people, I think, who are just gay put it in their bio or whatever. But the Ukraine one is like, that's very current thing. I support the current thing. So that's
Yeah, we call him
Yeah, I think it's very I support the current thing.
This phrase.
Thing. Let me see what did you write. Yeah, that's what it is. But
it rhymes.
It does.
It's funnier.
It does rhyme. It's like pottery. It rhymes. Anywho, so yeah, it seems Ukraine has come forward, and like it's one of those things where like you're about to like if someone has this flag in their bio on Twitter, like they're about to say some stupid shit.
Yeah, that's
and I think
a meme.
I think that the gay
that
it's way more likely that you're about to hear some stupid shit from someone on Twitter with a Ukraine flag in their bio, because that's a worthless platitude. They don't. Again, most people can't place Ukraine on a map. Than someone who's got the gay flag.
That should tell you something. When you can't like the country who you're simping for, if you can't even point to a map, what the chance of you knowing anything about their internal politics is slim and freaking none.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? You absolute loon. You
well, I think, and right now, it's another reason to bring it up is because right now we are, of course, in Pride season. I don't know if you were aware of this, Spoon, but it's not a month even anymore. It's now Pride season. It goes on for like 3 months. Pride season's what they call it. God, it's so insufferable. I'm frustrated because my birthday is in June. So my birth month has been co-opted by the rainbow people, of which I'm sort of one. I'm half of a gay, but it's like many women are. But
I don't think most women. I think they just say that shit to attract men. Gentlemen, how many of you guys in the chat will agree with me that most women are not bisexual? They say that shit to get dick.
I think that's part of it. That certainly has happened to me in my life. Like I was hanging out. I was at an anime convention, and I was there with my boyfriend at the time, and his ex-girlfriend, who he never had gotten over. Like they knew each other in high school, and this was in college. And she was there as well, and did one of the most manipulative things. Like, I'm getting drunk, okay, right? As I'm wont to do at an anime convention, you just get fucked up. It's part of the fun. We're hanging out like at the hotel, and he's there, and she just like grabbed me and started making out with me while I'm drinking. And I was kind of like, okay, well, I'm drunk, and so I was like, okay, but this is actually kind of sort of sexual assault because like it was out of nowhere.
It's not sexual assault.
Well, I wouldn't call it that either. Some people would get really like some people would be like
sexual advances.
I mean, I didn't like stop it, I guess. So but I was also drunk. But she I don't really remember a whole lot of it. But the whole thing, the reason why she did that was because he was there, right? Like that was the entire because. Like she knew he was not over her, and she loved that. I found this out way later that was a thing that she loved, that she had that power over him. Some women are weird, man. A lot of women are weird. And the time I was like, okay, whatever. I mean, we're at an anime convention, might as well do something degenerate. But then after I realized that it was probably like about making him jealous or something, I don't know. I was like, oh, that was actually really gross. That's a really fucked up thing of you to do. Anywho. Let's speaking of someone being violated, let's look at how AOC got absolutely destroyed by the cruise missile. Rita Booker several. AOC gets buried alive by Ted Cruz and other conservatives after trying to, quote, educate Cruz on the Democrats' civil rights history. Elon Musk weighs in. I love that they have this picture here.
Oh, yeah, she hasn't done that freaking pose in, 5 years?
No, that was like 2 years ago.
No, it wasn't. 2 years ago, Biden was in office. That's from like 2018.
AOC crying at the border was from 2018? Hang on.
Yeah, where freaking ages ago?
I don't think that was 5 years ago.
No, that's not Aiden. Tiger, that's me.
Sorry about that error. 2019. Oh, so you were
Yeah, there we go.
closer than me. Yeah, 2019. In July 2019 is when she did that. The EUstatesman.com says, no, AOC didn't cry over a parking lot. She cried in a parking lot. You're right. You're right. EUstatesman.com. She didn't cry over a parking lot. She cried on a parking lot. Thank you for the fact check. Oh my.
Someone said in the chat that you're a Christian nationalist. Like, no, that wasn't Aiden, that was me.
Oh, no, I'm not a Christian nationalist. I'm a nationalist and I'm a Christian.
No, it's because I showed that I got blocked by Lindsay on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. You got right. So Spoon got blocked by James Lindsay on Twitter. What was your little spat even over exactly?
Oh, it's because he said something about he said something about the Christian nationalism thing, and Jordan Peterson just basically just as opposed to being like overrun by the rainbow people, and
yeah.
And I just said, oh, look, Lindsay versus Peterson. My money's on Peterson. And he said to me, I'll be a gentleman and not say the VAC. Oh, never mind. And I just messaged him. Well, not message him. I just replied to him and just said, what the hell does this have to do with Christian nationalism, you weirdo? I didn't say you weirdo. I just said, what is that? And then he just blocked me. And I was like, that is all it took to get you blocked. It's like, no, he's having a bad year.
Well, yeah,
because
maybe
people have been trashing him at left, right, and center right now because he's saying really stupid shit on Twitter. It's
I mean, I like Dr. Lindsay. I've known him. I mean, we're not like friends, but we've been on speaking terms for years. So I mean, like, you know, yes, I know Lindsay hates monarchists, but he's cool with me. So like, you know, he doesn't hate me as far as I know.
Yeah, but that's because he's a simp for the I almost said Second Amendment. No, for the U.S. Constitution. Like, he's a staunch liberalist.
Yeah, well, he's in favor of the American democratic system, and I think he's one of those people where like he really, really wants it to work. Do you know what I mean? And
yes, and we are
yeah,
and we are not. This is because someone asked me in the comment section like, what is my beef with him? Because I spoke about the liberal thing because he's obsessed with like he is that this thing must work, and then I said to someone, no, it's like he looks at liberalism like it's soil. And the case is, soil is good. Marxism, seed is sprouted.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Marxist plant. And Sargon's perspective is no, liberalism is a bug, and this phase that we're in right now is its final metamorphosis. And you need to get rid of it.
Which I'm prone to agree with, of course.
Yes.
And I mean, you know, even just a few years ago, Sargon would have agreed with Dr. Lindsay, 100%. But you know, I think and I agree, but
unplugging the liberalism from his mind, which is good. As Sargon.
Yeah, as both Neon Suspenders and Rob Walker said in the chat, yeah, I think James just needs to take a break off of Twitter. When he, like, the thing is, he's such a, like, otherwise really rational person, but Twitter does what it does to the brain and makes people say dumb stuff
DeSantis
often.
Is announcing?
Or get, yes, DeSantis has all but said he's running.
Can we discuss that?
Let's get through this article, then I'll read some of the early chats, and then we can talk about DeSantis. Because I want to start with something funny.
I mean, my take on DeSantis will be funny.
Yeah. So Norman Orenstein says, guess who would have been first in line to filibuster against the Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act? Yes, Ted Cruz. Ted responds, nonsense. That shameful filibuster was led by Democrats. Your party, my party, the Republicans, proudly voted for the Civil Rights Act in much higher percentages than the racist Dems. That's true. That is completely accurate as to the history of the voting record on it. AOC responds. I mean, what, like, you don't disagree.
No,
you don't disagree. That's true.
No, I agree with that. Is I don't think the civil rights era was a good thing.
Well,
I think in the grand scheme of things of what you tried to achieve versus what actually happened, I think the civil rights era, like post '60s America, has been like socially has been a disaster. Like
I'm not a DeSantis
the Great Society.
I just said he did a good job being governor of Florida. That's all I've ever said about him.
Yes, he's done a good job in Florida, but when it comes to national politics, he's out of the league. Trump will fucking maul the shit out of him.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
ASA responds, why don't you go ahead and tell people what happened to the parties after that, Ted?
That's a really, really stupid thing to do.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz, you
what
moron.
we were talking a little bit before we started, and it's like, say what you want about Ted Cruz. He's got a little bit of a baby face. He looks much better with the beard. He looks like when he's punished Ted, he looks a lot better. But the man knows his law, right? Yeah. Like he's as far as I can tell, a pretty good attorney, right? Or at least a knowledgeable one. So you don't really want to screw with the cruise missile on this kind of thing.
Okay, can I tell you how his audience, or not his audience, how her audience will see this?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter what he wrote. The fact that she told him to do something and he did, that's how they will see it. Mm-hmm. They will look at this and go, she made him dance like a monkey. Doesn't matter what he said. The fact that he just did it is how they will take it away. I guarantee
that's part of they are like, because it's very childish, right? Like, haha, I made you respond, ha 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 ha. Very like,
that's because all her fans have
playground
the mental faculties of a 12-year-old.
Yeah, they're children. Intellectually.
With Down syndrome.
Yeah. Cruz responds, sure. First, the Dem Party founded the KKK, then the Dem Party wrote Jim Crow laws, and then the Dem Party filibustered the Civil Rights Act, all of which is factually correct. Go back. Oh, wait, I didn't want to bring it up as its own thing. Oh, actually, why not? The whole thread's here in the article.
And it's
although I like having Twitter on dark mode. Anywho, he continues.
But just for the purposes of this discussion.
For the stream, it's easier. Yeah. Today, the Dem part filibusters school choice, trapping millions of black kids in failing schools. That is also very true. It's only the Republicans who fight for school choice. I've never understood why the Democrats are against it. School choice, yeah.
Oh, that's easy.
Why? Well, I'm sure they have some nebulous explanation as to why.
Because they don't like people to have choices.
No, of course not.
They already hate the fact that you can vote for another party.
Well, yes, obviously. But I'm saying, what's their explanation as to why they don't support school choice? Why do they get? Because they always say that, like,
it's probably there's Catholic schools they can probably go to.
I believe when I've heard them explain it, it's like, white people are trying to segregate themselves, and they want to, that they want to keep the money out of the inner city schools that are, they don't want them to get as much money because they want to keep poor black students down or something like that. But no, I mean, the reality is you just don't want to have people to have a choice.
Because getting people money is instantly going to result in better service. If that was the case, Congress would be mint, but they're not. Giving people money without actually an improving service doesn't actually make them any better.
Yeah,
especially when it comes to the public sector.
And rest in peace, Tina Turner. She did pass away today.
Yeah, she was 82, wasn't it?
Yeah. Actually, we're going to have to go to Twitter because he's got the twit longer thingy. What'd you say, Bill?
William, you have a Reddit account?
Ray Stevens passed away, said as well. Ooh, I'm sorry. Today, the Dem Party pushes abolishing the police, which results in many black lives murdered. That is true. They don't like to admit that. Today, every Democrat senator voted against my bill to stop DC from throwing 40% of black kids out of schools because of the vax mandate. Yeah, and the black population in the United States has a lower rate of vaccination, which I didn't think we were supposed to care about anymore. But they still have to occasionally virtue signal about it. And now, of course, I don't know if you've heard, but there's a new virus on the horizon, apparently.
Yes, I'm terrified.
I don't know if are they going to do that again? Like, I feel everyone's so fatigued by it and done with it, you know?
Oh, there are some people that really want to be in a lockdown again. There was an article about it actually on Vanity Fair.
Yeah, I watched.
I have lockdown fatigue, and I went like, and it was a blonde bitch as well.
Who did I watch make a video about that? Was it Lotus Eaters?
Undoomed?
It might have been. I mean, yeah, and I can tell you what that is. Whatever I didn't watch the video, or I didn't get around to watching it at least, and I didn't read the article. But I can tell you what my hypothesis is that when the lockdowns were going on, these people who have no real power in their lives loved being able to lord over people. I mean, I've made a video about it where, like, these people who lean to the left, they absolutely they crave power over other people. It's why they support the socialist kind of stuff, because they were like, well, I should be in power to be able to tell other people what to do because I'm smarter and I know better. That's generally the mentality, right? And I just am better. I'm better than you, much better than you. You know,
it's funny we have the same attitude for the opposite reason.
I don't think I'm better than anybody.
No, I'm saying the opposite is that we know that there's other people who are better suited for us, so we don't say anything.
Well, right, exactly. Well, we say stuff. We talk about it, but you know, that's the most common misconception I've gotten over the last year and a half or so talking about monarchy, which is not whenever, but often when I'll bring up that I'm a monarchist, people will be like, "Oh, so you want to be queen?" It's like, no, not even a little bit. Like, so why do you support it? Because other people would be better suited than myself. It's bizarre that people can't even. There's people who can't even like fathom that. Like they can't fathom not wanting to have power. And I think you gotta, in your life, if you know somebody like that who can't even fathom the idea of not wanting to have power over other people, that person's probably not.
Do you know what I think it is as well? This is just my take on this.
Someone you want to be careful around, I'll put it that way.
I also think it's because their perception of royalty is Disney.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, oh, someone waits on your hand and foot. Like, no, I don't think you understand the social pressures when you are king or any royalty. Is you are looked up to as like a symbol for good behavior and like a symbol for your nation, how you should behave. And like there's eyes on you constantly. You don't just get to do whatever the hell you want to. Your life is incredibly restrictive. And the people think like, oh, I don't want that. Like to be a royal and to like take your business for a nation was like, dude, you have a lot of responsibility and your life is extremely restrictive. It's not all this golden fucking sunshine people wait on you 24 hours a day thing that you have in your fucking head. That's not the real world. So when people say, no, I want to be a royal, like, you fuck that. No.
You're right. It's very Disney. And yeah, that meme does go hard.
It's a bloody good meme, though.
It is good. It's accurate.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see. The Republican Party was founded to oppose slavery. Yeah. Our first Republican president was Abraham Lincoln, who won the Civil War and ended slavery. It was Republicans who voted for.
He's a bit of a shady history, though.
Yeah, like you know, I've said before, I'd love my dad to come on and talk about. My dad has studied Lincoln for decades, and has many colorful things I think to say about the man.
Yeah, heavy.
Not his biggest fan. Yeah. Not because of, it has nothing to do with slavery. My dad's issue with Lincoln is that he massively expanded the power of the federal government. And in his opinion, basically destroyed the entire idea of the Democratic Republic. It ended, in my dad's mind, more or less, the Democratic Republic of the United States ended with Lincoln. Because it then became just a bloated federal state, essentially, you know? Where for my dad, the issue is that Lincoln violated the agreement that previously existed, that the United States was a federation of states, and then it just became a federal government with states that are beholden to it, right?
Yeah.
And yes, Razor Fist was right about Lincoln.
Yeah, that was a great video.
I sent my dad that video. I don't know if he watched it because it was quite long, but I'm sure he probably wouldn't have liked it because Razor Fist curses and stuff in it, you know. So I did send it to him though.
I will say that when he does a more academic style video, he does tend to tone down the cursing. Yeah,
which he did, but it's I think like I know my dad, and I can guarantee that Razor Fist's delivery style would not be up his alley. Do you know what I mean?
I like his delivery style though.
I do too. I'm just saying it's not.
I can imagine Razor Fist saying "poon" and it makes me laugh because that is a funny as hell word to describe vagina.
It is. Cruz continues. Today we produced the lowest African American unemployment ever under the Trump economic boom. Today we produced the lowest African American poverty level ever under the Trump economic boom. Today, in 2017, I passed the largest expansion of federal school choice ever, making 529 plans cover K through 12 over the objection of every single Senate Democrat.
Based.
Also, just 2 years ago, the Democratic governor of Virginia had to put the photo of a man dressed as a KKK Klansman on his personal yearbook page. And today, the sitting Dem president, Joe Biden, gave in 2011 a flowery eulogy for the exalted cyclops of the KKK, Robert C. Byrd. And to add to all of that, him and Hillary's both personal, very close friend, exalted cyclops of the KKK, and in power and far too long in my home state of West Virginia, Robert C. Byrd. And if you drive around West Virginia, you'll see every highway is named after him. He ruled that state basically for like 50 years.
Yeah.
And by the way, he ruled because he was a Democrat, not because he was a racist, not because he was a former Klansman. It's because the West Virginia votes for Democrats because it's an impoverished state, and they, in their minds, because they've been taught this, Democrats are the party of unions. They're so that, a lot of people in West Virginia worked in, they needed unions when there was, when coal was the big industry, and then when steel became the big industry, there was reasons to have unions. Unfortunately, the unions then drove all of the business in West Virginia out of business and drove it to China. but West Virginians are stubborn and haven't. They're just now figuring it out. They finally figured out the Democrats are not on their side and they hate them. But it took nearly a century, man. And they weren't. I mean, maybe not always so misinformed or wrong about what the Democrats stood for in terms of being pro-labor, but they certainly haven't been for a long time. And finally, to add to all that, the Democratic Party aggressively supports open borders, which has led to the deaths and brutal assaults of thousands of Hispanics, and AOC somehow can't seem to find her white pantsuit to cry over their suffering. Based cruise missile.
Well done.
Yeah.
CJ Pearson.
Yeah, you'd probably benefit from the same history lesson, AOC. Read a book, or several. What was this?
He sounds like a South African.
Well, do you think that the party that founded the KKK was racist?
Of course I do.
Do you think that the party that was pro-segregation was racist?
Of course I do.
Do you think that the party that was pro putting my great-great-grandmother in the back of the bus was racist?
Of course I do.
That party was the Democrat Party.
Interesting. I would love for you to send me some information.
I like the way like he just said all those things and then just say that. I would love to get information. Like, I knew that, hence why I just said it.
Well, that's how it always is. Oh, I need you to send me a source. Source. I need a source. I need a source.
And basically, if the source is anyone that doesn't...
idiot.
Yeah.
No, you could. But this is widely known information. Just that
It's widely known,
an
just not by the people who
truth.
need to know it.
Right. Yeah. These people are midwits. Right. Yeah. I actually believes anything this donkey has to say. I feel sorry for it. Stuff. I mean, just the memes.
Huge.
And Elon caps it by saying the kind of interaction that makes this platform so unique and entertaining. Thanks,
It's
Elon.
funny coming from him because like she wants to bang him so fucking badly.
Oh my god, so obviously hate boner there. Hasselhopper for 5 says, Spoon, instead of arguing about duck season or rabbit season, we can argue if it's cuck season or F-word season. Thank you, Hasselhopper. Cody Pratt for 5.
Season. Well, we have Pride one coming up, so probably F season, I imagine.
I mean, it is. Like I said, it's Pride season right now. Cody Pratt for 5 says, yo, did you guys talk about or been watching Sam Hyde's reality show, Fish Tank Live? I have not. I've seen clips of it. I haven't had time to actually watch much of it. I mean, it's like 24 hours a day. It's like 24 hours a day, right? So I've seen some highlights of it. It certainly seems interesting.
We've been asked an important question in chat, and it regards food, and therefore we are obliged to answer it.
Oh, which question?
It was what kind of sauces do we like?
What kind of sauces?
I'm partial to garlic myself. Like,
I mean, I love
garlic sauce is the shit.
I mean, like, why did I think hot sauce? So I love hot sauces, but I like all kinds of.
Are we going like cayenne or?
Well, I like
what's the main ingredient of your kick?
A nice cayenne sauce, like red hot. Red hot's a staple. I go through a huge amount of red hot. I love Tabasco. I love Tabasco. Nice strong. That's also I think Tabasco peppers, right? And like a vinegar-based sauce. Love that.
Yeah, that's kind of what hot sauce is vinegar. Vinegar and cayenne is what.
Right, but if you want some actually hot stuff that I can personally vouch for as a good company, because like there's so many of these hot sauce companies that like for Christmas now, I think 2 years ago, Bill's mom got me this like big gift box thing that had all these little tiny bottles of different types of hot sauces in them, and it's cute. They all have like different names and labels and titles on them and stuff that are cute, but they don't taste very good. And that's a problem with hot sauce, is that like it's hard to find. I'm gonna shill. I am not sponsored, but there is a company called Pepper Palace. I think they're based in North Carolina, although I've been to their physical location. Pepper Palace. I'll bring it up actually. Hang on.
What about?
I may have talked about this place before, but it's my absolute favorite. They will ship overseas, by the way, because I've had them ship here to Guernsey, which I'm sure they were like, what? Yeah, I'm sure they were like, what about that? But this place is my favorite. They have my favorite hot sauces that I've ever had.
And some of that will kick you in the teeth.
Well, you can see it ranges from mild to extreme. The extreme ones, I'm not going to suggest. I have tried these. I tried this one in person. They make you sign a waiver, by the way, when you try this in their store. It's pure capsaicin. Yeah, well, it's pure capsaicin. Well, you can see Reaper. It just says extract. It's capsaicin extract. I would not recommend these extreme ones for the flavor. I've tried this LD50 and the N. They're extremely hot. Yeah. They don't taste great.
They don't taste more like a flaming laxative?
It's just hot. Like you can't even taste anything out of it. Now, go down a level, however. I can recommend some things here. The best hot sauce I have ever had in my life is this one. It's why it's there. Whoops. It's why it's there. I'm guessing why it shows up first. This hot sauce is so good. I would put this on everything. I need to order another bottle of it actually. It's
Can you buy me one?
Let's see. Yeah, I'll get you one. Tomato paste, normal stuff, but then ghost pepper, bird's eye chilies, cayenne. I don't know, just the ratio on this hot sauce, it's fantastic. It's a really good hot sauce. But other ones that are good as well.
How do you feel about
the smoking Reaper. Oh, I mean, hot sauces do that all the time. It's part of their thing. Like, it's like, oh, I don't really care. But the smoking Reaper is excellent as well. And then...
If I'm looking at the chat, apparently this stream is dangerously close to becoming a Q&A.
Right. Oh, this Tres Diablos. This Tres Diablos is good too. The other one that I would highly recommend, though, it's less spicy, but it's actually my favorite hot sauce. It's here in just the hot section, and it is... They have all kinds of stuff, obviously. Not sponsored, hashtag. But where is it? Oh, this Tam O'Shanter Scotch Bonnet is really, really good. That one's excellent as well. It's this chocolate habanero is so goddamn good. It's my favorite hot sauce on planet Earth. Chocolate habanero is just the color of the habanero, but that is their chocolate habanero sauce is the best I've ever had. The end. Anywho, not sponsored. Pepper Palace is really good. They ship to Guernsey, so I like them.
It is a mustard blend, someone said.
Yeah, the Tam O'Shanter is. It's Reaper, Scotch Bonnet and mustard. Very good. But anyway, I tried a whole bunch of theirs. Asta the Recluse for £10 says, just wanted to say thank you, Aiden, for doing an upcoming collab with Christian Watson. You're a real star. Hey, thank you. I hope you like it. Yeah, we were supposed to, he asked me to help him or to do a collaboration with him on that video. And I felt bad because I was sick last week. So like I basically didn't respond to him for a couple days because I was totally out of it. And then it took me a few more days to get it together. But I sent it to him yesterday or the day before. And I hope you guys like it. And check out Christian's channel. We've had him on the podcast before. Thank you, Asta. A Dutchman for €6 says, good evening, Kingdom Brothers. I would like to share the fact that I finally overcome my existential crisis and become a Catholic. Bless you all. Well, bless you too, brother. And congratulations.
Now you're one step closer to becoming a monarchist. That is my duty. The last video that I did, I had a bunch of people in the comment section just saying like, oh, I've been supportive of democracy for years, and then now I'm slowly starting to realize that monarchy makes way more sense. Like, excellent, good news. It's my duty to indoctrinate as many people into the clan of monarchy as possible because democracy is cringe and fucking gay.
Do I keep hot sauce in my purse? No, I'm not a real spice fan like Hillary Clinton. Didn't she say she kept Tabasco too? Which Tabasco is like my go-to. I mean, like Crystal, still delicious.
Oh
I mean, Valentino. Okay.
Please put this on screen.
What?
Please put this on screen.
Christian's channel, his name is Christian Watson.
Oh, that's really good. That's really freaking good.
Okay, what is this? Okay, all right.
That is a good meme. That...
Ladies, what's stopping you from dressing like this? Taliban. That's pretty good.
God, that is just... Also, they're pale as holy hell.
Yeah, well, goth.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the aesthetic.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel about... Okay, well, I don't know how you feel about pale ladies. No. You like yours toasted. Is it too racist?
No, it just means it's accurate. What did you get? I showed you a picture of my shepherd, and you were like, "Why must you make everything brown?"
Yeah, I just said you're gonna hate what I'm gonna tell you, but I said, why are you Cleopatraing?
Because shepherd could be anything.
Why are you?
Are you okay? Okay, wait a minute. You're okay with you? I told you when you said that because Cleopatra was a real historical figure who was a Ptolemaic Greek. Commander Shepard doesn't exist except in our hearts. But
You want to read them what I said?
I had to scroll up. What'd you say exactly?
Yeah.
I don't remember when you.
Because I did kind of go weird.
What did you say about this? When I said, oh, hang on. Yeah, it was when I sent you the first picture before I installed the hair mod. Yeah. All right. You said, "Why must you blacken everything? You're the whitest thing on two legs."
You are the whitest thing on two legs. That is true.
I am like. Well,
If
Bill will say that like.
Aiden goes outside, she reflects the sun. Like she's in danger of like shining her like skin light sun into the eyes of drivers and just causing them to like crash into cars and poles.
Bill has said essentially that like
Walking
you
hazard.
can basically see like a road map because I'm more or less translucent, so you can
Yeah,
just
pretty
see
much.
all of my veins.
Ah,
I am very pale.
That is... So
Minnesota
you look
Fats.
like whiter than freaking Darth Vader.
Rude. Minnesota Fats 5 says, "Pour one out for Tina Turner, boss." Yeah, I know. Off on that last journey at 83. Out with Mrs. to Nintendo Land this week. Wants to know what mod you're running. A whole bunch of them, and yeah, rest in peace, Tina Turner. But a whole bunch. Only one visual improvement, which is just a texture upgrade. That has, or I think there's 2 texture upgrades I'm running that are AI upscaled. Which is, look, it's the Legendary Edition. Like half of the whole point was upscaled everything, so it doesn't need much. Like the graphics are. Oh my god, though. Here's my only other thing I'll say about Mass Effect for the time being. I forgot how much I hate the Mako. Oh my god. Oh, it's so awful. It's those missions are so.
Is this not
I
the first
remember.
one?
Yeah, I'm playing through the whole trilogy. I remember really like not having this big of an issue with it when I played it back in 2008 or whenever it came out. But now it's like this is insufferable. Wow. I tried to kill one of those worm things and I got my shit pushed in, and so it's like I don't like doing this in the first place, and I didn't save right before it, so then I just had to start back and go.
See, the thing
Drive it
when-
up cliffs at an insufferably slow pace to try and find stuff. Oh, it's terrible.
When I played Mass Effect, the first one I played was the second one, and then when I tried to play the first one, I could play like 20 minutes, and then I just had to put it away just because the interface and the way the game, I can't. The interface and the way that the inventory works it will just piss me off.
Yeah. It's I don't know. They fixed the Mako in the later games, so it's been so long since I've replayed the whole trilogy. It's like, oh man, I might have to install actually, see if I can get a Mako. All I need to do is just give the controls for the later games into one, and it's fine. Then it'd be fine. But yeah, it's real rough. It's real rough. That's actually what I was doing before I went to go put the show together, because I was like sitting there. I got my ass kicked by a space worm, and I was like, I'm tired of this already. I'm already tired of this.
Did DRT insult me in the super chat?
DRT is king for $50. Hey, thank you, man. Says, I'll never understand the love food that hurts. It's like watching Spoon by himself, a pain for no discernible reason. I'll likely watch the rest of the stream tomorrow. Isn't Shepard Canadian? Male Shep is best Shep. I don't know if Shepard is canonically Canadian. Maybe in one of the books or something.
Is watching me by myself painful for you, DRC? I feel like I should be insulted by that. Should I be insulted?
It's still funny though.
But you're an arsehole, but thanks for the 50.
Thank you, man. The thing about hot sauce, painful food, is that capsaicin releases endorphins and serotonin and stuff. Like it when you eat that stuff, your body thinks you're in pain. You're not really, but it thinks you're in pain, so it releases, chemicals to try and reduce the pain, which makes you feel very nice. So it actually gives you like a slight high when you eat hot sauce, which is what. I mean, it's not like it's addictive, but it's why you get people who are spice heads or whatever, who are always chasing like it has to be hotter and hotter because they start to gain a greater resistance against capsaicin. Excuse me. Let me finish these super chats. Let's move on. Tato Chip for €5 says, "What if government created services? What if government created services existed but functioned like private companies, not tax funded but funded by people using the service?" Yeah, I'd be more in favor of that. I'm not in favor of government. So that would essentially just be a private organization that's government regulated, which is
What we have
I think
now.
would be. No, we have things that are run directly by the government as well. I think that would be preferable to things that are completely run by the government.
I don't want
in the
anything run
case
by
of-
the government. The government being run by the
No,
government is shit.
Yeah, to be honest. But like, you know, people was like, "Oh, you're so cold-hearted because you don't support things like, you know, universal health care and you know, welfare for all or whatever." And it's like, well, the problem is that the US the government, any government, but particularly, you know, a democratic government, well, I guess could be more corrupt, is very prone to corruption and waste and doesn't run these kinds of organizations very well and ends up just blowing a ton of people's tax dollars. I have some people get very concerned about people, you know, profiting off the system and just being lazy, but actually I find it to be very welfare in particular, and a lot of those social support nets, right? I find to be actually extremely predatory. If you think about the way the welfare system works in the United States, you're incentivized to not, because if you reach the threshold of making enough money that you can start to be independent and not need government, but you still are like on the lower levels of society, right? Like you're not making a lot of money. The second that you start to make enough, then you get dropped from all of your government help. And all of a sudden you basically lost half of your income. So you're incentivized to continue to make less money so that you can continue to get government benefits. And this incentivizes people to stay on the welfare plantation. I find it to be predatory, and I think that welfare, in terms of giving people money who are down on their luck and need a social safety net, is better done by private charities and churches and things like that.
I think it would be better if you just limit it to like 3 months.
Yes,
Like a
well,
hard cap.
but you know, but things are rough for people. They get diseases. They have horrible things happen to them.
Yes,
You know,
so is the government.
Husband or wife dies. I know. I'm just saying it can last more than 3 months. So it's not all. The government is terrible at implementing it. That's all I'll say. Junebug for 2 says, "Hi you two. Hey to you too, Junebug." Michael for 5 says, "The greatest lie taught in U.S. schools is that the parties flipped in the 50s. They did not. It's one of the biggest lies for sure." A Hef for 10 says, "Peach or mango hot sauce is amazing on slow cooked or smoked ribs." Oh yeah, I bet it is. My favorite thing to do on ribs though is a Dr. Pepper butter glaze. It's so good. Dr. Pepper, brown sugar,
That's the most
and
American
butter.
thing I've fucking heard.
I know, but it's so good. Don't at me. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $10 says, "Speaking of North Carolina, you're going to cover Governor Cooper declaring a state of emergency over his school choice veto being overridden." I didn't even hear about that, to be honest. But speaking of school choice, I guess it all comes full circle. Then I didn't hear about that, but I'll look into that here in a minute. We'll see. Why don't we just check that out? Let's see.
How to make a
North Carolina
podcast
school
go.
choice.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice and chemical eggs.
Hmm.
Don't ask why I know that.
What was I watching? I was watching something where there was this very, I don't know, this black woman had this t-shirt on. She was being, I was watching Disparu's latest video on Willow, that horrible Willow show that they made, which is like a sequel to the 1980s film fantasy comedy movie, and it just absolutely bombed. Did you hear about this?
No, I'm
This
just
horrible Disney Plus show?
Legislative voucher.
Here's the
Scheme.
article, right? Yeah. Scheme. North Carolina governor, Democrat, declared a state of emergency because a state legislator is expected to override his veto of a school choice bill. State of emergency? What a lunatic!
Bro,
I'm
what,
declaring a
school
state
choice
of
bill? What the
emergency
fuck?
because you need to know what's happening. Cooper said during an address in the state capitol in Raleigh, "If you care about public
We
schools
don't.
in North Carolina, it's time to take immediate action and tell them to stop the damage that will set back our schools for a generation."
No, COVID
By
did
them,
that.
Cooper apparently was referring to Republican lawmakers and other supporters of school choice. What we were just talking about this. He described the scheme by saying their private school voucher scheme will pour your tax money into private schools that are unaccountable to the public. Oh my
Based.
God!
That's good.
And can
That is a good
decide
thing.
which students they want to keep out.
So basically,
No,
are they allowed
it-
to discriminate?
I think it's
Why,
more
why is
that
that?
like
Why is that bad?
these private schools, you have to pay to go to them.
Yes, I don't see why that's bad.
What is he talking? I mean, they're going to get some tax breaks.
They want to expand
basically.
private school vouchers based so that anyone, even a millionaire, can get taxpayer money for their children's private academic education. So why is that bad? That's a whole like your whole freaking point about public schools is that anyone get access to it, and now you're complaining that everyone can get access to it. Like,
let's explain the issue here, right? Okay, so this school choice thing, is it like, all right, taxpayer money's coming in to pay for the student to go to a public school. Instead, parents should be able to decide, I don't want my student or my child to go to this public school because it sucks. So take the money that you're going to spend for their education and give it to me as a voucher so that I can spend additional money to send them to a private school. There's no reason why that doesn't make sense. The money has been taken from the tax holders or the taxpayers in the first place. Why can't the parents choose how they want to use the money that has been taken from taxpayers, usually including themselves, and particularly if they're going to a private school, definitely including themselves, decide how they want their taxes to be spent on their own child's education?
And
it's not a scheme. It makes complete sense.
Public schools are a scheme.
Right.
And
well,
a scam.
And all that is that like they're seething and crying and shitting and pissing and maybe coming that they don't get to control your child's education.
And these people don't come. If they did, they would be less grumpy.
Yeah, maybe they'd chill out a little bit. But like, they're seething and crying and shitting and pissing because they don't get to indoctrinate your children. It is a key. It is maybe the most key and important part of the Democrat leftist model, and it's why they freak out. But indoctrinating children, they have to get your kids young to keep them voting Democrat, right? So that they tell them a bunch of fucking lies, and you end up with people like that woman who has no idea who the party of Jim Crow was, who has no idea which party did not support the Civil Rights Act, who has no idea which party founded and supported the KKK. It's so they can keep you indoctrinated and on their plantation. That's what it's about. That's why he's seething and shitting and pissing. I mean, what a pathetic loser.
You know, we should get rid of private. We should get rid of public schools.
Roy Cooper, why don't you fucking cope with it, you dingus? Declaring a state of emergency.
That's kind of cringe.
It is.
State of emergency for school choice, like really? You come up like such a gimp.
It's always like everything's always an emergency. Everything's always insane. Thanks for bringing this up, Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz, because it fed into our earlier discussion. DRT is getting. Oh, sorry, I read that again. Thank you again, DRT though. Hasselhopper for 5 says a lot of hot sauces seem to go for gimmick names like Butt Blaster, Colon Cleaner, Crazy Mother Puckers, Scorn Women. Yeah, I hate that. By the way, the second that I see a hot sauce that has a name like that, I'm like, no thanks, I'll pass.
I like Frank's hot sauce.
Oh, I love Frank's.
Yeah, it's nice and simple. It's just that Frank's hot sauce. Yeah.
I almost said their slogan, unironically, is that I put that on everything, because I do. they have the best slogan, because it's true. That's their slogan is, I put that on everything, and I sure as fuck do. I love Frank's Red Hot. Has up for another 5 says, I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. I have a friend who is blind and gets government money. The benefits phase out $1 for every $2 earned over the limit. I mean, if you are right. I hate you. Sometimes, my dude.
Well, what'd I do?
There are certain people who
How could you not see that joke coming?
Anywho. There are obviously people in society who do need help. I'm not sure if that is true in terms of the welfare stuff that for every single person. Like, I think probably if you're blind, you're on a different scheme, as the governor here calls it, for welfare than you are if you're someone who's just earning like right under the poverty line. Do you know what I mean? I think there's probably different versions of it because he's probably on disability, not on almost assuredly on disability, not on welfare. Although maybe both, right? Peter for 5 says, Aiden, you just explained why I'm in favor of UBI only model. Here's some dollars, you give them back based on taxes, flat, so you're never worse off. If that's how UBI were to actually work, then I'd at least be more interested in taking it up as a serious idea. But the way that I always end up hearing UBI being described is just like, I just kind of don't want to do anything and have money given to me.
To Adam talk about UBI.
No, well, I mean, he says so he can make artwork, but like, my brain here is like, I would like to be able to make art and not have to work a regular job because it stymies my ability to make art. And I'm like, I hear that. And I'm like, yes, I understand. But my brain translates it into, I don't want to work, but I'd like to get money, please. And I mean, maybe that's me being insensitive, but
No, that's just reality.
there's a lot of people who will definitely take advantage of it. That's why I always, whenever I hear stuff like that, I'm like, if you don't see how that's going to get abused instantly, I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, and UBI probably does fall apart when you ask people what a living wage is. Living wage is different in different parts of the country, so you could never actually have UBI on a federal level, because what a living wage is in California is not a living wage in West Virginia. In West Virginia, you can absolutely get by
it's
making
not a living wage. It's just where you live is the trick.
Right. Well, like in West Virginia, you could absolutely get by making $9 an hour. No problem. You could. I mean, you're not going to live great, but you can. I mean, I've done it. I've done it. You can live on $9 an hour if you live in West Virginia. $9 an hour in California, you're on the streets. You absolutely cannot live in California on that same wage. So it's this is another problem with UBI, in my opinion. Slosher for 11 Canadian says, book I always recommend about public schools is Weapons of Mass Instruction. I've heard of that book. I've not read it. Explains the origins of public schools. Explains the origins of public schools and the purpose of making non-critical thinking factory workers and soldiers. I've heard of that book a whole bunch of times. Let me write that down because I should read it. Maybe I'll read it over the weekend or something. Because it's something I'm actually quite interested in. Oh, yeah.
Because you're psychotic.
No, it's called going to grad school. You that's sink or swim time, man. Like, you either have to learn how to read 1,000 pages in a day, or you're not passing your class.
Yeah, but the stuff we read or the stuff that I know about you is very. Well, you're academic literature, so yeah, I imagine.
Oh, with academic literature too, it's all formatted the same way, so you get through it like that. Like you know what you're looking for.
Yeah, whereas the stuff that I read is, like you can't read Lenin in a day. I don't care who the hell you are.
It's about I'd say on average we get in grad and doc school you get about 1,000 to 1,500 pages a week of reading. I'd say on average.
That's inhumane.
It's called doc school, man. Look. I told you about this. I was complaining about this idiot who I found his essay on why conspiracy theories are inherently right wing, and it's a threat to our democracy. And he teaches it actually at Cambridge, which I sent you a picture of him. Yes.
He does at Cambridge?
Yes, he's a Cambridge professor.
What the?
I sent you a picture of him. He looks exactly like how you'd think. And I was reading his essay.
Like a virgin school shooter.
And he cited. Now, I was incorrect.
He screams like this guy's never touched a woman in his entire life.
Well, now I have to bring the photo up because. But anywho, I tweeted about it.
Soy.
I tweeted about it because I was like, what I found is No, I tweeted about what I read in the research because what I read in the research. Here he is. I mean, guys. Everybody in the chat, just prepare yourselves and prepare to be totally unsurprised that this is a man who wrote an essay, from the critical theory perspective about why conspiracy theories are dangerous. They are also inherently conservative and a threat to our democracy. Look at this dude. Oh, wait till you see it. Look at the top of his head. I shouldn't laugh at someone's appearance. I'm sorry, but it's not I'm laughing at his appearance. I'm laughing at how stereotypical he looks. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. It's just I can tell how much you browse Reddit, Dr. Moore. I can tell.
Yeah, he.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was mean. That's uncalled for. He looks like he browses Reddit. Sorry. I'm not the most attractive person, but I Anywho. I went and read I was reading through his stupid critical paper, and I was laughing at his stupid paper. And then I noticed he was citing Ushinsky and this other citation, which was what was the really funny thing that oh sorry, who was it? Oliver and I can't remember the other Oliver and I can't recall the other scholar on it, but he cited these two scholars who literally published a paper that said there is no relationship between conservative ideology, authoritarianism, and conspiratorial beliefs. And I was like, this dude, this is the absolute state of critical scholarship in a billion quotations, because you didn't even, look, it turns out he was studying a different study. But several of the scholars that he cited in his research, though, have published multiple other pieces of academic literature that definitively were contradictory to his point. And I was just, oh, I had such a fun time. This is yesterday. I had a good time when I read that. I was just like, oh, I mean, I'm not having a great time. It's like, this man has a PhD. I don't.
At this point in time, if he can get a PhD, and that's the kind of shit he says, it tells me that PhD doesn't really mean much.
This is the shit that passes for publishable academic standards of a Cambridge professor. Oh my goodness.
Fuck all, apparently.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Anywho,
you do realize that
we're like way from behind.
The whole thing of just saying the conspiracy theories are only done by right wingers. As far as I'm aware, the people who are conspiracy theorists, or basically anyone that just questions, anyone who's a conspiracy theorist is when you get told something, you go, there are holes in the story that I don't quite think add up, and therefore I'm skeptical of this.
Yeah.
To be a conspiracy theorist means you can think. So to say that only right wingers are conspiracy theorists tells me that, in your opinion, that only right wingers can think. That's a pretty damning indictment of your own side.
I'll tell you the findings. Truncated. I mean, my video will be out when it's out. It'll be out when it's out. To quote Linkara, is what we find is that belief in conspiracy theories is a inverted U. It's a curvilinear inverted U, right? For the most part, there's some studies that find that it's completely non-linear, and that it has a bump in the center, so that like. What a curvilinear inverted U means that people on the far left tend to believe in a lot of conspiracies, and people on the far right tend to believe in a lot of conspiracies. Some of the research finds a bump in the middle, like I said, where like people who are like very, very like centrist leaning in terms of their self-descriptors also tend to believe in a lot of conspiracies. It's kind of the people who have like, who would describe themselves as somewhat left or somewhat right, who tend to think that all conspiracies are bunk. Right, and by conspiracies, I mean things that we would call conspiracies, some of which are, true. A conspiracy is something that's a conspiracy today is, often proven to be the factual
actually
tomorrow.
Correct within like 2 days, yeah.
I would put Fetterman in the thumbnail, so let's move on to this clip from James O'Keefe here.
Who was more messed up, him or Feinstein?
Well, we have an article on that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, this ought to be good.
Well, you sent me the article.
Oh,
the
yeah.
MSNBC article. Well, yeah, okay.
Okay, so the chat's right. My brain is fried today. I don't know why.
No, you're...
The Second Amendment, probably. I think he'll much rather prefer
that guy's a lesbian.
Who is this cute little lesbian, and how tight is her pussy?
Congratulations.
Like, the ones you pick, like, we'll just say exactly what you know?
It's so interesting, but I want to know who they are, because I'll listen to those people.
There's like puppets though of like big reporters who will like paint art, like who will paint the narrative the way we want.
So that's why you pick.
I mean, it's goddamn.
I want to know who is this girl working for James O'Keefe?
Yeah,
because I recognize the voice over all like the CNN clips and all that. She must be like some knockout stunning fox that she can get all of these men.
That's what James does. William Nunya, it's a reference. No, I didn't come up with who's this cute little lesbian, how tight is your pussy. It wasn't an iDubbbz thing. Actually, speaking of the disgraced king iDubbbz, I think that might have been his quote. Hang on, now I have to take a quick aside. Where did that come from? Who is this cute little lesbian? When iDubbbz was funny, I think that was his, wasn't it?
This one looks more girly than Rachel Maddow. And that's not a joke, by the way. Like, I'm being dead serious.
Mm.
Zoom on Hitler. Oh my god, yeah.
Why can't I find this meme?
There's actually...
Oh no, I just talked shit. Where did it come from? I had to go to Reddit. It's from the iDubbbz content cop on Leafy. Yeah, he called Leafy a cute little lesbian and asked how tight his pussy was. No, it was iDubbbz. Thank you, Neon Suspenders. Yeah. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Anywho, back to this.
The journalists that you pick, they'll say whatever you want them to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the journalists will say whatever we want them to, right?
Like they won't paint it in a bad light, you know?
Well, we'd like to introduce you to Special Assistant
So you're basically
Luke
just saying
Borwick
the news
told us,
is
quote,
completely manufactured.
Yep.
Really?
At least in favor of the Democrats, yeah. Everyone wants a story on Fetterman. So this guy is a special assistant to Fetterman. He certainly needs a special assistant, that's for sure.
Everyone wants a story on Fetterman.
Because like everybody wants a story about John Fetterman. Why? And we only give it to certain.
Because he got elected and then disappeared.
That says more about the people of Pennsylvania.
I mean, it really does.
This is why Razorfist like went on a rant and just said the people of Pennsylvania are morons and they should only have like dukes and counts select the representatives because the people are too. You know, when Razorfist is the one saying you need an aristocratic class to pick your representatives because the people are too stupid, like, and he hates monarchy. So for him to say that is like a really big statement.
I mean, Razorfist got really mad at me on Twitter to the point where he deleted his own tweet about it because like people were like, "Yo, dude, that was weirdly aggressive and uncalled for." But he deleted the tweet. So
I wonder if you knew that when you shared my video.
That happened before. That happened before when I shared his.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. And then later, yeah, I didn't even like. The weird thing was too is that like when he freaked out at me on Twitter, I was agreeing with him. He like just didn't like the way that I said it, and then or no, it's just like he clearly. I guess I don't think he watches the show or anything, obviously, but he it was weird. Like he came out and was just like, "You fucking monarchist bitch," and I was like, "Whoa!" I was agreeing with you, dude. I didn't remember what it was about, but I was agreeing
said he was going
with
through a bit of a bad rough at the time.
Yeah, that's what someone told me that as well. But still, I was like, "Whoa!"
Someone said,
like, I know your name's Rageaholic, but calm down. He deleted it though. It's no hard feelings.
Someone in my chat just said like he mentioned me on a stream, which was really weird. I don't know which one it was, but they said like, yeah, you mentioned your video or something on stream. I went, oh, okay. I would like to know which one.
As a Pennsylvanian, you can't blame us for Fetterman. No, I don't blame you at all. It's fucking Philly and Pittsburgh, dude. It's not your fault.
Well, leave it to the O'Keefe Media Group to bring you that story.
I love that his pictures are OMG.
Oh yeah.
That's
O'Keefe
really
Media Group.
good.
Great. It's excellent. Yeah.
I mean, like, and they also realize is that now.
I like the way he's dressed with the shorts.
I know, with the shorts.
It's such a good meme.
James O'Keefe with OMG here in our nation's capital to report on a story involving U.S.
Is this loud enough for you? I can turn my volume. I think
it's pretty good.
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. I think it's a little quiet for me. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit.
Senator John Fetterman. Associates, colleagues, constituents have long been fascinated with Fetterman's mental and cognitive issues.
And everyone else.
Everyone wants a story on John Fetterman. Well, we'd like to introduce you to Special Assistant Luke Borwick, who told us, quote, everyone wants a story on Fetterman. Well, leave it to the O'Keefe Media Group to bring you that story.
Like my job is like to be like the in between him and the rest of the staff. I have like an iPad I carry around, which like.
Oh my God, he really does look like an ogre. Look at him with behind the guy.
Shrek.
Yep.
Which like live transcribes everything everyone's saying, but sometimes it misses stuff or like it'll just cut out based on like self-service and shit. My job is to hold the iPad there, so like you can pick up on everything they're saying. So I have to strong arm these journalists, and like that's not my job, but like there's so many reporters, and like the reporters like they don't want, we shouldn't just be telling them to f off. Like if they're reporters we like it's good to have a good relationship with them.
Yeah.
We have our press operation is like a work of art. Like the way that like reporters, we can tell them to go themselves, and they can't do anything because they need us more than we need them. Because
it's nice when they. It's one of the reasons I love Project Veritas. You know, just expressing what these people think about you, what they think about everybody. They think they're so superior. And yes, I have noticed his extensive use of the word like, which I find incredibly grating. You know, I usually try to turn that off a little bit because I used to teach COM 101, Introduction to Public Speaking. I taught that for many semesters. and not everyone is trained in it, so I often make mistakes. Verbal filler is very easy to fall into, but I really do struggle with the like California speech.
It's like everybody wants a story about John Fetterman, and we only give it to certain people. And we pick reporters who will like who we know will paint the narrative the way we want. So it's like when John checks himself in for depression, we tell one reporter in particular because like they will hit the facts that we want them to.
So you're lying. So you basically go to reporters that you know are in your pocket, so to speak, or gonna be favorable towards you. And that's who you leak your information to. And yes, that's why people are interested in Fetterman, is because he right after he wins, he checks himself in for depression.
He's gay. You were expecting him to be honest?
No, no, he's not gay. He's here flirting with a woman. This is a date. Ostensibly, he's not gay.
Guy's not gay.
You mean he's not straight?
Sorry.
But he's here ostensibly on a date with a girl, which is. I also don't get this. I don't. Well, yeah, that's how they get them. These people, right? Is it
this guy's straight?
You think he's gay, or you think he's straight?
No, he's good at fuck.
Then why is he on a date with a lady who he's spilling all the beans to?
Because he's trying to pretend, but deep down, he is definitely a homosexual. It is very, very clear to me that this guy is chasing Huang. He's just trying to pretend, but deep down, like, look at this guy. You really think this guy would ever touch a woman? Do you think any woman would let them touch this?
I mean, she must be such a smash, right?
Yeah.
To get all whoever the key fire is, must be such like a 10 out of 10 smash.
Yeah, because like no guy that's ever been on a date with this chick has been like a guy that you would think like, man, that's like an attractive dude who knows some shit. Like they'd all be like, nah.
I also don't. It blows my mind. I can't imagine working on something sensitive and just like I would assume this is like their first date. And particularly when you know Veritas is out doing this exact thing, and just be like,
What are the chances?
Well, I guess you know what I think part of it is that they're not ashamed. They're not worried about it coming out. They're not ashamed of it because they know they get away with it. They feel emboldened, actually, probably to some degree. How infuriating!
This gaydar. Yes, but you need two of them to sort of balance it. You know. It's like you need like Norton's hot poles, like magnets. You know.
Yeah.
We know will give us like a good treatment.
They're desperate for an interview with John. I mean, like,
no, this is 2 dates. So she went on at least 2 dates with him.
Robin's saying it's spoon projecting or jealous. Trust me, when his looks compare to mine, that no contest. I'm not remotely jealous. Of what? Like my looks compared to this guy, I'm way better looking than this guy. It's not even fucking close. And I'm not saying that to be arrogant. That's just factual.
Yeah, Spoon's a good looking dude. This guy, as I said in the beginning, who's this cute little lesbian? How tight's her pussy?
Exactly. No one's gonna look at me and be like, yeah, that guy's definitely like.
I would never. Yeah, no one would look at you and ask that question. I'll put it that way, right? You know.
Like, if you want to access journalism is?
No.
It's like reporters who will basically tell whatever story like their subject wants, as long as they get the interview. Like, there's certain like Trump journalists who are accused of that because like everybody wants an interview with the guy.
Yeah.
But like, that's the thing, when you're so exclusive with who you give interviews to, it's like the ones you pick like will just say exactly what they want them to, you know? Like,
I'm not sure that's really true with Trump, by the way. But it clearly is what they're going for with Fetterman.
I think with Trump, it's the other way around. Is that they're just going to say whatever the fucking hell they want. regardless.
Right. Well,
of what Trump wants them to say.
well, that's the reason why Trump is so. Well, that's why Trump in particular is so guarded on who he'll do an interview with, because everyone's seeking to slander him.
Yeah.
I don't think people are generally seeking to slander Fetterman. They're interested in what's wrong with his brain, because he's an elected official who just kind of dipped out of public eye for it's been nearly a year. He's just now sort of coming back, and well, not a year. It's been 6 months. He was elected in midterms were in November, of last year, October, like that. In November of last year. So, and then right after that he dips. So yeah, it's been 6 months, and he's basically been AWOL. So their way of dealing with that is just being like, we'll do our own version of access journalism.
That's why you pick the journalists that you pick, because they'll say whatever you want them to.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they won't paint it in a bad light,
Borwigan's special assistant to John Fetterman says that they pick journalists that will, quote, say exactly what the you want them to. He also says that the journalists are puppets. He actually names the journalists, including Kara Swisher and the group Pod Save America, behaving like puppets for the John Fetterman campaign.
Did you see that Joe Scarborough interview?
Who?
That name sounds familiar.
Joe's.
The name sounds familiar. Pod Save America.
Joe
Why is that-
Scarborough? No, I was saying Joe Scarborough should sound familiar. But
No, Pod Save America.
yeah, I've heard of that as well, but I don't think I've ever watched it. It's probably some leftist podcast. I don't know. Let's see, what is it? Pod Save America. Oh, John Favreau, John Lovett, Dan Pfeiffer, and Tommy Vietor are joined by journalists, politicians, activists, and more for no bullshit conversation about politics.
Which means we do nothing but bullshit.
Yeah, I'm sure it's
Yeah. By former
hosted
Obama
by
aides, really?
former Obama aides. Yeah, right. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, you can just start with that. The rest of it is just bollocks.
Right.
Yeah, Scarborough, you ever heard of, Morning Joe?
Morning, that a guy that you guys
Oh
did
my God.
an interview with?
Yeah, and he actually sucks.
he does, to be fair, but that's funny.
This is the most cringe thing. They have a video called "Political Experts React to Brutal Attack." You just called your own people political experts.
Yeah,
God, the cringe.
it is extremely cringe. Oh, see you, Nelfina. Thanks for hanging out.
Pod Save America, these former
Oh, he's gonna explain it.
Pod Save America, podcasts.
Oh, Pod Save America?
Yeah, they have these former Obama staffers.
Okay.
Who, they were, one of the first big political podcasts. I think
Really?
they're, the number
They
one
started in 2017. First big political podcast. Okay.
political podcast in the country. Just because, they've had it for, 10 years, and,
When I just looked it up, it said they started in 2017. But okay.
The big
built
political
up
podcast.
brand on it before anybody else had podcasts.
Yeah.
We did an interview with them post-stroke, a month out from the election,
Okay.
and they did really well.
Because you knew they would go along with what you wanted.
Oh, yeah.
So who are those?
Oh yeah. He did that same phase that while eating that what's his name did in Spider-Man, where he goes so good. You know what I'm talking about?
I know the guy in question.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let me just bring it up. Here it is. Yeah, let me just find the GIF. Yep, there we go. He literally pulled this move. That was when he did. He pulled this. Oh yeah.
Well,
Those journalists that you guys like?
We have an interview with Time.
Time Magazine. Yeah,
Of course.
Okay.
There's this tech reporter who is also as veered into political stuff, and her name's Kara Swisher, and she has multiple podcasts that I listen to every single day.
Oh, every single
Kara-
day.
Kara
yeah, but
Swisher, she's one of the best.
Is she one of the ones that has interviewed Fetterman, though?
What's she got on her fork? What is that? Is that a potato? Why have to
Maybe
ask
you have
about the
food on the brain.
I already ate. Oh, I made this pasta bake. I just finished it today. I'm gonna make some more because after I was really sick last week, it's basically like I had to relearn how to eat.
We are not contractually obliged to talk about food. It just happened.
But we do. But it's just simple. It's just simple. I made a homemade pasta sauce with tomato sauce, fresh tomatoes, fresh herbs, basil and thyme, and then chopped onions, fresh garlic, chopped garlic. Simple sauce, and then just mixed up with some pasta, a little cracked red pepper, or crushed pepper, and then just Parmesan and mozzarella, and it was the tits. And I've been able to eat that, which, like I said, after I was so sick and just puked for 5 days straight.
I do think those tens are so interested in their jobs. Well, Flannel, it's very simple. If a woman who is that attractive as this young lady, I'm assuming, asks you about your job, and you think
he wants
have
to
a
smash.
shot, yes, you're gonna say whatever the hell she's gonna ask of you.
And what is interesting in this guy's life? Probably only his job, right?
Nothing else.
And what is it? What else is he gonna say? Because I can't imagine he has much else going for him. I mean, you want to see look at all this Reddit gold I have. No, nobody cares. The only thing interesting in his life is working for Fetterman.
It's so interesting, but I want to know.
Hmm?
Someone also what whiskey goes best with pasta.
Whiskey. Usually pasta's with wine.
Yeah, pasta is more wine. I wouldn't drink whiskey with pasta personally. I wouldn't steak with whiskey.
Phil got this cooking brandy, and I didn't really realize that it came in a 2-liter jug.
Cooking with monarchists when?
And
I wanted. God, don't give Aiden ideas.
I didn't really, because I can't read French. I didn't understand that it said it has salt and pepper in it. Because I made a brandy Alexander yesterday. Because I basically I had a little bit of ice cream left in the fridge. I was making new ice cream. I made cheesecake ice cream that's keto friendly for Bill. Yeah, so with fake sugar and whatever. So it's like a cheesecake ice cream. It's really good, but I needed space. And I was like, I got a little bit of vanilla ice cream left, so I'll make a brandy Alexander. But the fucking brandy has salt and pepper in it, so it was this tastes off. Why is it so salty? Brandy Alexander is ice cream, brandy. Usually you want a chocolate liqueur, but I used Kahlua. And I wasted Kahlua doing it. Not never waste Kahlua.
Do you ever drink that South African stuff still?
I do. I love Amarula.
Yeah.
That's actually what I was gonna originally put Amarula in it, but I realized I was out and I had Kahlua, so I put Kahlua in it instead. Anyhow.
Know who they are because I'll listen to those people.
They're just puppets, though.
Politicians in Washington are often loath to reveal their actual positions on matters of public policy. John Fetterman and his campaign staff are no exception. Luke Borwigan sheds light on the matter, discussing the views on firearms that his boss has and his boss owns, while also revealing John Fetterman's true intention to ban the Second Amendment.
Yeah, good luck, by the way.
That's never gonna happen.
Good luck, Fetterman.
Cooking with spoon, yeah.
Well,
I did make the Nazi pizza last week.
That's right, and I would say it is appropriate we're talking so much about cooking and food, considering that John Fetterman's a vegetable.
This raises concerns about the future of the United States of America, including what other constitutional amendments that the Congress critters want banned. Luke Borwigan, special assistant to John Fetterman, says that they would be okay with, quote, probably overturning.
That's never going to happen, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, how would Fetterman have any kind of power to do that?
Yeah.
Good luck. Again, he's out of his mind, clearly. But what a lunatic. Wants to take your God-given rights to own firearms, which is one of the reasons why I do think America is the greatest country on earth, is because we have baked into our Constitution the right to keep and bear arms. The left hates it, but get over it, nerds. That's your right as an American, and it's the one reason I will say God bless America. That's a pretty great thing about the United States.
By the way, I showed you the picture of the pizza.
100%. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I did say.
Yeah, your banana pizza. Your banana and sausage pizza that you put in the shape of a swastika. Well, it wasn't a swastika. Well, it was a
It was
Buddhist.
the Hindu one, yeah.
The Hindu one, yeah.
Yeah, it's only because I took the picture at a 90-degree angle. If I took it at
Right,
45,
right,
it would be
right.
the swastika one.
Yeah.
Except for gun control. All
Like
the time.
red flag laws.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Flags, banning automatic rifles, like all that. Like,
I love that.
he owns like a lot of guns.
Does he own the guns that he's trying to ban?
No.
No. Yes. It's always this way with them.
No, he doesn't.
always.
Do you think
it's
that fucking moron would have any guns?
Well, this guy just said he owns a whole bunch.
No, Fetterman, not him.
Oh, him? No. No. But Fetterman does. But this is always how it is with these people, right? They want to take away your rights. They don't want their rights infringed.
Yeah, because they just want to give more power to the state.
Exactly. It's all about more power. And this is always how democracies go. They always move towards the
Increasing
same
state
direction of
power.
totalitarianism every single time. Aristotle called it 2,000 years ago. He's yet to be proven wrong in terms of the cycle of politics.
I like shotgun. Like I'm sure.
Yeah. So what exactly will he try to ban?
Assault weapons. Like,
What assault weapons?
That's basically
I
phrase
hate
is
that word
meaningless at
or
this point.
phrase. I hate that phrase. Assault weapons. What is an assault weapon?
Assault weapon is to weapons the way that fascism is to politics.
Right. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless.
It's functionally meaningless. Again, I guarantee someone like this little lesbian thinks that AR stands for assault rifle instead of Armalite. So
assault weapons ban. Like he'd be okay with like overturning the Second Amendment probably. Like I think he'd much rather prefer like nobody has guns at all.
So he would be for like completely just removing the Second
Not
Amendment
voting,
thing.
right?
interesting. He seems to have caught on there.
Yes, we are.
Weird. Like, what? That's actually weird. Why did he ask you not quoting me right? Do you think he realized this was a setup at that point?
No, I think he's too stupid.
Well, he seems to have kind of maybe caught on.
Think-
Right?
Oh God, no.
Very specific question.
Oh, I think he caught on. Yeah, I think he caught on there. Unfortunately, you already said some pretty damning shit. So,
you should maybe do
whoopsie
that
for
before,
you.
not at the end.
Yeah.
Honesty
Moron.
is so important in the United States of America. If we do not have informed consent, if we do not have actual information that's unfiltered, unprejudiced, unbiased, and uncensored, we simply don't have the information required for us to elect our representatives, and therefore we cannot actually have freedom. Freedom itself becomes an illusion without access to unfettered, no pun intended, information. We want you to wear a camera and follow the footsteps of this brave.
Ooh, all right. Yeah, she's a smash. Come on now. You see now why he spilled the beans.
Journalist recorded this aid,
Damn.
who got him to be honest, who got him to say what he really thinks and what he actually believes, and nothing could be more important to that. So if you want to do this, go to the O'Keefe Media Group.
Yep. Sorry, I'm going to cut in on your shilling, James, but absolutely, James is doing fantastic work. Always is. Thank you so much for your service, Mr. O'Keefe.
I really wish that what he said at the end there was true.
Yeah.
Is that if we have more information, we would have a more informed and better public. The problem of
It's
it
not
is-
how it works in
Yes.
practice, unfortunately.
Yeah, because here's skinny. People have incentives, and
Mhm.
the other problem is, how can I say this in a polite way? There are some people that just don't have the brains for democracy, and unfortunately, it's most people. Universal suffrage is a fucking terrible idea. Because the truth of the matter is, some people just don't have the grounds for the good seed. You can give them the best information, but if the soil isn't made for the seeds to sprout and grow, you can have the best education money can buy. You still did it with a fucking retard. You can't turn a retard into a genius with just education. You need genes. You need the best genes, and most people don't have the genetic material for that. That's just reality. People think it's horribly offensive in eugenics. Like, yeah, it is. I don't care. It's just reality. Genes are real, freaking people. Get used to
Yeah,
it.
well, it's science. Science only matters
is
when
harsh.
science only matters to these people when they can use it to implement their authoritarian policies.
Yes,
Gary
the
Tom-
climate is gonna die. Like, no one
Exactly.
Fuck off.
Exactly. Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey, dynamic duo. The school choice talk reminds me of a Chinese bank opening that only caters to Chinese people. Only one demo complained. Guess who? Oh, I hadn't heard about that. I looked it up real quickly and I couldn't find anything on it. That would be my guess. If you're in the chat still, Gary, let me know.
Hello,
thank you
Chinese
for
bank for Chinese people. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Michael
well,
for 5.
fun.
Michael for 5 says conspiracy theories, aka spoilers about the government at this point, are
pretty
right-wing
much.
based. LOL. I'm really looking forward to showing you guys this video when I'm still finishing the research on it. I've got about 7,000 words into it. I'm actually kind of like surprised because I'm down to like maybe 5 more studies that I really wanted to read and put into it, but I don't know. I always feel like now like a video has to be an hour long, but maybe if it's 45 minutes, that'd be fine. You know, Lamented Guide for 5 says you're right about Leaden. Spoon can confirm what's on the menu. Well, right now it's this cooked vegetable, John Fetterman. And Lance for 5 says, what's your favorite conspiracy theory and least favorite? My least favorite, it's UFO crap. My fave, I'm gonna say, one time, gay frogs. Well, gay frogs again was a confirmed true conspiracy theory. Alex just didn't explain him. Just he put it in Alex Jones' way. That was true. They were putting chemicals in the water that turned the frogs hermaphroditic. And yeah, so
My
gay
favorite
frogs.
conspiracy? Oh, the white supremacy is a myth.
What do you mean?
Oh, because people think it isn't real. Like, it's definitely real.
Oh yeah. But well, yeah, that's a favorite conspiracy.
You know
It's weird. Like, it's a weird way to phrase it because I don't know if like is a favorite, but favorite in terms of like most interesting and fascinating to watch people talk about. Oh, Hollow Earth for sure. I love hearing the Hollow Earth people talk about shit. It's so weird.
I was. This is gonna sound weird, but you know that if you didn't do the political compass test.
Yeah, of course.
And they ask you like, do you think your group has qualities that make it superior?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like obvious the race question.
Yeah.
And I always say strongly agree.
But it could not. It could refer to things other than race.
No, but it says like, do you think my race is better?
If they say race, yeah,
yes,
that would be.
Yeah. But that, and I always say strongly agree, because I think every race can answer yes, because every race has something they do better than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that's quite the racist gotcha you think it is.
Well, by the way, I'm sure you've seen these data. Is that the only group in the United States that doesn't have in-group preference, racial group, is whites.
Yes.
Every other racial group is like, yeah, I prefer other Asians. Yes, I prefer other Hispanics. Yes, I prefer other black people. Whites are the ones like, no, I don't like other white people. That is a product of a prolonged and concerted effort to make white people hate themselves. No other race hates themselves the way that white people do.
I can spin it differently.
Sure.
I can spin that in a white supremacist way.
Okay.
Which is to say that, oh no, we should be around other people because they clearly need to learn from us because we're better.
Mm.
That's like the white pill version.
That's rare though. What people generally don't like themselves, which is weird.
I will say there is one thing that makes us better than everybody else. Well, actually, there's two things. One, our architecture is the best. White people have, as far as design, like historically speaking, we have done the best.
I like a lot of Asian architecture though as well.
Yes, but white people are king. I would fuck all of you people. That is the one white supremacist.
But again, this is also a problem though too. This is also a problem though too. Is that white is such a broad
European
category.
Architecture.
Right. Okay. European architecture.
Yes.
All right.
And the other thing, and it's sort of tied into the thing that you just said, is this is what we don't do that every other group does. And this is what makes us better, is that if you learn from other groups outside of Europe, we will not give you shit for that. We think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, which is right.
Unusual, yes.
Whites have whites are one group that generally speaking is like spent 1,000 years going around to other cultures and learning from them and picking the parts of their culture that they like and adopting it.
Yeah,
and
like,
adapting
what is useful that something else does that we can do? Like, yeah, there we go.
I mean, other cultures have done that as well, other groups of people, but whites have certainly, via their global conquest or whatever you want to call it, global exploration, have been have been the group that's done that the most of taking parts from other cultures that they, and this is the thing too, where it's like white people are so racist, blah 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 blah, or it's like, what would we do without immigrants? You wouldn't be able to have Chinese food. It's like, no, I can make Chinese food at home, and I have to be pretty honest. Last time I made Chinese food,
what
look,
would you do without immigrants?
have you heard this stupid argument before?
I can think of a lot of things. The first one
That,
is
like,
leave my door unlocked.
But I'm sure you've heard this argument before, which is that like, oh, if there weren't immigrants, you wouldn't be able to have all these delicious foods, and it's like, no,
Yes, you would.
not a yeah. Okay,
We have the
there's
internet.
there's a very good Chinese place here on the island that we went to for like a work party with from Bill's work group. We hadn't been to before. I gotta say, their food was really, really good. But my Chinese food is also really fucking good. Like the foods I know how to make best are Asiatic, because I grew up cooking Japanese shit because I'm a fucking weeaboo. But and I'm better at others at some than others. Thai, like the thing with Thai food is that like you need so many specific ingredients that you cannot get. Although I have most of them. I can get galangal. I can't get fresh galangal, but that's fine.
I want to see.
I have lemongrass paste, things like that. What?
No, he said he sent you a meme. I
Oh,
have Alex on Discord. I don't want to know what he sent.
Let's see. Yes. Oh, this is great. Oh, I love this. Hang on. Here we go. Hi. Night, everybody.
Oh god, yeah, that is totally him.
Ah!
I cannot believe people
Thank you,
actually
Alice.
voted
Alex.
for that guy.
I know. Thank you, Alex, so
That's
much.
just so insane.
Both for the $2 and for the excellent meme. I can't get fresh lemongrass. I got lemongrass paste, which is like, and like you really like if you're making Thai food or Malaysian food, like you don't want to. And if somebody say, can you get fresh lemongrass? All right. I guess I haven't needed it in a minute. Oh, Bill says they have fresh lemongrass. I forgot we got that yuzu plant.
Did he say around the yard?
Yeah.
You
There's a
grow fresh lemongrass?
we have a huge bunch of greenhouses.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But actually, oh shit, I need to do that. I need to plant those chilies because I built. Did you plant the chili thing? Oh, good. Okay.
Aiden's like 5 steps away from homesteading here.
No, well, Bill's mom planted the chilies for me, which was very nice of her. Because for remember for what? Was it for Valentine's Day? I don't remember what she got me the chilies for, but anyway, it got me like this cute little like red pail that looks like for fire to throw out, put out fires and it for growing chilies. I want to grow these. I think I talked about before these teardrop chilies. I got them on pizza recently on a new pizza place that opened, and I want to get these. I wanted to grow some of these. I want to grow those. We've got the yuzu. The only thing I want to grow specifically, which isn't going to be difficult, I just need a box for it, is yamaimo, which is a Japanese sweet potato. Yagaimo, excuse me. Yamaimo, yagaimo.
Chilies, the teardrop ones.
Yeah, they're very, very tasty. Sweet, not spicy, but very, very tasty chilies. I never had them before until recently, and I really like them. But yagaimo, Japanese purple sweet potato. Oh, it's so good. Taro, so I can make all kinds of sweets and stuff out of it. Oh, and I'd really like to also grow Japanese plums to make umeboshi. Japanese pickled plums. Oh, so good. Just so good. So if I could have my yuzu plant, and then I could have yagaimo and Japanese plums to make umeboshi. It would make me so happy. I'd be really happy. Yeah. That'd make me happy. Anywho. This article on Fetterman. Here we go. There is no hypocrisy in treating Dianne Feinstein and John Fetterman differently. Fetterman has effectively used technology to process speech, but there is no fixing Feinstein's increasingly worrisome memory lapses. Look at this cope from Eric Garcia.
I mean, that's technically true.
I guess so. Would you cover this one for me? You said this one to me, so.
I mean, let's yeah, but I still loved it because it was funny. It's Senator Dianne Feinstein, who looks like she's literally 30 seconds from dying.
Yeah,
the hot runs did a video on her, and they just showed a picture of her. Like, dude, her hands look fucking ancient.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the freaking bone in her hands. Like, and I mean, like, I can see the freaking metatarsals in her freaking hand. It was kind of gross. I returned to this. Was metatarsals on your foot?
Metatarsals are in your hands and feet.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say
The metatarsal is the bone that connects to the finger and the toe, either in the middle of the hand or in the middle of the foot.
My mother's a radiographer. If I couldn't do that off the top of my head, she'd probably be ashamed of me.
I only know because I shattered mine in my feet. So
oh, there we go. It's returned to the Senate this month after an extended period of time away. She reportedly recovered from shingles, and she seemed to think she was still working when asked, "Where have you been?" Which is really fucking funny. It shouldn't be, but it's the Democrats, so I don't fucking care. But the American public is more concerned about whether the 89-year-old, who is the oldest member of the Senate, has lost the cognitive ability. Really? She needs to represent her state. Well, not really. I mean, most people in California to begin with. Joe Newell...
She represents the average Californian in terms of mental acuity.
Yeah, and that's okay. In that regard, she's actually a perfect fit as a representative.
Exactly, perfect.
Yeah.
Represents them here.
Yeah, Jim Newell of Slate reported that when another reporter asked Feinstein about her long absence, she responded, "No, I haven't been gone. I should follow the. I haven't been gone. I've been working."
Oh, metacarpals are in the hand. Metatarsals are in the feet. Okay, thank you, Keebler. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, I knew there was a difference between the two. At the same time, conservatives are making dishonest comparisons between Feinstein and 53-year-old Senator John Fetterman, who had a stroke during his tour. Basically, they're both unwell and shouldn't be anywhere near the levels of power.
Yeah.
And that's fucking obvious. Campaigned for the position and took time away from this year to undergo treatment for depression. I mean, hell, if I looked like him and I could think like him, I would be depressed as fuck as well. Fetterman has used closed caption to understand what people are saying. But he still doesn't know what they're saying, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I can see the words, but I still don't know what the hell they mean.
Yeah.
And again, people from Pennsylvania are fucking idiots. Occasionally he stumbles over words because you can't understand them.
It's not people from Pennsylvania. It's people in the cities, as always, man.
Yeah. Well, much is put together. He said the ridicule he got after his debate performance with Republican Amendment Oz contributed to his depression. Dude, if you can't handle the debate...
Oh, he got... Okay, I was not gonna play this till later,
it.
but I actually have a thing I want to play right after this article.
Which is?
The guy who got so owned by Nuance Bro that he had to go to the hospital. And I want to play Tim Pool's video in particular because I've been watching Tim for years. I've never seen Tim laugh like I've seen Tim laugh at things. I've never seen him laugh like this.
Yes. See, Drew Holden in the Washington Press Beacon said the press was being hypocritical by intensely covering Feinstein's decline, but not calling into question Fetterman's ability to do his job. So hold on.
Sorry, I just saw that.
Are you trying to say that the Washington press needs to do more to be critical of both?
Yeah, I don't know what this article. You sent this to me. I don't know what their point is.
Yeah, because
let's keep
judging
going,
by
though.
that sentence, that's the impression that I get. It sounds like they're saying like you're only biased towards the one, not the other.
Right? Yeah, it's also what brings up. People were mean to me, and I'm a politician. Yeah, ask Donald Trump how that feels. How about that?
Yeah, Trump just says, "Oh, I like it because
they've called him literally every name and accused him of every crime in the book."
If the press doesn't like you, it means you're doing something right.
The guy tried to challenge Nuance Bro to a rematch after he got out of the psych ward. I saw Nuance Bro told him like, "Yo," like where he said he felt bad about the guy got so fucking owned that he had to go to the hospital. We'll watch it. Hang on, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's deal with Fetterman now. Let's deal with this vegetable first. Then we'll deal with the other one.
Let's see. Donald Trump doesn't call him a vegetable. Based. In the National Review, Noah Rothman, who has written columns for MSNBC, compared to Fetterman's stumbles as he recently questioned a Silicon Valley bank CEO to Feinstein's memory lapses. That was fucking painful, by the way. Pointed out how Democrats mocked the nonsensical ramblings of Herschel Walker, the former football player and Republican who ran a failed campaign to represent Georgia in the Senate. That's not biased language at all, is it? Now,
I know. No, not even a little bit. No, not MSNBC biased.
Yeah, not at all.
Never.
Yeah, conservatives like Fetterman, or likening Fetterman, I was going to say fucking hell, and to Feinstein are making it clear that they're fundamentally misunderstanding what disability and accommodations mean. No, they're both disabled just for different reasons, and they both need to be accommodated into a home and or place with a planning.
Yes, we're not conflating them. Feinstein is senile because she's ancient.
And the other one is stroke suffering fucking mental
And
patient.
he's had a stroke.
Yes.
We're saying they're both not able to fulfill their duties as politicians.
They're both a
Not
medical
that-
liability.
Yes, not that their conditions are identical. This is this stupid idiot, Eric. Like, it's so funny when they do stuff like this. Like, let me use my solipsistic powers of brain understanding of other people to be able to figure out what conservatives really mean inside their own heads because I'm a mind reader. Yeah, shut up, Eric. Whatever. Like, you could try listening, but no.
That is
Never
how
do that.
almost all leftist articles are like.
Oh yeah, it's just mind reading. It's
Yes,
always mind reading.
and the thing
Here's
is-
what I think the conservatives are doing. Because
Yes, and if you
by the way, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. They are.
yes, and the thing is, if you read this stuff on a daily basis, you'll realize how absolutely fucking utterly insane the left really is. Like, I kind of want to do an article, and probably will do a video on it as well, just because I just want to call it "How to Read News,"
Yeah.
because I feel like the most important thing I could repeat, and I should actually do a video on this, and then I want to say this in every single video I do. It's just like, stop thinking that there is a thing as Democrats and Republicans. There isn't. There's no such thing as Democrats, Republicans. There's no such thing as liberals or conservatives. It's not even left or right anymore. Like Lionel Nation did a video about this. He just said the two sides is right now is just between people who are sane and people who are crazy.
I mean,
And that's it.
I tend to agree. I hate to. I did bring it up earlier, but I really would. I showed you my video that I worked on with Christian, right? The short video, I did, like 10-minute
Oh
video.
yeah, the thing you told me to read.
Not to read the video I made.
Oh yeah.
That sent to Christian. I almost want to play it, but I don't want to like step on Christian's video because why don't I play a little bit of it? Because I want Christian's video to get played. But actually, it's because a lot of this it goes into this. Christian's channel is way more philosophy based than mine is. Hang on, Google Drive. But I'm gonna play just like the first minute or like 3 minutes of the video that I put together for him.
You can skip to the next article after this one because you basically know what these idiots are gonna say.
Yeah, we know it. We get the point. So
Yeah.
it's just
We're salty that two people are basically mentally incompetent to be, and conservatives being mean to us, which is basically it.
right. There's
While
no reason
Aiden
this is
does
a problem
that-
if someone sees the, it's fine. Here we go. Whoops, that's not right. I mean it is right, but that's not what I meant to post. Okay. Whoops, that's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna post just to play a little bit of the first part here, because it's relevant to
It's really
this.
weird seeing
There
two
are
of them
many-
on the stream.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, weird, right?
vectors through which we could possibly examine the collectivist nature of leftist ideology and its manifestation in political thought and ultimately action. As Christian mentioned, the foundational theories of much of what the modern left currently does arises from the likes of Rousseau, but other theoretical frameworks have helped create the modern leftist paradigm, including the Whig interpretation of history, initially
Right.
described by Herbert Butterfield, and the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels. The former glorifies the present and the future while denigrating the past, painting history as a perpetual march forward towards progress. We see this in much of leftist thought, that anything old is tainted with the sins of the past, be it racism, sexism, colonialism, etc., and part of this progressive march means things necessarily must always get better over time, and this is accomplished by eliminating and even destroying the past. The latter, drawn from Hegelian dialectics most directly, also dates back more seminally to Rousseau and as far back as Plato, but most simply seeks to resolve the contradictions of societal thesis and antithesis, to discover what is true by comparing opposites in order to rise above them, to discover the true nature of things, which in the dialectical materialist sense refers specifically to class structure and conflict. In the specific case of dialectical materialism, the thesis and antithesis would be to observe a wealthy society that still contains poor people. Thus, the dialectical solution is to resolve these contradictions via, for example, the redistribution of wealth. For modern leftism, however, the dialectic does not end at materialism. It instead is used broadly and intersectionally in every imaginable social contradiction in Western societies. White versus non-white, heterosexual versus homosexual, cis versus trans, normal weight versus obese, and so on ad infinitum. How this dialectic interacts with the Whig view of history is such that because society must always be progressing and improving, because that's how history works, the dialectical problems must perpetually be addressed and answered by solving all of these contradictions, such as to remove all differences between people, all contradiction. So, why do these theories seemingly appeal to only certain people? The work of Dr. Jonathan. Okay, that's my introduction. I'm gonna leave the rest for Christian's video. So watch his video if you want to see the rest of it. But I thought that it was kind of like gets into some of the, you know, the philosophy behind why they're like this, right? Is that you have to constantly like determine, you know, differences between things and et cetera,
Yes,
and then figure out
we didn't have something to do, we'd all kill ourselves.
Right. Oh man, there was something
I'm starting to think is not actually a bad idea.
I had a good segue here, and I can't remember now what it was. They said it wasn't going to play till later, but now, dang, now I've forgotten what it was. Shoot.
Next.
Yeah, let's just move on though. Okay, I guess I can't remember what my segue was.
Well done.
It was something to do with. Oh no, I do. It was the nuance bro thing. Hang on.
Oh yeah, from one person who.
Yeah. Okay.
Nuance bro, only guy, hospital, him laughing.
Yes, I got it. Let's bring up the. Do you want to do this on the watch together?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Let me stop sharing my screen for a moment. And I'll pop this into the watch together real quick. Because I again, I could have, one sec, because I have a timestamp here. What's the timestamp on it? Okay.
Breaking news, Ron DeSantis is officially running for president.
Yes, we knew that was happening, though.
And he's going to get his ass kicked.
Well, yeah, I think so. Here we go. Okay. Let me turn Tim up just a little bit, a little faster.
Aiden
just
stole this from a group of black youths. I think she stole it
yeah,
back,
of course.
What you meant to say.
Do you have the... Tell me when you got the watch together up.
I do have.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Story is as such. This young man, who is a content creator for Gen Z for Change, here we have them on TikTok, Gen Z for Change, made the outrageous...
By the way, paid for by the Democrat Party.
...claim in a Twitter space that 30% of black people were shot every year, or something to that effect. Let me play for you the clip where Nuance Bro, we've had on the show a commentator, I guess you consider him fairly moderate. He doesn't really take sides. He just kind of calls people out if they're, you know, if he perceives them to be hypocritical, or he generally just, he's his own guy. He's his own guy.
Takes the side
but he gets Nuance Bro typically gets a lot of respect from people in the more disaffected liberal libertarian space.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No, he said he just takes the side of being right.
Yeah.
And in this video of a Twitter space, he owns this kid so hard, the kid has to go to the hospital. Let me show you the clip first. I'll play it for you, and then I'll show you the sequence of events which ultimately lead Gen Z for Change, progressive Democrat Gen Zer, to going to the ICU. Let me play this clip. Here we go.
No. You're telling me 13.2 million black people are getting shot and killed unarmed every year.
There's context to that. There's definitely context to those.
Oh, there's
You're
context
fucking
to that?
crazy, dude. That's like a fucking Holocaust. And dude, every black person would be dead in like fucking 3 years. Like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. What are you saying?
Yet we're still dying.
Dude,
in
you know what the actual answer is?
White.
Jeremy, do you know what the actual answer is? Because I actually have the real numbers. You've clearly never done. I'm fucking mind blown right now, dude. The real number by Washington Post, keep tracks of this. Unarmed black people shot by police, men and women. It's usually like 10 people, dude. It's like 10, maybe like 20 in a year. Sometimes it's like 8. You know, it's fluctuating. It's like 7 to like 22, maybe. Like that's what it is. Not million. Like that's just total. Do you believe that?
I'm gonna have to do more research. If you send me the link, I'll look.
You were
Oh,
claiming,
does that sound familiar
like,
to you? Hang on, one sec. Pause. Does that sound familiar to that woman we heard earlier saying, I'm gonna need to do more research? Can you send me a link? Can you have a link for that? Do you have a source for that? This man had just claimed that 30% of the total black population was killed by cops every year. If that was true, of course, there would be no more black people in the United States after about 5 years. You know what I mean? Like, I guess if it's 30%, it gets progressively smaller and smaller in terms of numbers. But like, if that were the case at the same numbers and levels, there'd be no more black people in the U.S. in about 4 years.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 Chicagos a year, which gets brought up, right? Yep.
13.2 million. You said 30% of the entire black population. That is crazy.
You're wrong. Dude,
Yeah.
Did you see? I was watching Michael Malice yesterday, and I think it was in one of the letters he called people who are from Chicago Chicagorillas, and I thought that was hilarious. And like, that is probably too offensive these days. Now keep in mind he grew up during like Prohibition era, so that's probably why he said that. But I still think that that statement still holds true for the day. And fuck all of you, it's still funny.
Yes, Rat King. Maybe I didn't make that clear, but like Marx's dialectic comes from Hegel. It comes from him studying Hegel, but I don't think necessarily understanding Hegel. Right? You can't put the evil of Marx on Hegel. Let's continue with this.
Play.
Wait, what?
That is insane.
Like 20 to 30%.
Dude, legit, if Harry and Chris were in here even right now, they would be like, dude, what the fuck? We got to tell Elise to fire this guy. This guy's fucking nuts. Like, he's out of his fucking mind. He's smoking more crack than fucking Hunter Biden. Like, this is insane.
Dude, that's 2 Chicago's worth of black people.
Yeah.
2 Chicago's worth of black people a year. I love it. Oh, Tim, dude. That's why I wanted to play this version, because I've never seen Tim laugh like this.
Can't believe what I'm hearing. Like, they don't have enough bullets to fucking do that, probably.
Okay, is 15 to 20% fair then?
No!
Because then it's like 6.
Do you know numbers?
I love how he bargained. I love how he bargained with him. Okay, well, 30%. He's talking about statistics, about reality. And he's like, okay, well, maybe 30% isn't right, but how about 15 to 20? We could agree on that fake statistic.
Like 20%, that's a fifth. So you're saying that 12 million black people get killed every year. Like, are you insane?
So again, in 5 years, they would not exist anymore.
Okay, hold on a second. That's 12 million a year.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you were to divide that by 365, that is 32,876 black people being killed on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, he doesn't know what a percentage. He doesn't understand what per capita means. This is the thing. Like, look, if you can if my channel does nothing else, if I can do nothing else in this world, it's try to explain basic things like basic statistical ideas like per capita. I know I usually go a little bit. I usually talk about more advanced. I stopped doing. I used to do a series. I did like 3 episodes on it, and I stopped doing it. Where it was like, how do I into statistics? I stopped doing it because I didn't get any views, which is probably not a good thing. I haven't done it in years.
369 people being killed every hour.
Yes, there's 1,000 black people being killed every hour in the United States by them racist cops.
Yeah, and that's the 25. That's the 20%. That's not even a third.
Gosh, how funny. I mean, but this guy. He's indoctrinated. He listens to insane leftist media, and now he believes. And by the way, he works for a group that's paid for by the Democrat Party. He believes absolute insanity because this is what he hears all around him. Is that black people? There's 1,000 black people being killed every hour.
Numbers? Like, what did you get in math class? What grades did you get to? Like, I can't believe. Have you never talked to anybody like about this issue, like with numbers ever? I am like, guys.
So that's basically 23 black people being killed a minute.
Yep. But he believes it but if you watched nothing but MSNBC, you might think that too.
Imagine being so stupid to think that there's 22 black people or 23 black people being killed per minute.
Yeah.
Are you out of your mind? I mean,
Callum is shaking and sweating right now.
People in the audience, can I get some reactions in here? Like, what are you guys thinking about this? Like, are you guys as shocked as I am? Like, this is insane. This is crazy. You don't even have to know about the crime issue at all to know what these claims are insane.
Literally.
He said, after 2 minutes of this, is 15 to 20% fair, making the argument that 15 to 20% of the black population is shot and killed every year, which is the most insane thing. And this person makes content for Gen Z for change, claiming all this progressive stuff about young people. Dude,
we get the picture here.
Can I just say, if if Gen Z actually believe this, it tells me Gen Z are fucking retards that can't do math.
I do think that there's probably some truth to that.
That means that you basically within
they don't
under 10 years, the entire population would be killed.
Right? Yeah, they'd all be dead. They don't
by cops.
They don't understand. They don't. Who's the guy speaking? It's Nuance Bro. Who, if you're not familiar with him, check out his channel. He does great work. A Tato Chip for €2 says, "Had you not eaten breakfast, how would you feel?" I don't understand the question. Thank you, though.
There was a question.
What? I don't understand. DRT is King for 2 says, "Asian women are hotter, especially the pale ones." Junebug for 2 says, "I see a lot of BP hate other BP. Oh, black people hate other black people." Yeah. Does seem that way.
Especially in prisons.
So that was just a funny thing. There's something in the Fetterman talk that brought that up. I can't remember what it was now.
Who is
but
stupid enough to believe this?
I mean, apparently him being fact checked on this was so devastating to his life that he had to check himself into a hospital.
Congratulations, you're an idiot.
Yep.
And
Anywho,
you are such a little bitch boy that data and numbers get. Well, no wonder people think numbers are racist.
Yeah, because look
they're
how
so devastating they can put you in fucking hospital.
To me, as largely as a statistician, I mean, I'm a social scientist, but largely what I do is stats. It is hilarious, but also horrifying. I'm going to share my screen because we're going to go back to other stuff. So I've got some Biden stuff for you guys. This is also this ties in because we were talking about Nancy. Well, we're talking about not Nancy Pelosi, Feinstein, the other ancient mummy.
So someone showed this. I think it was the Austrians. They showed this. They showed a picture of Feinstein, and I don't know if this is true, but the picture that they held up of her, she is so old. When this picture was taken, colored photos didn't even exist yet.
Dang.
That's how fucking old she is.
I mean, to be fair, I think there's
Why
probably
in the
there's
name
like
of
photos of
God?
my mom and dad as kids before color photography. But,
Yeah, but here's the thing: they're not the ones running in the fucking Senate.
my parents are in their 60s.
Yes,
Oh,
but
late
again,
50s, 60s. Yeah.
again, not running the Senate.
Yeah, exactly. But late 50s, 60s isn't so bad. Feinstein is 89. So here's Biden.
He's 109.
Listen to this though.
With Nancy leading the way, you never had to worry about whether the bill would pass. If she said she had the votes every time. If she had the votes, so many life-changing pieces of legislation. She helped rescue the economy in the Great Depression.
She helped rescue the economy in the Great Depression. Biden claims that Nancy Pelosi rescued the economy. Look, Biden, I know you're old. She's older. Actually, is she older than him?
I think
But
so.
holy shit, she's not that old.
Let me look. Pelosi is. Let's have a look here.
How old is Nancy? While you pull it up, I'm gonna move on to some Ron DeSantis stuff. It talks about Florida. Here's a Democratic activist, Aisha C. Mills, talking about why Florida is a terrible state. So,
Give me a fucking.
I know you want to talk about
83.
DeSantis.
Yeah, she is older.
Only barely though. So I don't know how much you said you want to talk about DeSantis running a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel like we've exhausted that. I've said what I've had to say about it is that he should absolutely not run against Trump. It's only going to divide the Republican Party. It's
That's the
stupid.
point.
I know, and is
Because-
that why you think he's a globalist shill?
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Like he is a useful idiot. I don't know if
I mean,
he
he's
knows
been
that.
he's been a good governor, but like, yeah, he needs to stop this. This is not stop.
Like, dude,
Stop it.
Like, this is the thing. You are either insanely arrogant or you're a complete moron who has no political acumen. Because 4 years from now, Trump can't run anymore if he wins now. And then you could easily just ride his coattails and just say, hey, look, I want your endorsement, and then you can go from there. But you want to run now,
Yeah.
which you get what for? What the fuck do you get out of running now? You absolute idiot. Like, this tells me you have no political acumen whatsoever. You're just doing this because you're a vindictive little bitch.
Stop it.
This is how I feel.
What is it that you're doing here? Stop. 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 Stop it. Stop. Stop. I'm your friend, and I'm not gonna just stand around and let you do this. Stop. Stop.
I know I've played this before, but
stop it. Stop. Stop it.
Stop. Please stop. Please just fucking stop, my dude.
You know what that reminds me of?
DeSantis. What?
That reminds me of Russia and Ukraine.
The clip applies to so many things. Just stop. DeSantis, stop. Anyway, here's something funny, though.
Aisha, I have talked for 7 years about the asymmetry of covering Trumpism in America, something so audacious and so unimaginable that the normal ways of...
Trumpism so audacious and so unimaginable. I'm tickled tonight, man. Like, I'm in a mood.
I have to point this out because I read this crap on a daily basis and it makes me hate humanity. But
I don't know. I'm jovial as fuck tonight, man. I'm in a good mood. I love laughing at this shit.
Yeah, but what's so annoying about these people is they don't actually say anything that Trump's done that's objectively bad.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah, but the question is, for how many fucking years do you listen to this shit and you go, can you please give me some substance over what this guy did that is so bad? He gave you no new wars. He gave you energy independence, low petrol prices, no inflation. What did he do that is so bad other than piss you off?
He's orange and mean. He's not very nice. He's orange and mean and a conservative. That's it. They have nothing. They have nothing. Of course they don't. Anyway, watch this.
Rapidly responding are inadequate. This seems to address that asymmetry and say, I got this. What do you think?
I think it was extremely clever, and I really appreciate the NAACP's guidance on this issue.
So, I think this happened. Did we talk about this on Friday? The NAACP has said that it's not safe.
Get a hold of
me. Yeah. So okay.
You know
so
the
NAACP.
you know the lyrics of that song?
Yeah. Most of them. The NAACP has labeled Florida as an unsafe place to visit. So that's what she's referring to.
Are you suggesting
for gays and transes and brown people because of DeSantis?
So you're basically saying that you want to voluntarily segregate Florida from the non-white population.
Non-white, non-LGBT, yeah.
Why is that bad?
But watch the hypocrisy. It's astonishing.
Dude, like every white supremacist right now is sitting there watching like, oh my god, this is fucking great.
Right. I'm sure. Like all 5 of them. But, but watch this.
That's probably already in Florida.
It's chef's kiss level hypocrisy. Watch.
Issue. I just took my family to spring break in Florida recently, and I think
Why would you say
that?
I
told you.
Why would you say that?
Florida's terrible. It's evil. You can't exist in Florida while being brown and gay, and I'm a lesbian black woman. But by the way, I just went to Florida. I just went to Florida for a holiday. I know.
Think about all of the folks who traveled there for sun and joy and peace and restoration. And to be reminded that actually this is getting to the point where Florida is about to be a terrorist state.
Oh my God. Please stop. Just make it stop. I hate people. I hate
but like you're getting mad. It's making me laugh, man.
God, I hate people. I fucking hate humans.
Oh my!
This is
so
why
funny.
If to new people, I wouldn't. Be
sometimes
like,
I hate this clown world, but it is a clown world, and therefore it is amusing.
Like
many of us here in America.
This is the kind of shit that I think of. Like, do you people in the 21st century think you're honestly smarter than your ancestors? Like, really? Because I think your ancestors would look at you and think, "My God, our descendants are fucking retards."
Florida's a terrorist state. By the way, I just vacationed there.
Certainly, as a lesbian, as a black woman, I don't want to have anything to do with the place. And I think about all the other people who don't want to travel.
Then why'd you go there for vacation?
Then why did you go there, you fucking moron?
This whole time,
it was just like progressing towards this like terrorist state, and you were like just there before they go off the cliff. Is that what you're trying to imply there?
No, she just went there last month.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like just now it's gonna be off the cliff, but you managed to clip the end like just before the lynching started. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I don't know what she's trying to say. I don't think she has a point.
No, of course not.
Just DeSantis evil.
I'm on TV,
but
and there's a camera in front of my face, and now I have to toe the party line no matter how utterly fucking insane I sound.
Yes, and by the way, it's not just her. But let's finish this.
I think it was very clever on behalf of the NAACP. I thank them for issuing this broad guidance. And, you know, really what it does is it turns a remarkable, I think, lens on the United States and highlights how bigotry and bias and ignorance do as much harm as we accuse other countries of doing to people that they suppress.
Oh, yeah, ignorance. That's interesting coming from you. She's not alone, though, in her ignorance. Hillary Clinton also says Ron DeSantis' ultra MAGA Florida isn't safe for people of color, LGBTQ plus people,
Clinton.
or even multi-billion-dollar corporations.
How about multi-billion-dollar people?
Oh, unfortunately, who can reply? Only people who Hillary Clinton mentions can reply. Of course. Of course.
That's because she's such a salty bitch we get fucking destroyed by the comment section who would own and rape her ass.
Yeah, obviously.
Also than Bill ever did.
Things Precious are not going so great for the Dems. Even the even NBC now says the FBI can't be trusted.
Dude, when
Durham
Chuck
report.
Todd is the sane one, something is horribly wrong.
I know. Recent findings from FBI Special Counsel John Durham's report, which we covered a couple weeks ago or last week, which revealed zero collusion between Trump and Russia during the 2016 presidential election, taken over American newsrooms, and during the latest episode of NBC's Meet the Press, host Chuck Todd called out the FBI and said that the federal agency has lost trust in the American people. Here we go.
If you only consume media on the right, you might be excused for thinking this week's 306-page Durham report on the Russian inquiry was a bombshell and damning.
Well, it was.
And that the investigation was an abomination and a soft coup.
Well, it was.
But Special Counsel John Durham's
please explain the buts.
Sharpest conclusions after a 4-year investigation were that the FBI suffered from confirmation bias and, quote, discounted or willfully ignored material information.
What's the fucking factual difference? It's a framing difference, but functionally, there's no difference. You just have to spin.
I countered the narrative of collusion
I
between
sort
dollars.
of disagree with his assessment of if you were on the right. Dude, if you were on the right, you wouldn't care about the fucking probe because you knew all the shit before the fucking probe ended anyway.
Yeah,
you knew
exactly.
this like 6 years ago, you fucking idiot.
Exactly. We knew this 5 years ago.
We didn't need to read right-wing news. We saw you fucking lackey shitheads who lose your fucking mind and blame Russia, and everyone with an ounce of common sense, which includes only half of the country because the other half are batshit insane. We just went, there is no way in hell this is Russia's doing. They're just salty because Hillary Clinton clearly wanted to go to war with Russia, and it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, but it does take a fucking retard to get fooled by this, and my god, does America have a lot of stupid fucking people.
Whoa, there's articles here on the side. I did see one of these earlier that I maybe wanted to cover, but I didn't see that. California to ban Skittles. I want to look at what that is. I haven't seen that in
ironic,
just a second.
Considering the main thing of Skittles is taste the rainbow. Usually,
Yeah,
they're quite in favor of that. And usually that's a ban in California.
The Spoon, Bill asked, did Trayvon die for nothing?
Oh my god.
Trump and Russia. The report recommended no wholesale changes to FBI rules for regulations or wiretaps, and Durham did not send a single person to jail, even though former President Trump once predicted that Durham...
What do you mean he didn't send he didn't send a single person to jail. That means it doesn't matter. What a lunatic kind of assessment.
...would uncover the crime of the century. That said, Dan
That's because you did.
This is not an FBI that should feel good about what Durham discovered, because at a minimum, this issue of confirmation bias goes to the heart of how James Comey seemed to worry so much about what the perception of the FBI was, that he, whether it was overdid or underdid Hillary stuff and then overdid or underdid Trump stuff.
Well, since Comey, the FBI has been under attack.
With good reason.
The Durham
With good
report,
reason, yeah.
anyways, confirms what the DOJ IG report.
It's almost identical.
It's
really.
almost identical.
Yeah.
And in some ways, backed off some of the rhetoric
Yeah, hold on a
that
second.
they had going into it.
Yep.
This guy looks like if you took Bush's father and Bill Gates and you had sex.
Ew. But yeah,
But you
true.
can see what I mean. And also, there's a bit
Yeah.
of there's a bit of
What's his name?
Turtle
Turtle.
Mitch in there. Yeah,
Turtle
thank you.
Mitch, yeah.
It's the turkey gizzard, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the gizzard, yeah.
Yeah.
But the FBI's been in a compromised position, and part of
For
that
over
has to
100
do
years.
with the nature of
Yeah,
our politics
yes.
today. The FBI has become a
The FBI is unconstitutional in the first place. So is the CIA. So is the DHS. They're all
entire
fucking
security
unconstitutional.
state.
The entire security apparatus is fucking unconstitutional.
politicized institution and a political target. And this is going to make it much more difficult for Merrick Garland as he goes forward with these investigations.
That's all we really need to see about this, is that even NBC is... Does he go back... When does he say this, though? Is it like even this little loser is like, actually... He kind of already said it, but yeah.
And I
It
don't
gets
see
worse,
any
I
way
think.
out of that anywhere in the near future.
No, and let me throw in this headline from your newspaper, Dan. FBI misused surveillance tool on January 6 suspects, BLM, Black Lives Matter arrestees, and others. Simone, look, trust in the FBI is eroding left and right. Feels like we're in the moment that we need a real church committee, that this is a moment like when the J. Edgar Hoover FBI clearly was no longer helping the American people. There was a moment. This feels like we might be in one of those moments.
You only didn't like that because J. Edgar Hoover was going after commies, and you are one too. But, I wasn't in favor of that either. But see, all of a sudden, what's happening? Where NBC is also being like, looks like the FBI overstepped.
I would say yes and no. Okay, yes, because obviously, I mean, as Dan was talking, I thought about the activists, civil rights activists, Black Lives Matter activists, Black Panthers, who have been targets of the FBI for eons and years. Okay, going back to well before.
I don't think there's any more reason to go into this. But
to be fair, I don't mind him having a go at BLM because BLM is a terrorist organization.
Yeah, obviously. But it's just curious to watch them.
Was she in the 2016 Ghostbusters?
Watch them suddenly change their opinions on the Fed boys.
No, who was the one that was
very bizarre.
Who was the one that was in the Ghostbusters movie?
The
one that
Harold Ramis?
No, in the female one that Milo had a go at.
Oh, I can't remember. Oh, the fat black woman. I can't remember her name. Anywho,
the chat will tell us.
McCarthy says he now thinks
that's the one.
Leslie Jones. The FBI Director Christopher Wray will hand over a document that Rep. James Comer claims outlines criminal bribery scheme involving President Biden and a foreign national.
This is to get rid of Biden.
Yes, it is.
And make him an electoral liability.
Yes, I think that
they will happily throw him under the bus.
This is interesting. The FBI has denied, but I'll just read the headlines here. McCarthy has declared the FBI is poised to hand over a potentially damning document involving Biden after a call with the Bureau's director. They've now said they're not going to do this, by the way. Appearing for an interview with Sunday, the rep offered some insight as to what transpired between him and Christopher Wray during the Promised Friday call. The call came a day after feds rebuffed a subpoena requesting a still unseen report. The request was sent by House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer. The FBI is now saying no, by the way, so sorry, McCarthy. They're saying no on that. But there was something else interesting that came out about the fucking Fed boys.
Which is?
The FBI improperly used warrantless search powers more than 278,000 times in 2021, FISA court filing reveals.
That's about like 740 something a day.
Yep. They just did it. I mean, what an astonishing figure. Nearly 300,000 times in 2021 alone. The FBI just did whatever the fuck they wanted.
761 a day.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. And you telling me that this institution doesn't abuse its power?
Apparently not.
There's a reason why Kennedy wanted to blow these people into the wind.
Yep.
And I think Trump would actually be the one to fucking try.
Yeah, how many
Because
Chicagos
Trump has
is
a
that?
bone to how many Chicago.
Right. Just read a little bit of this. FBI improperly used it. U.S. citizens covered in that improper effort included people involved in the Capitol riot and Jan 6, George Floyd protesters, and donors to a failed congressional candidate, the filing said. Section 702 of Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act allows the government to conduct targeted surveillance of non-U.S. persons located abroad to acquire foreign intelligence. When U.S. citizens are flagged as part of these investigations, the FBI takes over the process of querying them for possible security reasons. The court filing, which spanned 127 pages, was unsealed Friday by the FISC, but was filed in April of 2022. As Director Ray has made clear, the errors described in the foreign intelligence surveillance, so they used the FISA, foreign intelligence, to spy on U.S. citizens, nearly 300,000 times. A senior FBI official told Fox News Friday, as a result, the audits that revealed these instances of non-compliance, the FBI charged its querying procedures to make sure these errors do not happen again. Oh, I'm sure it'll never happen again. Yeah, whatever. Screw you. Let's watch Tim Scott and The View's insane take on him, shall we?
Oh, God, The View.
Yeah. Time for The View, everybody. Prepare for cringe.
Tim Scott.
All right, I've got it up in the watch together whenever you are ready. All right, there we go.
Yesterday formally announced his campaign for presidency and laid out what he thinks the American people want. Take a look.
Do you think GOP voters want...
I can guarantee you he knows more about what the people want than you do.
Absolutely, Whoopi.
Someone carrying a Bible, or do they want someone driving a bulldozer into the Democrats?
The truth is that...
Both.
Yeah, why not both? Por qué no los dos?
What people really want is an optimistic, positive, conservative, who has a backbone, but also believes that the best is yet to come. I don't think you have to be a...
To be fair, we are very low right now. It isn't, you can only go up from
right
here, so...
And here's the thing with Tim Scott. I like everything I've seen from him. I think it's fine for him to run. DeSantis, I think, needs to stay in his lane.
Yes.
But Tim Scott's fine. He would be another good pick for VP for Trump.
Yes. Personally, I would like Byron Donald. But he's also from Florida, which presents the problem.
So that one can't happen. And then the other one...
Larry Elder might...
Larry Elder would be a good choice. Carrie Lake has lost that. She's saying she's going to take it to the Supreme Court. Carrie Lake's a potential there. I'd rather it be Tim Scott, though, or...
Marjorie Taylor Greene would be a fun choice.
Marjorie Taylor Greene would be fun, or Larry Elder. But I think Larry Elder or Tim Scott, I'd like over either.
I think the best one for sticks would be Rand Paul.
Rand would be great. I think Larry Elder is the best choice, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I actually think so as well.
But Tim Scott's not a bad choice. Rand is not a bad choice. Carrie Lake or Marjorie Taylor Greene are not bad choices either.
That wasn't if you pick someone that wasn't political at all.
Why must we endure The View every week, Aiden? Why do you hate us? I don't hate you guys. It's just that they're so funny. They're so silly. Yes, we're just mocking them. But Tim Scott's a good pick. Tim Scott would be... It's fine for him to run. Again, the only person I think shouldn't fucking be in the race is DeSantis. Like, because he will split it in a way that nobody else would. Well, we all know the nominee is Trump, okay? Yeah. It's fine if other people run, and then Trump picks one of them as his running mate. That's the normal process of things.
This is the thing. DeSantis has nothing to gain right now by running. He is going to
let's
end
do a
his
poll
political career.
Trump VP. Let's say Larry Elder, Tim Scott, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'll throw in Carrie. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Carrie Lake. Or what do you think? I can only put 4. Rand Paul.
Yeah.
All right. How do you guys feel about it? Let's see.
Oh, in that list, I'd go Larry Elder.
Yeah.
Pessimist to be strong.
It doesn't sound like former President Trump is worried about you.
Well, I'll say this, I'd appreciate his vote as well. So the truth of the matter is that I do think that the power of persuasion is necessary for the next president. I happen to look forward to being that next president. And so I will take all votes I can get from anyone, anywhere, anytime as I head into this election.
Would you ever try to overturn an election you lost?
No.
So, what are we actually seeing here? What's happening?
Well, isn't he Professor Positive? Unlike
He is going to say something that is going to make all of you make throttling gestures at your screen.
I know.
Trump, everything's bad. There's doomsday. He's more in the Reagan-esque morning in America.
That's because everything right now is bad, you fucking entitled,
Yes, literally.
spoiled, old, white fucking hag bitch.
Everything's bad, yeah.
Literally everything in the country is objectively worse under this president, or whoever the fucking hell is running the executive, because it's sure the hell isn't Biden, than the previous dude. You just saying that shows you how fucking out of touch you really are. And I'm betting you didn't even fucking know that. Because you're an idiot.
No, she lives in a bubble in LA or wherever, you know.
Things are fabulous. And
Well, yes.
he's also hedging his bets. He doesn't really go out and say he's not pro-choice exactly.
That's the first fucking thing.
Good.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, yeah, of course. Women, dude, women. The first thing that matters is, I need to be able to kill my baby.
Although he did say...
Don't worry, your time is long past, though.
What did he say?
Bitch, the last time you had to worry about fucking pregnancy, Carter was the fucking president.
That he would vote for anything they put on the table, the Republicans. So he is not pro-choice. And he's one of these guys...
Aiden, I hate women. I
know.
Fucking hate women.
Who's Tim Scott? The black man who was speaking at the beginning of this clip.
Like Clarence Thomas.
And who they're talking
black
about.
Republican who believes in pulling yourself by your bootstraps rather...
Yes, it's almost like the fact that they exist kind of disproves your fucking white systemic racism shit narrative.
Yep.
Which I'm pretty
Exactly.
sure she's going to fucking mention.
Again, who we have put on this list, on like a short list, there's two black men. That Tim Scott, I think, doesn't have a lot. He doesn't have the recognition.
Yeah.
That a lot of people in the chat don't know who he is. He's only got 5%. Larry Elder has far more recognition. A lot of people know MTG and Rand Paul. Tim Scott has, which can be a good thing though, by the way, to be less well known can be a good thing in a VP. I've liked everything I've seen from Tim Scott for the most part. Conservative Christian who seems to actually live by it, not like a Mike Pence type, you know what I mean?
Vivek Ramaswamy would be a good choice for VP as well.
Vivek Ramaswamy would be a good one as well, where, you know, and it sucks that it has to be this way, but it does matter to some people to be like, oh, you need a black person or a brown person or a woman. However, there's a lot of very good politicians who I like who are women or non-white people in the United States who I think are worth. It's got to be Trump though. It's got to be Trump on the main ticket. But
Tim Scott knows he doesn't have a chance.
No, that's again, I think he's doing this as just a way to get his name out there more than anything, which is fine. You're making your name for yourself as a politician.
Better than Tim Scott,
yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'd say if I redid this poll, maybe we'll do a couple rounds of polling, right? So Larry Elder and Rand are sort of neck and neck. Larry's leading, but we'll do a couple rounds of this, and then I'll throw in Vivek and Carrie Lake. I'll throw her in the next round.
Understanding the systemic racism that
Told you.
African Americans face in this country and other minorities. He doesn't get it.
Other minorities. Hold on. Let me just try and understand this. Are you saying, you stupid white bitch, that minorities have a whole bunch of things in common just because they're minorities? So you telling me that someone on the Asian continent that has nothing to do with black people in Africa at fucking all, but if you were to bring them in America, they would somehow galvanize just based on the fact that they're both minorities? Do you realize how fucking stupid that sounds?
Real fucking stupid. But she doesn't realize that.
That's not only offensive, that is straight up fucking retarded.
Yeah.
God, I hate white women.
Neither does Clarence.
Right.
And that's why they're Republicans.
Yeah.
Why is that funny? That doesn't even make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Just like, haha, Republicans are stupid. They've been making the same joke for 25 years.
I like Tim Scott. I could vote for Tim Scott. I like the optimism. It's such a juxtaposition to Trump.
Alyssa's supposed to, by the way, Alyssa's supposed to be the conservative on the panel. That's like why she's there. She's not a conservative, but...
Do you know how many conservatives are happy that Trump's main thing is, hey, I hate everyone and I want to go in there and smack the shit out of everyone? Everyone's like, oh my fucking god, hell yes. That's fairly optimistic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not even American, and even I'm like, oh god, yes, please do that. It'll be funny as hell to watch. And I know Trump has 4 years left. He doesn't have to worry about re-election, which means he's just gonna go in there like a fucking ball. Like, I'm just gonna kill everyone who gets in my way. Which I'm totally okay with.
Yeah, as am I.
Realistic though, Trump is polling at 50%. If you combine everyone in the field right now, their collective polling still doesn't beat Donald Trump's.
DeSantis, why would you get in the race? Seriously.
I know.
Even with everyone else's support, you would still come up short. And that's only because you're 5 inches short.
Exactly.
So the way to beat him, I would suggest is
You have no shot in hell of beating him. Concede, you fucking dumb bitch.
that you
I
need
put another
to
poll up as
take
well.
him on directly without alienating his voters.
There's no way in hell you're able to do that.
Yeah.
You can't.
No. Not even a little.
Yeah, this is statistically speaking, it is an impossibility. There is no way in hell you're going to harm Trump, outdo Trump because he's a private sector guy, and then still somehow get his voters on board. You are not going to fucking do this. He is going to be the nominee. Everything else you're doing is just fucking retarded.
It's a foregone conclusion that Trump's the nominee.
Everyone
Sorry.
knows this.
Yeah.
This is just wishful thinking, you absolute spastic muppets.
I've myself am guilty of falling into the trap because I dislike the man so much, of being like, he could never be president again. He shouldn't get the nomination. 74 million people voted for him. Everyone here has someone in their life who's a Trump supporter. Those people still exist and they need to be persuaded. So you need a candidate.
What the? Like, no.
You sound like a cultist right now.
Yes, you're so clueless about how average people think. Everyone has someone in their life with a Trump supporter. Okay, yeah, because
why do you think
half
they like
half
Trump?
of the country, more than half the country, in my opinion,
Like him.
well, likes him, even if they don't support him. They are like, I kind of like the guy.
And also, this is the other
Despite
thing.
all your best attempts, 7 years now of constant shitting on him.
I think that's
You know?
starting to wear off because people are looking at it like, remember when I was a Trump's like, remember when I was in charge when petrol was like $1.50?
People do remember.
Yeah, do you remember?
People
when-
remember
when-
because when they had more money in their wallet.
Exactly. Trump can just
People
go,
remember
were
that
you better
stuff.
off now when I was in power, or were you better off now? And I'd say over 75% will go, give me that fucking guy. Because when he ran the ship, I had way more fucking money. And I didn't have to worry about this dumb shit.
The poll's interesting. It's still leaning very hard on Larry Elder, but when I put Carrie Lake in, Carrie's got 30% versus Rand, because originally it was pretty close between Rand and Larry, but when I put Carrie Lake in, people seem to be more fond of Carrie than Rand.
You guys all sim for women, you disgust me.
Well, Carrie's not doing anything, to be fair. You know what I mean? Like she's not. So
But she's
she's
sexy.
like but I'm saying she's freed up. Like she has no post that. Let's be fair about why Carrie might be a good pick. Because Carrie's not doing anything. Because she's right. Because the free and fair elections.
Arizona is fucking fucked.
In Arizona, I know. So I definitely understand the appeal of Carrie. Absolutely triggers the left. She's
probably more than Trump
again,
does, actually.
Yeah, Carrie Lake is a good pick. Carrie Lake or Larry Elder or Rand. I think that a lot of people like Vivek as well. But I think that
I would be okay with any one of those four, actually.
Larry's brain runs SPSS. Yeah, I think his brain does run SPSS. SPSS is a statistics program.
Who's going to challenge Trump, but also persuade people. And Ron,
You are not going to persuade people away from Trump. Get this through your head, you dozy bint.
DeSantis, who we hit
Yes, I still need to do a t-shirt with that phrase.
a lot, but I thought he did something kind of smart in terms of going after Trump.
Okay, the smart thing to do would be to not do anything and then run after Trump is done. You fucking idiot.
I didn't know. Hang on. I didn't forget to put Carrie Lake in the first poll. I only get 4 options. I wanted to put her in, but I put in Marjorie Taylor Greene instead. So that's why I did 2 rounds.
Who's your favorite Marvel and DC superheroes? I don't follow comic book characters, so I don't have one.
Marvel, Daredevil. That's kind of obvious. DC. Give me a second.
I'm not a
who's my
nerdy
favorite
person,
DC
so,
hero? Oh, that's so hard. Who would I pick?
Yeah, Larry is better in, he's more aggressive in the arguments. Oh my god. I just realized something.
Yeah.
Can you
Well, I think, hang on.
imagine... Kamala Harris debating Larry Elder.
Oh, that would be
Oh
amazing,
my
wouldn't it?
God. I'm like drooling almost just thinking about it. He would knock the fuck out of her. She wouldn't exist by the end of the debate. She would short circuit and lose her fucking mind.
Oh, sorry. My favorite DC character, Aiden. It's Blue Beetle. Ted Cord.
Sorry, I'm just picturing...
Don't worry about it.
I'm just picturing Kamala Harris debating Larry Elder. I'm like, oh God, that'll be fucking funny. She can't play the race
Put
card.
out a thing, a tweet
exactly.
showing that
She will anyway, and she'll basically call him an Uncle Tom. You know she would. It would be so amazing too to watch
Yes.
that, considering
Right.
she's not black.
Yeah.
more money.
He could easily spin the back on it, by the way. He could just say, didn't you beat the crap out of Biden in the debate, and as soon as he asked you to be his VP, you sucked his dick?
Yeah. Blue
Yeah.
Beetle's not black now. The one of the Blue Beetles is Jaime Reyes, who's Hispanic. Who I also quite like Jaime Reyes, but yeah.
Hispanic knockoff.
Ted Cord.
Going after DeSantis than helping boost Republicans in the 2022 midterms. That's effective to a Republican primary voter. We need to see more of that.
He's the only one, DeSantis, just a quickie. DeSantis is the only one, I'm informed, who has a nickname, Ron DeSanctimonious. The others he hasn't given a nickname to.
give him time.
But
Because they're not important, that's why.
Right.
shows you, but he doesn't go after Nikki Haley or Tim Scott yet. So that means he's...
Because they're not polling anywhere. you
Exactly.
fucking stupid
That's
bitch.
the reason why he's going after DeSantis, because DeSantis is the one person who poses any threat at all. And I don't think it's a serious threat, but he's the only person who poses any threat to Trump.
Is the reason Sitch vetoed covering the debates? Yeah, because Sitch simps for the Dems, that's why.
scared of DeSantis still, I think.
Oh, I don't know about that.
DeSantis is trailing.
I think that's
Right.
accurate because if you look at the polling, at least
I don't think you've thought a coherent thought in your entire fucking life, woman.
from Real Clear Politics, 56.3% polling average for Trump. DeSantis is closest to him, 19.4%. And
I want to hear that again. Hold on.
Yeah, go back. Yeah, go back.
But he doesn't go after Nikki Haley or Tim
absurdity
Scott
of
yet.
this gap.
So that
I know.
means he's scared of DeSantis still, I think, even though DeSantis is trailing.
I think that's accurate because if you
Listen
look
to
at the
this.
polling, at least from Real Clear Politics,
Which is polling aggregate, by the way, so it's not
Okay,
just one poll.
yes. Yep.
56.3% polling average for Trump. DeSantis is closest to him, 19.4%.
At 19
56 to 19.
to 19. Does she not understand? She's like, well, DeSantis is closest.
That's a
At
like,
19.
what, 37 point gap? 47?
Yeah, at 19%. I mean, it's
Yeah, it's 37.
it's a pretty significant gap. Holy
That's
shit!
almost
I love how
twice.
she. Don't you love how she says it though with conviction, like it's close.
And so, and Tim Scott is 1.8%. I mean, he's sort of a non-factor at this point, and I don't think
So is DeSantis, you fucking goon?
you know.
Yeah, honestly,
I don't think his platform is mainstream enough to have him beat these other candidates. And I think there's a real MAGA base that's going to come out for Trump and also going to come out for Sanctimonious.
What about you?
Well,
don't you love how they've picked up like Trump's memes are so strong? Even they're using them. Even they're calling him Ron DeSanctimonious, which I didn't even think was a great meme, but even they're using it.
Yeah.
That's so curious, isn't it? It seems also, by the way, almost a deadlock between Larry Elder and Carrie Lake. 32% to Larry Elder and 31% to Carrie.
I could have just called him
Interesting.
Little D.
Huh?
Ron
Oh, Little
DeSantis.
D. Yeah, Little D.
Yeah. And that could be to his height or his penis. I don't know.
Also, best villains. DC's villains are. Oof. I'm gonna for Marvel villains. Stiltman is number one. I love Stiltman, and I am unapologetic Stiltman stan.
Glenn Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin is running for president as well.
Unironic. You know what? Because I said Stiltman, I'll go with Kite Man as
I
well.
actually
There
don't
we
mind
go.
Glenn Youngkin, actually.
Hmm.
Glenn Youngkin is actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
He beat the fuck out of Terry McAuliffe. But that's because Terry McAuliffe was dancing on stage, and it was so fucking cringe. Even Biden told him to stop. And if Biden is the one telling you to stop looking cringe, that's like fucking bad. Like,
Yeah.
There's no recovering from fucking that.
The thing I was going to say is when Tom Yamas just said to him, do you think they want a Republican that's carrying a Bible?
Give you a brain, Blondie.
Or I thought he was going to say, I'd prefer a Republican carrying a Constitution, just because we've struggled a little bit with some of those
Yes, because your behavior has very been pro-Constitution.
things. But I'm not...
When you were shutting down economies and telling people not to work and forcing everyone in your fucking studio audience to wear a mask, you fucking deluded white bitch.
Philosophically aligned with the Tim Scott, but one thing, having been on this show for years as we talk and have to deal and survive with Donald Trump is...
Deal and have to survive. I have to survive with Donald Trump.
I hate women. I hate women.
I really want these candidates, even if I disagree philosophically on almost every part, that we're having candidates that come in that hold some integrity, some civility, some diplomacy. It can come off Pollyanna to have...
I don't care about any of those things.
No.
I do not give a fuck how presidential a candidate is.
I want to hear what she...
hold on a second. I don't care about how rude you are. My thing for a president is he has to govern.
Yeah.
I do not give a fuck about his conduct as long as he does his bloody job. I don't care about, oh, he's not as well-spoken as Obama. Bitch, I don't fucking care how well-spoken he is. His job is not to act. His job is to fucking be a good administrator. He is the chief executive of the executive branch.
Yeah.
He should be a good administrator, and he should have the respect of the military. If he doesn't have those two things, then I do not give a flying monkey's rat's ass.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. Zoom is an excellent DC villain as well. Reverse Flash.
Oh, God.
Also, I want to hear what she says is Pollyanna.
This, yay, but I also don't want to be at a table where we keep saying he has no chance of winning, because what we need is to keep giving more people airtime, because it's the fact that the media only covers Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. So I think that it's important to say, if you are a
Do you think if we listen to more of Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, we're somehow going to get more support for them? Like, you don't understand the electorate at fucking all.
No, she really doesn't. Like, the reality is that, look, Tim Scott, it's no offense to him, but it is true. He doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting the
I mean, if I'm being honest.
Nor does DeSantis. Exactly. As just brought up, it's Trump. It's Trump. The only question is who's his VP. That's it. That is the only question that's being asked. It's Trump is the nominee. Just get over it. The only question is who's going to be his VP. Okay.
You're a
diehard
fake
conservative
monarchist
believer,
because you didn't
which I
mention
don't think
Victor
Ron
Von Doom.
DeSantis.
Oh, I do like Victor Von Doom. He's a good. Look, but you asked me what my favorite villains are from Marvel and DC, and I said Stiltman and Kite Man, and I'll stand by that. And there's other great villains. There's tons and tons, but I like those kinds of characters. Again, Daredevil's my favorite comic book character of all time. That should explain why I picked Kite Man and Stiltman.
DeSantis is conservative in how he legislates, and Donald Trump is Donald Trump, enough said. So I think that well, Ron DeSantis oversteps. He's not conservative. So when I know people talk about small government, Ron DeSantis, dating back to the pandemic, went into vaccine mandates.
Ron DeFascist.
Ron DeFascist. He's literally the only person who
stupid.
didn't engage in fascistic bullshit that happened in all your shitty leftist states.
Yes.
That's real fucking ironic when you're talking about COVID in
during
particular.
That period,
real
you got,
fucking ironic.
Like, fucking California was bleeding people, and who was it? Which state got more people than anyone else immigrated to? Oh yeah, that'll be Florida.
Yep,
And he didn't
all
do
the
that by being
leftists
authoritarian, you dumbass.
are fleeing New York and California to go to Florida and Texas.
You
Why?
fuckers were holidaying in Florida.
Yep,
during the
as we
coup
just
period.
saw. As we just saw. You like to go to Florida on holiday because
AOC?
and you did the entire AOC did because you didn't. There's no masks, no lockdowns, so you went to Florida. But now he's Ron DeFascist. All right.
Yeah. So my point is, I want to make sure that the Rick Scotts, the Asa Hutchinsons, I can disagree on everything. I just want them to get some airtime so people have an option, other than.
We just want
Doesn't
anyone
matter.
that isn't Trump, basically, is all you're fucking saying.
I keep seeing people say like, "Oh, Tucker should run." No, he shouldn't. Also,
No, he
Tucker's
shouldn't.
not a politician.
Yeah.
He's a pundit. It absolutely is. I when I hear people say stuff like that, it's like how politically.
Brain dead.
And this is no. It's just like do you know anything? Like, are you actually politically aware of stuff? Why you?
No.
Tucker's not going to run for office. It's not his bag. He's a pundit. It's so stupid. I mean, I like Tucker. I like him a lot, but he's not going to run for president. For fuck's sake.
He's not going to win anyway. He's not going to win.
Keep telling yourself that.
You know what he'd be really good at, though? He'd be a good Speaker of the House.
Oh, you know what he'd be great at? Press secretary.
Oh my god.
Oh
Tucker being a
my.
press secretary would be fucking funny. Trump,
Could you imagine
Trump,
Tucker as press sec? Holy shit.
If you win, my god, make Tucker your press secretary. It would be so funny. Oh my god, Tucker being a press secretary would be hilariously funny.
Oh shit, dude. That would be if Tucker was gonna have any kind of public office. Just laugh. Just laugh at their face. That would be yes. That's the only public office I want Tucker in. This is press sec. He would, because he knows everything about it. He's actually perfectly suited for that job. That would be amazing.
He would be a really, really good press secretary.
Woo! I'm just thinking about it. I'm having dreams and like, oh man, that would be great.
Yo, Trump, please make him your press secretary or offer him the position.
Yeah, Tucker's face.tm would be so good whenever they ask him something stupid.
He's not going to win.
You don't think Trump is going to win?
Trump is not.
I can imagine Morgan like, I know all of you here, and I'm going to make your life a living hell.
That's the thing too. He knows all of them.
Yeah.
That would be so good.
Gonna win.
Why?
Well, for this 6-week ban thing that's going on in Florida.
Trump or DeSantis?
Both of them. Neither one. They're both anti-choice, even though we know that
Count
Donald
the
Trump.
states, Joy, they're all coming in on that right now. They're, the amount of people coming in with these bans, they were the first. They are not the last.
Yeah, but they're all
scary.
Republicans.
Keep in mind, this is that the people who are putting these bans, they're not asking their constituents. No one is asking people to vote.
I could debate any one of these chicks into 6 feet under territory.
Well, the only reason that their show exists is because it's like a bunch of stupid women who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, talking to each other about shit they don't know what they're talking about.
You just described most women, by the way.
Oh, yeah, true. But I mean, it's a gossip show, except for it's ostensibly about politics.
No offense, by
but
the
these
way,
women
I like you.
I obviously didn't take any, so you're fine.
Vote. These folks are coming in making these decisions for the people. I don't think the people like that very much.
Really? Then why is Ron DeSantis the most popular governor in the fucking country?
Why do you keep going to Florida?
Yes.
Why did you go to Florida all throughout the pandemic? Okay.
Again,
whatever.
you don't know what regular people think.
I don't believe that that's the way.
I don't believe you fucking know anything, Whoopi.
Nope. You live in a bubble.
You put it out there and you take whatever the people say.
Yes, and that's why they ban shit, because it's actually desired by the people.
Yeah, I want to get into
I
that.
think one of the mistakes that they're making is they are making these edicts that do not jibe with what the people want.
Accurate.
So it will
No, that's not accurate at fucking all. You absolute morons.
be interesting to see how this floats. You know, and listen, I just want somebody who.
Can you imagine Trump winning again? I just want to see the looks on their faces.
I
That'd be
know.
great.
But they'll just there will be
Shriek like
more
harpies.
screaming. We'll be screaming like there was the classic.
Will tell their truth. I want them to actually tell their truth.
The truth is that the government sucks right now in literally every single capacity. And you're Sims for the regime because you have the IQ of a fucking bucket.
Well, because they get paid to.
Yeah, exactly.
They get paid to simp.
This.
Go ahead.
XYZ, say that.
Yeah.
But don't hide it.
What was surprising to me is that he's asking, Tom Yamas.
Don't hide it, says the person.
Hides everything.
Was fucking literally in a basement.
Is asking him, will you accept the vote? I mean, that's such a low bar.
It is a low bar.
I can't even believe we're asking.
Well, why did he ask that question? Because it was referring to Trump.
2016, Russia. For
Right.
4
I love
years.
how they always forget. They always conveniently forget that they did not accept Trump's first
Or
presidency
Bush in
at all.
2000.
No, they've done this for decades now. They will not accept the results of the election. And then
contested
the
every
one
single
time
fucking
the
Republican
one
win for
time
this whole
the Republicans are like, we don't think this looks right, and they're like, oh, my democracy is in peril.
Yes.
You've done this for decades, so shut up.
He kind of went, yeah.
That was like
Because apparently, Aiden, it's really normal for an election to carry on like 5 fucking days afterwards, and it's really normal for a guy to lose like a lead that has over 1 million votes in 5 swing states, and then in the middle of the night, somehow a whole bunch of ballots, when no one is fucking counting them, they somehow manage to be counted at like 2 a.m. and they're all for one guy. That's totally normal.
Safest, most securest election ever.
Republic shit. What's the fucking
Not even a little bit. We're in full banana republic at this point. By the way.
By the way, I keep saying Rick Scott. I mean Tim Scott. But I think the big thing is that was also the bar that defined who would speak up and cross him. So it might be a low bar, but it was the deciding factor of who was loyal to Donald Trump and who was.
Scott was pretty supportive of Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's
for a long time.
But he could have avoided that question. So the fact that he said yes. Low bar was a small
step. Very low bar. But one other thing that
Oh.
we're not talking about enough.
That's because the people say that we definitely want him. Biden sure as fuck did not win, and they. Want
Well,
him
I've
to
got some
just
new
go,
polling data on Biden here. I'm going to bring up in a second.
Oh, is it really bad?
Man, we're not getting through anything like what I wanted to. You're going to have to. Do you have coffee or some shit?
Yes.
Okay.
We know that Georgia is probably going to indict Donald Trump.
Who cares?
No one.
How many indictments? How many indictments have you done now? Who
I don't know
cares?
if you guys have noticed this, but every time you try and hit him, like Lionel pointed this out.
This makes him stronger, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Lionel pointed that. He just said like, Donald Trump is weird. Like every time you try and hit him, he likes it. It doesn't stick. Like yeah.
Well, it's also psychological reactance. He keeps saying, "You have to hate this man. You have to. Don't listen to anything he says."
No.
And then people go,
No.
"Well, no, you can't tell me what to do." It doesn't. How is there nobody who has any kind of background in social psychology or social science telling these people, "No, this is not a workable strategy in terms of how the human psyche works." Sometimes I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. It's like, but like.
Yeah, do you understand how?
I spent my entire adult life studying this shit, and none of them have any clue what the fuck they're doing. I enjoy watching it though.
We know that he's facing these New York cases.
Who cares?
I think it's 34 misdemeanor counts.
Who cares?
We know that the Justice Department is looking at him.
Who cares?
Imagine.
Who cares?
We know the Justice Department is not liked by literally anyone, both the left and the right at this fucking point.
Who fucking cares? Also, you're making him into a martyr. Again, another big issue in terms of the psychology of this. You've made him into a martyr.
Which is great.
Which is good for him, by the way, because now even like regular people who are, like the undecided kind of voters are going, wow, they really are trying to get him on absolute bullshit. And when you have that, what's that woman, Jean, whatever her name is? The woman who just won.
The fucking
lunatic.
The one who lives in the fucking wood cabin.
Yeah, the one who lives in the wood cabin and is
Eugene
literally insane. Eugene something. Who won against him because he said, or she said that he slandered her by saying she was a crazy lady, essentially, over her ridiculous claim that he molested her in a dressing room in 1997.
He lost the civil suit because the slander because
He lost the civil
raping
suit
her
because
is offensive.
Yes, he lost the civil suit because he didn't rape her in 1997 because it was conducted in New York. That's it.
Well,
it was
Michael Malice
a
would be a fun
kangaroo
president as
court.
well.
That would be fun. It was a kangaroo court, obviously. That's all.
When it comes to 2024, that he's not either going to be in jail or on trial. So I think that's something that we need to continue.
Do you
honestly, keep trying.
How fucking heavy is your cope that you think he's going to be in jail by 2024? Like, are you
It's
insane?
all they Spoon, it's all they have. They've been saying it for years. It's all they have is, oh, he'll be in jail. 2 more weeks he'll be in jail, I swear. He'll be in jail.
Out of your mind to think he's gonna be in jail. Fucking loon.
It's their cope. It's all they have.
You remember there is no law prohibiting him from running in jail.
And wearing an orange
jumpsuit.
Can you?
Yeah, that's a fantasy for you fucking weirdos. That's
They literally like get off to it, but it's never gonna happen. You're completely delusional.
The law allows him to be in jail and be the president. Now, do we need to make some changes?
Oh, we need to make some changes. Okay, here's Tim Scott's response. I'm gonna use the restroom really quickly. I'll be right back. But go ahead.
Joe Biden and the radical left are attacking every single rung of the ladder that helped me climb. And that's why I'm announcing today that I'm running for President of the United States of America.
That was Tim Scott earlier today. Tim Scott did not grow up like most presidential candidates. He shared a room, not a house, a room with his mother and his brother. He nearly failed out of school. His grandfather could not read or write. Because when others tell you the ceiling for your life is picking cotton, why bother? But through education and hard work and opportunity and an unwavering faith in what this country can allow you to become, this grandson of a man who picked cotton eventually picked out a seat in Congress and then the Senate. And today he announced his candidacy to lead the country. From Charleston, South Carolina, the birthplace of the Civil War, pitting brother against brother, comes a man preaching unity and purpose and promise and optimism that America can do for others what it did for him. Welcome to you, Senator Tim Scott. Thank you for joining us. You know, I'll leave the state for one day, and you announce that you're running for President of the United States. All right, let me ask you this. Are there policy differences? I mean, there are other candidates announced and some other candidates that may get in the race. Is this a matter of policy differences, or is it a difference in implementing or communicating those policies that might be shared?
Well, thank you, Trey. I do think this is a difference in how we communicate. There's no question that my life disproves the lies of the radical left. Their culture of victimhood is eating away at the soul of America.
Exactly.
I understand brokenness. I understand having low esteem. I understand nearly failing out of school. But I also understand that we do not live in a nation of grievance. We live in a nation of greatness. So allowing the life story to impact how we share the gospel of good news, of conservative values, conservative principles with the American people. That's the power of persuasion, having lived the story myself. I believe that makes me uniquely qualified to push back on the radical left.
You know, Senator, I mean, it's been happening.
Okay.
I like what he said a lot. I like Tim Scott.
Yeah. And the thing is, I may agree with this, but this is typical cookie cutter conservative that is just boring.
It is. Well, it's boring. However, again, it is good on Tim to say that, yeah, he's an example of black people can't do anything. They're all put down. And he's like, no, you can succeed in this society. You're keeping yourselves down. This victimhood shit is nonsense. It's not real. You're keeping yourselves down. It's the monsters of your own mind doing it. And I really do like that about Tim Scott. I don't think he has I don't think he has a chance, but I like him, and he's someone to pay attention to, you know?
Yeah, I just don't like this whole, this is going to sound really weird, but stop being such a politician. Like we're just,
maybe.
Like, you know.
Yes, he is very politician-y. I would say that about Tim. I do get that. He's very politician-y.
Mulvick has this point where he just says, create greatness as if your enemies don't even exist. And you need to stop talking in this typical conservative way.
Yeah, and also fuck their language and framework of stuff.
Yeah, just pretend like they're just shit.
Yeah,
and just like
you know what?
Like the left, like no, I don't even want to talk about them because they're just cringe irrelevant fucking morons, and just bash them like Trump does.
Again, I like Tim Scott. I think he has no chance to run in the general, but someone to pay attention to is a potentially good Republican politician. Let's see how he goes, like what he does, you know?
Since you and I met each other, I'm a complete cynic, and you almost make me feel hopeful. The country is frustrated. It's angry. It's scared. So, I mean, that's what the polling indicates. I mean, 75% of the country thinks that we are headed in the wrong direction. So, I'm going to
get into the polling here in a minute.
What I call a happy warrior. Can a happy warrior prevail in an environment given the mood of the country and the primary voters?
The only person that's a warrior in that fucking lineup is the Orange Man.
Yeah.
We fucking know that no one else will even fucking come close. Because none of you are going to get tested as much as Trump is.
No, there are a lot of people I like. Again, I like Ted Cruz. I like Ted Cruz a lot. I really do.
I wouldn't trust him behind the executive.
I don't trust him. That's the problem. I don't trust him. I like seeing what I think he's a good litigator. So I like Ted Cruz for that.
Do you know what?
But again, I want him to stay in his lane, which is fine as a state politician and fine as a lawyer and doing his that kind of stuff.
Do you know what I think he would be good at though?
Mm,
I think he
what?
would be. Oh, but this is hypothetical. I think he would be a good Supreme Court justice.
Yes, I agree with that.
I think if Clarence Thomas were to retire, I think Ted Cruz would be a good replacement.
Well, let's oh, please God, let Clarence Thomas live a very long life and be willing to keep going, because I'd like him to stay on. Who? Let's see, who's left on the Supreme Court?
He's the oldest person there.
Yeah, I know. Besides Clarence, yes. Let's see who's second oldest though.
Person.
Yeah.
They're all.
Yeah.
Sotomayor's probably the second oldest.
Is Sotomayor?
Yeah.
She's only no. Alito. Alito's
Alito.
1 year. Alito's 1 year younger than Clarence.
Really?
Yeah, he's 73.
Okay, I thought Clarence was.
I'm not the biggest fan of Alito. He's all right, but if he retires, either way, I agree with you. I think Cruz would be a good appointment to the Supreme Court.
I don't know who else would be as effective as him.
No, I mean, like the people you have that are horrible, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're all in their 50s, so that's going to be a real long time to get rid of those motherfuckers. Or not in their 50s. How old are they? Hang on, age. No, sorry, that's the age at start, age at present. Yeah, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Kagan, and Sotomayor. Sotomayor is nearly 70. So
yeah,
and Sotomayor is awful. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think probably the person who'd be most likely it's either gonna be Thomas or Alito, if anyone's gonna either pass away or which I don't want based Clarence Thomas to pass away anytime soon. Yeah. But
he's in good shape.
Yeah, he is, and hopefully, I mean, Alito is meh. I have real meh opinions on Alito. But I mean, I'd love to see like Sotomayor or to retire, but she's not going to do that probably anytime soon. I don't think there's any SCOTUS justices. They're probably likely to either pass away or retire anytime soon. But at least in terms of Trump's second administration, which I think will probably happen, hopefully. However, sometime in the future, yeah, I think that absolutely Cruz would be.
Confident that Trump would win.
I said Trump's next administration. Cruz is not a judge, but
he could be though.
He could be though, and that would be. Well, we'll see. He's got the legal acumen behind him. I think a lot of these people get legal degrees just to become politicians. Cruz is one who actually seems to care about the law. Anywho.
Absolutely. Everywhere I travel around the country, from Iowa to New Hampshire and throughout South Carolina, people are starving for hope. They're starving for something optimistic, but they have to know you
also starving for money.
Have a backbone, and you're talking about conservative values, conservative principles, and conservative policies. When people understand that you can be both, yes, optimistic, but strong with a backbone, they are attracted to this campaign. And so we're hoping.
Yeah, that's what Trump's campaign is for.
Yeah, I know. I think Tim responds here more to some of the stuff on The View in a minute. That's what I want to get to.
To get across this country, to continue to share our message, you can go to votetimscott.com to get involved.
My guess, Senator, is that you were otherwise busy today and you missed The View, but I am going to play, if I'm wrong, stop me, and I won't play the clip. But my guess is that you did not hear Sonny Hostin, so I'm going to play.
Oh, Judge Napolitano, yeah, that'll be interesting. He'd be a good choice.
A clip for you and then ask you a question on the other side.
One of the issues that Tim Scott has is that he seems to think because I made it, everyone can make it, ignoring, again, the fact that he is the exception and not the rule. And until he is the rule, then he can stop talking about systemic.
Fuck you.
But okay, I hate this argument because...
This was a different View clip.
No,
you know?
No, but this is the bit that... This is so dumb. You're the exception. Can every person in the U.S. Okay, well, remember this is one example because Fetterman became fucking one. So yeah, I think
Napolitano too old for Juge. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think anyone can become a senator. I don't think he's the exception. If fucking Fetterman can become a senator,
right.
Anyone can
if
become
Fetterman
a senator.
can become a senator,
Joe Biden can become fucking president, then literally anyone in the United States can become fucking president.
Exactly.
Look,
that's the American dream.
Especially when the population is a bunch of fucking morons.
If a senile old man who doesn't know where he is can become president, now there were some shenanigans there. I mean, alleged. Of course, no. Excuse me. The most popular president of all time. And Fetterman, a literal vegetable, can become a senator.
Most popular
Anybody
president
can.
All time, but also has the lowest ratings of any president during this time as president.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that here in just a moment.
Totally the president.
I just want to finish this up, and then we'll get to that.
Clarence Thomas syndrome.
But I do think that he.
You know, she seems to have.
Clarence Thomason, that's a compliment, not an insult.
That's a massive compliment to call Tim Scott Clarence Thomas syndrome, whatever the fuck that means. Yeah, that's a compliment.
Made it too, by the way. I mean, she's a former federal prosecutor who's got a talk show. So I mean, I think she's doing pretty good. Also, she speaks to a broader point, and I know you don't like talking about it, but there are things that are said about you that will not be said about any other candidate, and that's always been the case as a black Republican. That you are judged in ways that other candidates are not. So here's the question:
that is true.
Can a guy that is seen as being nice and affable fight back in a presidential primary against what you just heard and the Democrats?
Yeah, absolutely. The answer is completely yes. Meekness is not weakness. I believe in the gospel. I believe Matthew 5:44 says, love your enemies.
Yep.
If you break in my house, I also believe in the Second Amendment. I'm going to make sure that we defend every single thing we love in this country.
That was a based switch, actually. I'm not going to.
That was a really. Again, I like this guy.
Yeah, that was like.
You drop a Bible quote right into 2A. Excellent. Like it. I like him a lot.
Base, yeah.
We have to ignore the far left by disproving their lies by our actions. Here's the funny thing.
That was a good fucking answer. Ignore them and then just do your own
Yep.
shit. Like
that's again. Yes. I told you I like this guy.
Sonny, she wants to be judged by the content of her character, not the color of her skin. The fact of the matter.
We do judge her by the content of her character. Her content of the character just happens to be shit.
That's his argument, though. Is that and. He's going to finish his point.
It's a story of evolution. Never told story of evolution in too many of our schools that are indoctrinating our kids instead of educating our kids. I'm not the exception. I'm actually the rule. Every kid trapped in a failing school today can look at big liberals, big labor unions, and blame them. Every parent who wants a choice, look to the Republican Party, look to the GOP, but more importantly, look at Americans. African Americans, Hispanic Americans, the majority of Americans all agree on school choice. What's in the way of that? What's in the way of...
we keep going back to the school choice thing tonight, but there's no reason to deny school choice. The only reason to deny school choice is because the Democrats are horrified by the idea that they won't be able to indoctrinate your kids into their ideology. That's it. That's the only reason they disagree with school choice. They can't even muster a real explication as to why they disagree with it.
Providing a child with a better education and a better future, the radical left.
You must scare the daylights out of the left. I mean, even your campaign logo cannot go uncriticized by people on the left. You must be their worst nightmare, Senator. And I just,
kind of like that.
I swear, you put up with things that nobody else puts up with.
Well, Trey, the good news is I believe in America. I have faith in America because I watched my grandfather, as you talked about in the beginning. This is a man who could not read, who was picking cotton as a kid. He believed then what some doubt now in the goodness of America. He told me himself, he said, son, you can be bitter or better, but you can't be both. Too many people today.
Ooh. Again, he's very much a politician, but that's a good quote. You can be bitter or you can be better. That's good. I like this guy. We'll see where he goes, man. You're not going to be president next in 2024, but I like that. I like it.
Doubt the goodness of America. Too many people today want to buy into bitterness and victimhood and grievance and despair. I say, not on my watch. Let's tell the whole story of America rising.
From cotton to Congress to...
Love it. Like it. I do like it a lot. Okay, I got a couple of things. I'm going to share my screen. What am I going to do? Hang on. It'll be this one over here. I gotta pull up my next article.
He's got some good.
Yeah, he's got some good catchphrases, doesn't he? So Biden's losing the debt ceiling showdown. Basically, okay, so the debt,
God,
the United States debt.
In that film,
I know. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, he looks ancient. Looks like a fucking wraith.
No amount.
It's true. It's true. So the United States death,
dude. No amount of aviators is gonna fix that fucking face. No. Like, you just don't.
Yep.
Oh god.
Oh, hang on. So he was at this this summit, G7 summit in Hiroshima this week. And
Hiroshima,
here's what he.
That's a fitting, considering how much he bombs. Oh god.
It is for them.
And Mr. President, on the debt limit, you said already, I've done my part. Do you think?
Oh, sorry. What's this guy's name again?
Peter Ducey.
Ducey, yeah. Always keeps him. Always fucking roasts him. I love it.
There is a brief. Nobody will blame you.
Of course, no one will blame me. I know you won't. You'll be saying Biden did a wonderful job. I know you.
Would you be blameless in a default?
I can't tell if he's trying to be funny or he's just senile.
I don't either.
And that's kind of
He's
worrying.
saying no one will blame me over the debt ceiling.
Yeah, they
going through
will.
the fucking going through it. The debt's gone through the ceiling. It's in the stratosphere in the United States. And here he's like, "Oh, you wouldn't blame me. I'm doing such a great job." No, demonstrably, no. The United States is crumbling in terms of its debt.
On the merits, based on what I've offered, I would be blameless. On the politics of it, no one will be blameless. And by the way, that's one of the things that some are.
I know.
What the fuck did you just say?
Who has any idea?
How the hell does that even make any sense?
It doesn't.
This guy, when it was asked, why should someone pick you? He said, because I'm the most experienced.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but experience in politics means that you want to stay in power, but it means you are just shrewd at navigating the levers of power, but it means you are a fucking incompetent psychopath in every other respect when it comes to actually pushing policy.
Yep. Slosher for $5 Canadian says, $5.50 Canadian says, the visit's the worst thing to happen to Hiroshima. Also, Janegi for 5 says, copium's a hell of a drug. And Rick for 5 says, T'Pring equals favorite Trek villain. Brave New World making her a victim makes me mad. Yeah, T'Pring's pretty brutal.
Oh, damn, this is fucking like painful to watch.
It's funny though.
Contemplating. I actually had. Well, I got to be careful here.
Yeah, be careful there.
I think there are some MAGA Republicans in the House who know the damage that.
How do you sound in pain even when you breathe?
Also, MAGA Republicans, because he's ancient and he's senile. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's listen though.
What would do to the economy?
Oh, that they would. What would they do to the economy? You mean like under Trump when we had the best economy that we'd had in like a decade?
Years.
Yeah, if 50, it was it that much?
Yeah. It was the first time we saw actual wage rates since first time Reagan.
That's true.
So,
well, yeah. Oh no. What will the MAGA Republicans do to the economy? I don't know. Make it better.
Yeah.
I mean, demonstrably, like provably, we have evidence of that. Like you don't have to speculate. We just know because we have evidence. So, okay, loser.
Yeah, Dante.
Because I am president and president's responsible for everything. Biden would take the blame, and that's the one way to make sure Biden's not reelected.
Why are you talking about yourself in the third person, you lunatic?
It's kind of weird.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Then he just walks away and dawdles off as he usually does. He also, I think that, is this a different clip? Where he bragged that he doesn't give a fuck? Yeah. Oh no, this is the same clip, never mind. He basically just says he doesn't care.
Dude,
I also
everyone will blame you when the shit goes to pan. I'm the president, I'm responsible for everything, but I'm totally blameless for this one thing.
But I'm blameless. Everyone,
a lot of other. For
he said the opposite. He said everyone will thank me. Listen to this, though. Holy crap!
example, the idea
This is
that,
the same G7 summit.
War Room, yeah, that's a great channel.
Yeah.
that we're in terms of taxes that they refuse to. For example, I was able to balance the budget and pass everything from the global warming bill. Anyway, I was able to cut by 1.
You have never been able to balance anything.
Wait to see how he's legitimately incomprehensible babble is about to happen.
$7 billion in the first 2 years, the deficit that we were accumulating. And because I was able to say to it that the 55 corporations in America that made $400 billion, or $40 billion, $400 billion.
40 billion, then 400 billion.
40, 400.
I don't know if you know this, Biden, but 40 billion compared to 400 billion is quite a difference.
Mm-hmm.
That they pay zero in tax. Zero.
He's not actually saying anything. So, Rasmussen.
I just, what I don't understand is why, can someone explain to me why you want to squeeze business?
Oh, I have to do that to read it.
I don't know if you noticed this, but whenever a government says we're going to do anything, you should go, oh dear God, they're going to do something, and you should panic, because whenever government does anything, they fucking suck at it.
Yep.
Yes, so whenever, the best government is the one that just says, we are going to do absolutely fucking nothing. That is the best government you should vote for.
Latest Rasmussen reports national telephone online survey finds 53% of likely U.S. voters believe that since becoming president, Biden has committed high crimes and misdemeanors that would justify Congress impeaching him, including 38% who say it's very likely. 39% don't think that Biden has committed impeachable offenses as president, including 28% it's not at all likely. The majority, though, albeit a slight majority, of Americans believe that Biden has committed impeachable offenses since becoming president. Has something to do with before he became president, by the way, which he also, in my opinion, committed impeachable crimes. Here's more in the Rasmussen report. I'm going to skip into the data here a little bit, so we can see some of the. Sorry about that. Yeah.
News you're getting. Only 30% of likely voters say yes, and that's now the lowest we measured.
Here's what I want to get to.
And independents trust the news.
Actually, this is not it. Where's the part that I want to get to? Trust the political news you're getting. Is this the right report? Oh, yeah. It's just all this. Is it like people don't... Okay, just the media coverage of politics generally tend to favor Democrats or Republicans. 52% of the entire population says it favors Democrats. Let's just look at the polls here. Do you trust the political news you're getting? 30% of Americans say yes. 52% say no. They don't trust the news that they're getting.
I wonder why.
More getting into it more strongly, do you trust the political news you're getting? Again, 52%. This is abysmal for this shit. Media are truly the enemy of the people. In total, 35 plus 24% is 59. Right?
Yes.
59% of the population believes the media is the enemy of the people.
Hey, America, how do you feel about that free country and freedom of the press?
59% of Americans polled believe the media is the enemy. That's nearly 60%. Believe the enemy, that the media is the enemy of the people. Wow. Interesting polling from Rasmussen. So it's not looking great for that shit. Let's get into this because I did put this in the thumbnail and I don't want to miss out on it.
I would like to know.
Okay. Oh, this is not the same van thing. There were two van things that happened. This one is kind of more of a meme. Did you see that? Oh, you told me about this. An ice cream van sets up outside Auschwitz.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about this?
I don't know. I just thought it was strange.
Yes, because
I mean, there's. But to be fair, it is a massive tourist site. Bizarrely.
And also,
so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. It's outside the jurisdiction of the Auschwitz land, so they're technically allowed to do this. My first instinct was, if I just saw fucking Auschwitz, I would need something to make me happier. So yeah. I don't see why that's bad. Oh my god, I just want to sell my ice cream, which is what the fucking business is. And after you see some insane shit about Auschwitz, why would you not want ice cream?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't see why this is bad. People
Th-
who say,
there's two-
The person who said, "Oh, this is tasteless," you just wanted to make a fucking meme. Like, fuck off.
There's two van stories of the night. Let's see. What can I want to try to get through this because we got a whole bunch of stuff that we did not. I'm gonna blaze through a couple stories here real quick.
I'm expecting you to say something else. Yeah.
Nah. Zelensky will issue ultimatum to neutral countries in Russia-Ukraine war. Time to pick sides. Zelensky made dramatic entry to Hiroshima. So this was at the G7 summit. Yeah. So basically, Zelensky keeps doing this. He's like, you got to pick a side. You have to pick Ukraine. It sounds like a threat. He always does this. It sounds like he's threatening while also claiming to be weak. It's a bizarre kind of stance, but whatever.
And you
That's
pick a side.
what
Remember
Zelensky
when you
does.
went to go visit China? Zelensky, do you remember that? You absolute
I do.
money-hungry...
CNN is seething about Elon Musk as they always are. I'm not going to go over this too much. I don't have we're running out of time to get through this stuff. But if you want to read this,
Africans piss you off.
CNN has a little Cope article here, but like, what happened to Elon Musk? Why did he become an extreme right winger? However, Elon Musk also dabbed on the AP. So Associated Press says, as the nation prepares for the 2024 elections, false claims that 2020 presidential election was rigged continue to thrive on Twitter without being corrected. An analysis shows
I'm sorry.
Musk responds, either back up your claims, AP, with an actual source, or retract your story.
By the way, the fact that every mainstream media outlet has been saying that there is nothing wrong with 2020, and they have been lying about everything else.
Yep,
makes
I know.
me think your claim that Trump's claims about 2020 is one of merit, maybe.
Yeah.
Because
speaking of,
if you have a reputation for being wrong over and over again, and you say this is one thing that is also another lie.
Weird, right? Speaking of Tucker, though, earlier, it seems that, remember, you and I and many people have theorized that Tucker was let go from Fox News, fired from Fox News, because of the Dominion lawsuit. This appears to be confirmation.
I'm the author of a new biography about Tucker Carlson, titled Tucker. I have spent the last year researching and writing this book, and during that time, I've gotten to know Tucker, his family, his friends, and his staff very well. In fact, I've gotten to know Tucker the person, not the caricature that his enemies try to portray. I was working closely with Tucker when he was taken off the air by Fox. And as some of you know, I was also a regular on his show, and I happened to be a guest on the final episode of the show, which was on April 21st.
Pizza guy?
I've also seen the monologue that Tucker planned to deliver on Monday, April 24th, before his show was abruptly taken off the air. That monologue dealt with, among other things, investigations around January 6th, and particularly Ray Epps, the only person captured on video inciting people to violence at the Capitol that day, and allegedly an FBI informant who still has not been arrested or charged. Ironically, a good part of the monologue also dealt with the people and forces that are trying to silence him, like AOC and others in government. It has now been reported that his firing was a condition demanded by Dominion as part of the settlement with Fox.
We speculated it. It appears that
is true.
May be the case. Yeah.
Although Dominion has denied this, my sources have intimate knowledge of the situation, and they have assured me, even before this news leaked, that that is, in fact, the truth. If that is...
I mean, believe what you want. I thought this was the case from second one, but it looks... We'll see. I mean, this is just another claim. He says he's got sources. I'd like to see the sources. Maybe he can't divulge them, but that's what I thought from second one, that this was part of the agreement with Dominion. It's not only you have to pay us a whole bunch of money, you got to fire Tucker Carlson.
True, it would mean that a small group of people who have a controlling interest in Dominion have managed to silence what is arguably the most important and influential conservative voice in the country, possibly until after the next presidential election. Knowing Tucker as I do, I'm confident that he will not be silenced, as I'm sure all of you are as well. If you're interested in knowing more,
So, TuckerTheBook.com if you are interested in learning more. But yeah, seems that that's true. Justin, Fox News caves to Marxist Democrat ideology with new woke policies. Fox News employees, regardless of the biological sex, will be allowed to use bathrooms that best align with their perceived gender identity. They've also been given the green light to dress in the office in attire that matches their make-believe gender rather than their biological sex. And pronouns in office inside Fox News must be adhered to by employees of the network, whose success, ironically, has been due in large part to the commitment to standing up to the left's Marxist ideology. Yep. Fox is fucked, apparently. This is some curious stuff. I'm blazing through this to get to the culture war segment. Same DC cop who beat innocent Trump supporter Victoria White nearly to death on Jan 6 was driving around with DC Antifa leader during the June 2020 riots.
Holy shit.
Here's the horrible body cam footage. I'm sorry, but like, this is a woman who was severely beaten. I don't know if we can even show that, but this woman who was severely beaten on Jan 6th. And yeah, looks like let's see, like, where's the part where they talk about him hanging out with Antifa? Hang on. Dude. After Victoria broke up Antifa activists. Yeah. New twist of the story. Officer Bragshaw, who beat the living hell out of Victoria White, is a friend of top violent Antifa terrorist in Washington, D.C. The Gateway Pundit previously reported on Jason Charter, the Antifa ringleader behind much of the violence in the Summer of Love protests in Washington, D.C. Now we learn that Jason Carter is close to Officer Jason Bragshaw. They're close enough that Charter calls Officer Bragshaw. Fox News reported the two are so close that Bragshaw gave Jason Charter a ride to a convenience store after one of the Antifa protests. Lieutenant Bragshaw of the Metro Police told the FBI he has interacted with Charter on numerous occasions, was able to positively identify him. Charter has called Lieutenant Bragshaw on his cell phone to discuss these matters on a regular basis, and Charter even rode with Lieutenant Bragshaw to a convenience store following a protest in 2020, according to the FBI.
The red times, they do work.
How interesting. Got a couple more things here before we can get into the culture war segment. Mayor Adams unveils new plan to tackle shoplifting in New York City. Do you know what it is?
Is it segregation?
No, it's to make it easier to get away with shoplifting. Mayor Adams says repeat offenders were behind a third of those thefts last year, a 40% jump in 2022. He's rolling out a new plan to tackle the issue. 250 people in 2023 have been arrested almost 2,500 times. That's 30%, said Michael Lipretti, the NYPD's chief of crime control strategies. Who are these people? 52% are convicted felons. The new crackdown includes giving first-time offenders intervention programs instead of prosecution. De-escalation training for retail employees, so let them steal from you. Establishing neighborhood retail watch groups to share information about a theft in real time with one another and the police, and installing kiosks. Listen to this. Installing kiosks in stores to connect would-be thieves with social service programs. You thinking about robbing a Walmart? Well, here's a kiosk for you to learn more. This is New York City.
Well,
you get away with it. So his crackdown on crime is first-time offenders get off. And we're going to install kiosks in stores so you can think twice about committing crimes.
That's just retarded.
It really is. The BBC is also about to install a new Ministry of Truth.
Which is not going to go down well.
BBC has unveiled BBC Verify to address the growing threat of disinformation and build trust with audiences through transparency. BBC disinformation correspondent Mariana Spring has more details.
Welcome to BBC Verify. Like you said, we are a team of investigative journalists.
This is so ridiculous.
We are also
it's the Ministry of Truth.
And we are a physical location above the newsroom in London. And the point of the team, as you said, is to verify video, to fact check, to counter disinformation, and to analyse really complex stories so we can get to the truth of what's going on. Why does this matter? Well, mistruths can cause really serious harm to society and to the people in them.
The latest thing is that the BBC disseminates disinformation constantly.
Yeah.
And so we want to show you our workings and really help you understand how we get to the bottom of what's happening. And I'm going to give you a bit of a flavour of the kind of work that the team are doing. So we're able to look at maps to geolocate specific situations, stuff that's going on. This is just a map of central London.
So we can go find your house if you've done a misinformation, I see.
Where we are now. And this is New Broadcasting House, where I'm speaking to you from. And it's not so important perhaps for the centre of London, but it is when we're analysing war zones or what's happening in hard to reach places. And there's a story on the BBC website today. It's looking at Russian fortifications on the front lines in Ukraine, and you can read more about it there. And there are other ways that...
Who cares? It's just a Ministry of Truth. The BBC has established its own Ministry of Truth fucking board. That's it. That's all it really is. They've got their new Verify thing, which is Ministry of Truth shit, which, by the way, I think we did cover this before, but there's also, the Democrat senator also introduces Ministry of Truth bill that would create a federal agency to target Americans for misinformation, hate speech. Violators would face civil penalties. I believe we covered this last week.
Did we?
It was on my docket. Maybe we didn't get through to it, but a bill brought forth by Senator Michael Bennet, a Democrat from Colorado, settled the Digital Platform Commission Act. He claims his proposed legislation would, quote, create an expert federal body empowered to provide comprehensive sector-specific regulation of digital platforms to protect consumers, promote competition, and defend the public interest. The new digital platform. I know. The new Digital Platform Commission would have the mandate, jurisdiction, and broad set of tools to develop and enforce thoughtful guardrails for a sector that has been left for far too long to write its own rules, with serious consequences for everything from teen mental health to disinformation to anti-competitive practices that have hurt small businesses. It's past time for a thoughtful, comprehensive approach to regulating digital platforms that have amassed extraordinary power over our economy, society, and democracy. Oh, there's that word again. We should follow the long precedent in American history of empowering an expert body, of course, to protect the public interest through common sense rules and oversight for complex and powerful sectors of the economy. The commission would have the authority to promulgate rules, impose civil penalties, hold hearings, conduct investigations, and support research. It could also designate systematically important digital platforms subject to additional oversight, regulation, and merger review. So look, it's coming. The fucking Ministry of Truth is coming.
And everyone's going to make fun of it.
Speaking of the Ministry of Truth, you may have heard, Spoon, that an evil 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 Nazi banged into the White House this week.
Really?
Except, oopsie, oh, here's the white nationalist.
That's the white supremacist?
Yeah, there's the white supremacist. There he is.
He looks very cocky.
Yeah, 19-year-old Missouri man was arrested late Monday after he rammed a U-Haul truck at about 5 miles an hour, I'd like to point out, into security barriers near the White House in an alleged attempt to kill Joe Biden.
That's not an act of terrorism, by the way.
Sai Varsith Kandula of Chesterfield, Missouri, was reportedly taken into custody at the scene. He's facing multiple charges, including assault with a dangerous weapon, reckless operation of a motor vehicle, the threat to kill, kidnap, or inflict bodily harm on the president, vice president, or family, destruction of federal property, and trespassing. After crashing the vehicle at 5 miles an hour, Kandula reportedly jumped out of the van and started waving a Nazi flag. Now, the picture is in the thumbnail, but let me see if I take it out of this mode, if I can see no. Do we have the photo of it? Oh, hang on, because it's really bizarre. They've been like Nazi flag U-Haul. You can see this picture. It's ridiculous. They also were taking selfies, apparently. Here's the Nazi flag. I know, right? Here's his Nazi flag inside his yeah, apparently. I mean, what the fuck? Like, this glows brighter than the sun. An Indian, so we have a Mexican white supremacist shoots up a school which is horrifying. Or not a school, a mall was in Texas, yeah, in Nashville. Excuse me, in Nashville. No. The Nashville shooting was the tranny one. Where did they do it? It was in Allen, Texas. Yes, excuse me. A Mexican white supremacist, and now we have an Indian white supremacist with a Nazi flag. Yeah, this glows. Whatever. Okay.
Why is
cool.
white supremacy so attractive to non-whites?
It is bizarre. It is bizarre, isn't it? Why are so many non-whites so into white supremacy?
It's kind of weird, isn't it? You people like, oh look, the biggest problem is white supremacy, and then like a whole bunch of like non-whites gravitate towards. It makes me think you make white supremacy sound cool.
This guy is, Mom, can we have white supremacy? We have white supremacy at home. I know. So it's some Indian guy, look, who crashed into, again, like, it didn't even, okay, you've never been to DC. I've been to DC many times. You can't get anywhere near the White House. There's barriers everywhere. And he drove this in, like, this U-Haul van in at like 5 miles an hour. This glows. It glows.
To be fair,
now, okay.
5 miles an hour.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much you want to watch this. Do you want to put this into the... I'm just going to play it.
Oh, God.
Whatever. So Rashad Ritchie has issued an apology towards the bike Karen, the woman who was a nurse in New York City, who he said straight up tried to steal a bike from innocent young black men. He said it without compunction. He said it directly.
What words again?
What?
The last 3 words from the previous sentence.
Without compunction.
No, before that. Oh, actually,
that
4
he
words.
said that she's. I don't know what you're talking about.
You
Sorry.
said innocent young black men.
Oh right. Innocent young. Well, that's what his contention was. Is that this 6 months pregnant. This six month pregnant white woman walked up to 5 black guys, tried to steal their city bike from them. Rashad Ritchie 100% agreed that was the case, and said that she was guilty. Well, now her lawyer has come out and provided receipts that she did in fact rent the bike. Let's listen to Dr. Ritchie defend himself. Now, it's not looking great for you, Dr. Ritchie. I think you're a little scared.
The updated version is still available, and the original reporting was taken down. I want to provide.
Yeah, he deleted his original video on this.
Yes.
Yeah, wonder why.
Because you would probably get fucking sued.
I'll tell you why. Yeah.
Context and a direct examination.
Why don't I show you right now before we get into to Rashad's.
By the way,
fucking
apparently
video.
I pissed off a whole bunch of people with this.
Yeah, because you weren't very sympathetic to her.
Oh yeah.
So
here's
why Rashad is upset. This is her lawyer.
Answer when we start filing defamation lawsuits.
Wow. It's going to go to that? You
Well,
feel that
the
your
media
client's been
has
defamed?
Without question. She's been called a racist. She's been called a thief. There are reasons defamation laws exist, and we plan to pursue that.
When are you going to get an answer, sir?
That's why that statement from her lawyer is why Rashad is now a little bit spooked, a little scared, I mean, she couldn't backpedal on her bike, but yeah, he's backpedaling on his.
Nation, as well as provide an apology. Let me put up the picture full mass. Last week, 35 million individuals viewed a video. It was viral.
35 million people watched you lie, is what you mean. 35 million people watched this clip in general. No. He's he's conflating. But this video was seen 35 million times, and you lied about her blatantly.
This video showed a woman screaming help and black males around her disputing about a bike. Well, in that there were
even this screenshot you chose, you can see the guy behind her is laughing and looking at his phone while they're bullying her.
2 narratives. One narrative was to believe the young people. The other narrative was to believe the adult. In that instance, I believed the young person. I still believe that there's a good faith reason why both possibly believed that they actually had access.
What could it possibly have been, Rashad? What could it have possibly been, Rashad? What could it have possibly been? What's the good faith? What's the good faith argument that they believed it was their bike? I mean, you can't make the argument anymore because it shows up that she has the receipt. She has the literal receipt that shows that she rented the fucking bike. And then they tried to steal it from her. It's a $1,500 fine from City Bike if you steal one of their bikes and don't return it. These people were trying to hustle her, and apparently this is a thing that happens all the time in New York. This is a scam that happens in New York where they steal these bikes.
to that bike. At no point did I ever believe that the young black male was trying to rob the female
Of course you
in
didn't.
question.
Because
But
you're
now
a
it has
racist.
been reported that there's a receipt showing she had a good faith reason to believe that the city bike was hers. Naturally, that information has not been rebutted nor confirmed at all by the others involved. We're still waiting for an update. Also, City Bike has not confirmed, at least at this point, how this could have happened where two individuals possibly believe that they both rented that same
You
bike
pause for a
at the
second?
same time.
Yep.
So let me get this straight, crazy black dude. You are telling us there is no confirmation about the claims that you are supposedly apologizing for, and yet you're doing it anyway.
Yeah, because he's afraid of getting sued. That's why.
Okay, so
Over
if
35
there's no
million views, well
evidence
over 100.
of the claims that you made being false, why the fuck are you apologizing?
Because he's afraid of getting sued because he knows he lied.
Exactly, because he's full of shit.
He called her a thief. Directly, he called her a thief. His contention was directly that this 6-month pregnant white woman walked up to 5 black young men, tried to steal their bike from them, and then cried to get them killed by the police. That was his contention. Oh, and also he claimed, well, no, he didn't claim this. It was what's-her-face from TYT who claimed she was drunk while being 6 months pregnant. And by the way, TYT has not made a retraction. I checked. They have not said anything about this in days. Oh, that wasn't on TYT. That was on Sam Cedar, wasn't it? Let's play this, and then I'll see if Sam Cedar, if that heinous bitch has made a retraction, whatever her name is.
The publications covered it. And there
Emily or whatever? Yeah.
were two narratives. My advocacy was connected to their youth, not their race. There was also a statement from the hospital that called the incident disturbing. I want everyone to know that my advocacy was not in bad faith. It doesn't mean that it wasn't wrong. It doesn't mean that the youth operated in bad faith either.
Oh, they didn't operate in bad faith, though, did they? They didn't operate in bad faith. What a fucking lunatic. They didn't operate in bad faith either. No, of course. He has to still defend these people, even after all the receipts are out. He still has to do it. But he's trying to cover his ass from a lawsuit.
Possibly there's an explanation why both believed they were in fact entitled to that particular bike. I say that to highlight a reality here, okay? I'm a zealous advocate. I've always been a zealous advocate, will continue to be so. But I'm not Fox News. When I'm presented with evidence that shows, well, at least contrary to the overall conclusion, that somehow she knew she did not have access to that bike, well, that's not true if the receipts are real. She believed she had access to the bike.
Yes, the receipts are real. It came from a lawyer, idiot.
So for that matter, to the woman who was in the middle of this, I submit to you my apologies as a man. Now, I do not like...
Yeah, I also just checked Sam Cedar's channel. There's no update from Emma Vigland about her opinions. No apology. So, you know what? Bike lady, I'm sorry I don't recall her name. It is unfortunate that I don't recall it. She deserves to have her name known. Sue Emma Vigland. Maybe Rashad thinks he can get out of this through his apology, but definitely sue Emma Vigland for being a fucking lunatic, called you drunk while pregnant, and a racist who was trying to steal from people. Sue her. She comes from a rich family. Sue the shit out of her.
The fact that you screamed "help me" when you were not being robbed. I still have it.
She was being robbed. She was being robbed. She was being robbed. We know it's true now. But he's like, isn't this insufferable? Like, this is infuriating. Like, he has to apologize, but he's still being like, well, the young black men certainly couldn't have been doing anything wrong because black people don't do wrong things ever.
An issue with that. I don't like the people who are saying all over social media that these young black men were trying to rob the woman in that moment. I do not believe that's what happened still.
Why? Spoon, what the fuck? Why do you not believe that they were trying to rob her? They clearly were.
That's what was happening. I believe that they both believed that they had access to that city bike. And until we have additional information, well, that's where it's at now. But I want to make it very clear. What we do here is opinion commentary. Sometimes that opinion can be incorrect, but it doesn't mean it was developed nor presented in bad faith. And
yes, it was. Yes, it was, Rashad. Yes, it was.
And when there's a moment like this, I can't speak for everybody else, I can speak for me. When there's a moment like this, I will always look into this camera and let you know specifically that I am sorry for getting it wrong, because I give a damn about getting it right.
But you're not even saying you were wrong. you're still defending them, saying like, well, it could have been this or it could have been that. We don't know. Ooh, we don't know. You're not actually apologizing. This is a non-apology. Fuck you, Rashad Ritchie.
And so, ma'am, once again, I apologize. And I concur with your attorney, who, by the way, I don't think the attorney believes, based on his own wording, that the young men were involved in a robbery as it has been presented or suggested on social media.
Actually, I think the lawyer does, but is Spoonie there?
Mm-hmm.
Wake up, drink some coffee.
I'm here, go on.
Wake up and drink some coffee.
You were saying what it looks like.
Spoon, drink some coffee.
You were saying what it looks like.
Did you miss where Rashad says he agrees with her lawyer? I can tell you why he said that, because he's fucking terrified. Yes, because he's fucking terrified.
New York City Hospital. New York City hospital worker was caught on a viral video quarreling with a group of young black men over a city bike, is now receiving threats to her and her family. The woman's lawyer said Friday, Sarah Comrie, a physician's assistant at Bellevue Hospital, became the target of the internet over the last week when footage of her arguing over one of the popular bike rentals was shared over and over again on social media. Her lawyer, Justin Marino, said there is much more to the story than what the video depicts. I am trying to stop the threats to her family and to her by clearing her name.
That's the thing too, they showed up to her fucking house. They showed up to her house, and they also claim that like, oh, they're trying to hide, her lawyer's hiding things because they didn't show the exact time. They blurred out when the, now by the way, the full information was shared to several media organizations so they could confirm it. They only blurred it out for public release because, and what they blurred out was the destination of the bike and the time she rented it. Why do you think they did that, Spoon? Why did they blur that out for public release? Well, I'll answer it for you. The reason they blurred that out is because if people knew where she got off the bike, it'd be easier for them to find where she lived. And if they knew when she rented the bike, it'd be easier for them to find out when she gets off of work. The futile and pathetic attempts to claim that her lawyers are hiding things by blurring out those 2 points is absurdist, and multiple news outlets have been given the unredacted versions of the receipts and have confirmed that they're legitimate. So, oopsie.
And letting people know what actually occurred, Marino said. Civil rights lawyer Ben Crump, according to the Daily News, Ben Crump posted on social media that Comrie tried to weaponize her tears to paint this man as a threat, but appears to have taken the post.
That's what you said, Rashad, that she was weaponizing her tears. That kind of rhetoric came from people like you.
Down. Marino, the attorney, said Comrie has 2 main goals at this point. 1, she wants her job, and 2, she wants to walk the streets safely. Marino said he has warned the hospital and the Health Plus Hospitals Corporation that he will stand up for Comrie's rights. Companies are permitted to do investigations when they see a concern. He said, I will have an issue with them if and when they move to terminate her. A spokesperson from the hospital declined to address Marino's specific concerns, but a statement posted by the agency on Twitter earlier this week called the video of Comrie disturbing. The provider is currently out on leave and will remain on leave pending a review. The statement says, as a health system, we are committed to providing an environment for our patients and staff that is free from...
Let's just break it down. You tried to get a pregnant woman fired from her job because she was harassed by some criminals who wanted to steal a bike from her. But go ahead and keep explaining yourself, Rashad.
Okay. That means that she did have a good faith effort to believe that the bike was hers in that moment. As I've also said, it doesn't mean that the young men were trying to rob her. They also could have had a good faith effort to believe that, no, the bike was actually theirs.
Well, where are the young men? Oh, they're not anywhere. They tried to go viral taking this video to get popular, and now they've all disappeared. Isn't that curious? Where are their receipts? There is none. The amount, what the fuck? Like, you're just like, well, we don't know. Maybe they had receipts, but we don't know. We don't know. They probably did. I'm sure they did. But unfortunately for you, Dr. Ritchie, she's provided receipts to this. The young men have disappeared. They have absconded. They don't want anything to do with this. Curious, isn't it? We have nothing from them. We have everything from her. So your pathetic attempt at running defense for them is not working. And I know you're saying this because you know your audience wants to hear it, and you're afraid at the same time of being sued, and you are going to get sued, hopefully. But I can't wait to see it. I would love to see you get sued, Dr. Ritchie. I'd love to see it.
Okay.
Let's hope that TYT money comes through, huh?
Would like to see this fully resolved. But I also want to remind everyone that we do very important work at Indisputable, and it will not stop. Do you remember Mr. Vaughn? This is the kind of work we care deeply about as well. You see, nobody...
Oh, I don't... Oh, look at this pivot. I don't give a shit. pray for yourself, Dr. Richie. I hope he gets sued into oblivion. So, here's something that happened. TikToker arrested after disturbing pranks. This shit
kind of weird.
Was insane. But it just shows you that this is in the UK, of course, not in the US. But black people have really become convinced that they can do anything they want. And it's no wonder why. You can rob a pregnant woman of her bike. And not just rob a pregnant woman of her bike, but then try to destroy her life just because you're black. You can do what these people did. I'm going to show you these TikToks. If you guys have not seen these, they're insane. And the reason is that black people have been told that essentially they can do anything they want. Because if anyone questions you, then you just cry racisms. You just cry racisms, and then you can get away with anything you fucking want. This is not tenable. This is not... The world cannot continue to exist like this. And things, I think, are inevitably going to change, because you cannot have a functional society where a group of people are basically untouchable legally because of the color of their skin. That is untenable.
Get into random houses, let's go.
Walking into random houses.
The hell?
You haven't seen this?
Oh, this I have seen.
Oh my...
That.
James? Come to the front door right now, please.
James? James? You man, come.
Hello, James.
We need to speak to James.
James.
Hi.
James.
Is this where the study group is?
Study group? No. What door number is this? No.
Study group.
They're arrested, aren't they?
They've been arrested now, but they've been doing this for like months. Or weeks at least.
Only fucking now.
Only now that it went viral. Yeah, only fucking now,
yeah,
right.
We need to really tackle people who spread some mean things on the internet, but people who fucking cause actual haywire. It takes months for us to fucking do anything.
Right. I mean, he's posting this shit on TikTok.
Yo, England, fuck your police, they're shit.
Well, yeah, but what are they going to do? Well, the police would be afraid to do anything because that would be racist, wouldn't it? Mate, that would be fucking racist. So this literally walks into these people's house. But this, if you think this is bad, it gets worse. If you haven't seen this shit yet, guys. I'm assuming most of you have, but still.
Wait, this is not where the study group is.
got kids, man.
Oh, you got kids? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought this was...
He's got children. He's like, get out of my house. I have children here. He just walked in this guy's house.
The study group, I actually thought...
No, you didn't.
And this is the study
oh my
group.
god. What an asshole. What a piece of shit.
Like
it
anyone
gets
thinks
worse.
you fucking study, Belle.
Walking into random houses.
Just walking into... They're making dinner. What the fuck? It's literally breaking and entering.
If you did
I mean, it's like the doors open, probably for like air, you know? But still, ridiculous. Live stream films of walking around people's houses. Also films videos of him threatening women at night. Apparently this is funny.
What? I saw you from over there. I like your hair still. You got some nice hair.
Just, oh my
it's nice
god,
and
touching
luscious.
her.
I'm perfectly fine. We're gonna die. Huh?
The sounds of London, right?
Why are you just smiling at me? I asked him a question, a serious question. Do you wanna die?
No. Do you want to die? Is that what he said?
Yep.
Why?
Sure. Stop touching him.
Why?
Because.
You're gonna die. You sure?
Yeah.
I saw you from over there. You're just looking like you wanted to die.
When did we look at you?
Well, you was looking at me this whole time. You're gonna die. Nah, bro. Bro. You're gonna die, bro. Bro, don't even answer that right now. This is serious, bro. You're trying to answer the phone. Who's calling you? They can wait. They can wait, bro. You're gonna die, bro, because I can take it out right now, bro.
What's wrong?
Huh?
What's wrong?
I can take it out right now. Do you want to die? Yes or no? Half speak. I'm talking to you, bro. You don't want to die.
You know what would be
How
funny?
is this a prank?
You know what would be
How
funny?
is this a prank? He's literally just threatening her.
Is it the guy on the left hand side there?
Yeah.
I would.
I don't know. It looks like a woman. It's like 3 women.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
Looks like 3 women.
I wouldn't mind if one of them stood up and just knocked him the fuck out.
I don't know if that's a man.
Yeah.
Hang on.
But I wouldn't mind if someone were to just drop him.
That's a woman. Yeah, look at the hair. Well, who knows these days, but you know.
These days, yeah. But if one of them were to get up and just like knocked him on the fucking jaw and he fell with his fucking head on that jaw and just bled out, I'm like,
yep.
This is what you get for threatening somebody.
Yeah, he was directly threatening her. Do you want to fucking die? Do you want me to pull it out?
That's
implying he has a gun, you know?
That's a threat.
It is. And
Yes.
I assume like these women are just like they're too terrified to know how to respond. You know what I mean?
By the way, it's so English. It is so English. Just like
it's very English, yeah.
Yes. Whereas if you did this
yes,
in
it's
America,
very English,
if you
right?
walked into somebody's house in America,
yeah, they'd shoot you.
I would hope your brain's up against a fucking wall, where it bloody belongs. Because the only reason why you fucking pull this shit is because nothing happens to you.
Here he is stealing pets.
Hello.
Hi.
You got a nice dog.
Sorry?
You got a nice dog.
She's lovely. She's family's dog. Don't run away.
Big gang, whole lot of gangs. We're outside.
The reason he's doing this is he knows in his mind, he's like, I'm black. I can never get in trouble for this. He claimed he returned the dog. He claimed he did. I mean, I don't know. Jesus, just watch this. It never ends. There's so much. Again, they've been going on for months. This shit on TikTok. He has now, yes, been arrested, but it took months for this to happen. Because again, he knows I'm black. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Because white people, white Brits, are too afraid to tell me no.
This is all over Twitter, or not Twitter. This is
and,
all over
and TikTok. Yep,
yes.
TikTok and yeah.
Nothing fucking happened.
For weeks or months, yeah. He was allowed to get away with this because he knew, like I said,
useless cunts.
Well, you got to lock people down if they don't obey by lockdown mandates. If they don't wear a mask. But this guy can do whatever he wants because he's black.
This is why people favor segregation.
What?
This is why people favor segregation because of shit like this.
What? It's insufferable.
Ow. Huh?
What are you doing?
What do you mean what am I doing?
Get out of my car.
This is my Uber.
No.
You just pulled in. I've been waiting for time.
Out of the way. It's not an Uber. Get out, man.
Why?
This is not an Uber, so get out of my car.
This is an Uber. I insist.
Get out of the fucking car.
Why are you getting angry for?
Because it's not an Uber.
Why are you getting angry for? Do you want to get angry? Because we can get angry. Don't close the door. Don't close. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
What a piece of shit. What an absolute piece of human fucking garbage.
I don't wish harm on people, but if someone were to kick his ass, I would not shed a tear. I'd shake the person's hand.
Well, he deserves it.
Yeah, exactly. Put him in prison where he fucking belongs. He's clearly a menace to society.
Well, I would say, fucking abrogate from this kind of shit. It's disgusting.
Just go now, mate.
Okay, so then what was the problem?
Because I'm not an Uber driver.
Right, the dust isn't my Uber! It's not my Uber.
Oh my god. Last year we walked around people's homes, went to a library to rip up books for clout.
Alright, boom, we're in the library. Hey, you men are dragging it, bruv, trying to get me nicked out here. I said rip a book in front of the people. Bruv. Any book. Alright, come, cameraman. I'm sorry. Come, let's go. Excuse me, what, can I, take the book here? Oh, sure. Hi. You right?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
I just got a bit of, can I get this book, please?
Right, okay, just 1 minute.
What a British response. Okay. Just for a minute.
It's TikTok.
It's for TikTok. Yeah, they know. Yeah.
TikTok video ripping books, no?
Excuse me, what's going on, guys?
This is not what you did.
Is that your book from home?
No, it's not.
Is it the library?
Yeah.
What?
Then that, you cannot do that, guys.
What a complete piece of shit. Here we go.
Up in the
Can you turn this off? This is just making me want to
walking
punch
into
people.
random people's homes, stealing an elderly woman's dog, assaulting Jews, threatening to kill a girl and other random people, has turned himself into the police.
big man them. Free Mizzy. Free Mizzy, bro. Free Mizzy.
No, he needs to go to jail for a long ass fucking time for this shit.
Put him in jail
so
permanently.
oh, it's so infuriating. However, the fatigue is real. People are fatigued by this shit, including, interestingly, Destiny.
I was just thinking of this one.
This is going back to, actually to the stuff with the nurse, but
This is the most base thing Destiny has ever said.
Destiny's got a base take.
Oh, you're gonna show the dog! You're gonna show the dog! You're gonna show the dog video that everybody got mad at because they didn't get the full story on this one either? By the way, if you saw this video and you thought it was just a crazy white woman being a crazy white woman, she was being about 40% crazy.
No, she's being way
But
more.
what you didn't see in this video...
She was being crazy. I will admit, like her, like dragging the dog by the neck.
The justification is much
But-
higher.
But the guy was trying to steal her dog, or it seemed from her perspective, it seemed that way, right?
Was when the black guy posted the video on Facebook, he even wrote in the comments, I told this white woman I was gonna offer her dog treats to abduct her fucking dog.
Oh my god, that was an update for me.
Yeah, no shit, she was fucking nervous in the video, but none of that got reported on, even though the black guy put that part in his original Facebook post. In February 2021, charges against Amy Cooper were dropped after she completed a 5-session educational and therapeutic program focused on racial identity.
They've made her go to re-education camp over this.
Even though she was in the right.
Like, how do you not come away hating black people after this? Like, bro.
Right? Right, though? You go to bed, Bill? All right. Thank you, Bill. Bill sent me one last thing. But yeah. But Disney's right. How do you not come away from this, like, hating black people after this kind of stuff? I'm just saying, like, how do you not come away hating black people when they're also, they just do it, but then they get away with it with no fucking punishment whatsoever?
Well, I understand it. Like, holy shit. Do you understand how much you're asking of white people? Like, how much black people and white people are asking of white people to tolerate insane fucking shit like this and not walk away mind-fucked? Like, it's actually unfucking believable. Holy shit.
Beast Steven. Bill just sent me this, though. TikTok prankster Mizzy has been fined £365 and given a criminal behavior order which bans him from posting any content on social media without the express permission of people in his videos. For 2 years.
That's it?
£365. It's not even a slap on the wrist.
So he basically gets no punishment whatsoever.
To translate, that's like, it's about $450 US. Nothing. Literally fucking nothing. Not even felony level crime. Just let him get away with it. Jesus Christ.
The state of fucking police is a joke.
The UK police for sure. Luckily, things
got fined more for the fucking Nazi pug thing.
Yeah. Oh, way more. Yeah. Luckily, Montana has banned TikTok.
So you can go into people's houses and fuck with them. That will get you. You can actually damage public property. From
Steal
books,
their dogs.
right?
Steal their animals. Damage public property.
But you can make a fucking joke about Nazis, and that gets you like what? Is it over £1,000?
Yeah. Let's see. How much was Dankula? Marcus
fuck the UK.
Meechin, fine. Let's see. How much was he fined? How much was?
Yeah, they fined £1,000.
£800. £800.
More than twice that.
So Count Dankula was fined more than twice for having his pug raise its paw than this guy was for stealing pets, ripping up public property at a library, breaking into people's homes, and threatening people on the train or waiting for the train.
How about that white privilege?
I know. That's that white privilege, isn't it? That's that white privilege. But yes, Minnesota, or not Minnesota, Montana, excuse me.
Your cops
Yeah.
gonna get fucked.
I know. So Montana has banned TikTok because it's a Chinese spy app,
I
which
fucking
it
hope
is.
if I go to the UK, I get fucking denied entry because I said that.
Well, I'm trying to meet up with you at some point, dude. We gotta like hang out. We gotta hang out at some point. We're not that far away from each other in the broad scheme of things. We gotta have like a IRL meetup.
Useless UK.
Yeah, true though. Well, I told you I'm gonna be in the UK in the summer. Well, it's summer now, but like later in the summer.
F words.
For stuff. Yeah, I know. Anywho, so
Wait, how long is this stream been
TikTokers-
going on? I can say the F word now, can I?
Yep. Well, I wouldn't.
Fags.
Let's move on to the. Well, speaking of which, let's move on to the tranny segment.
Oh God. do we have
Segment. Yes. Because we must. So
to? Is it
here's
because
how.
the other one that got stole more.
Actually, here's. Well, he's now going to court. We'll see what happens with that. Probably nothing. The University of Minnesota faces backlash over summer research program restricted to non-white applicants. I love this picture. What a great picture. He's got a basketball.
Yes, it's totally not
Why
racially
would you?
insensitive.
Why would you put this up? This is what they put on their own website, I guess. Minnesota students making it on campus during Friday's blustery weather. Why? Oh my God! Like you couldn't make it more stereotypical if you wanted. What the fuck? Anywho, so yeah, their summer program for undergraduates, which is funded by taxpayers, by the way, is not. You cannot be white. It is only for non-whites. How cute. That's fine though. It's fine to be racist as long as it's against white people. That's fine. Another university. Oh, sorry, that's the same one. Wait, nope. Oh, I just copied the wrong link.
It's
University of Colorado. Assume everyone is trans. This is the world they're headed towards, by the way. A PhD in dribbling. I know, right? Usually it's safe to use they, them, theirs unless that person tells you otherwise.
You know, I'm just
Fuck
gonna
off.
I'm just gonna say some real shit.
Just fuck off.
If Russia wants to take over more territory, I'm kind of okay with that at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because Russia seems to be aware that the United States has lost its fucking mind, and it's many people are like, hey, look, you're gonna start speaking Russia. What's gonna be the
Russian,
bad thing? That's it.
Speaking of language, they, them, theirs is grammatically incorrect. You are not a plural. You're a single
Have
individual.
You seen how fat some of these people are?
That's true. A lot of them
some
are
of them might
quite
actually be.
large. A lot of them might be
Oh,
plural.
that fucking Dutch one beat me to the joke.
Oh, Bill got beaten to the joke. He was going to make that same joke, apparently. So that's where we're at.
I'm sorry,
with
my
the
people are
universities.
faster than yours, Bill.
To be fair, he was in the bathroom and getting ready to go to bed. Which, okay, so the universities just assume everyone is trans. So let's talk about the tranny stuff because, well,
Why
it's
would I
culture
assume
war.
everyone is trans?
They're not.
Exactly.
Target to remove all satanic pride designs after parents raise hell over tuck-friendly bathing suits. And we covered this last week that Target had a section. We'll go down to it in a second. That Target had a section in the front of their stores for Pride. I know, Bill. Good night. For Pride season, that was included bathing suits that had little like pockets in it that you could tuck your pee-pee into for children, for little children, like under the age of 10. Children
Not
aged
creepy at all.
2 to 9. Items being removed now include gender fluid, mugs, queer all year, calendars, and books for children
Gender
aged 2 to
fluid
9
is just
titled
slang for jizz. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, I know. Bye Bye Binary, Pride 123, I'm Not a Girl, and all products created by the satanic Aprabalin? Reminds me of the Abremelin operation. Is that what this is about? Is this an Abremelin reference? Hang on, is it? What does Aprabalin mean? I think this is Abramelin. I think that's what this is. Do you know what the Abramelin operation is?
Fuck no.
Okay, the Abramelin operation is a esoteric ritual by which you summon an angel. It's a advanced, like it's severely advanced esoteric magic that requires you to actually like be tested by a bunch of demons and stuff for over the course of an entire year. It's called the Abramelin. Well, Abramelin was a wizard. I know that sounds insane what I just said, guys. You could listen to James Lindsay. He's very interested in this stuff too.
I would, but
I'm sorry. Well, you can watch his YouTube videos still.
No, fuck him. He's too easily triggered by shit.
Bill just screamed from the room that esotericism is cringe. So Target has pulled their Pride display from a store after parents pushed back to give up the heat. I would not be surprised if it is a reference to the Abramelin operation. The name of this, it sounds so similar. Abramelin and Abrabellin. Abrabellin. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going full Goetia. It's fine. I'm interested in that stuff.
You weirdo.
Bill just screamed cringe. Why did Target hire a Satanist to design pieces for the recent Pride clothing line? Satan
Because
loves
they're
you.
Satanists.
Read this shit. This is unbelievable. Okay, so here's the guy who developed it.
God,
some of the
just
stuff.
look fucking cringe.
Do you see his shirt? It says Satan respects pronouns.
Now, just out of curiosity, Aiden, does that mean that I am more angelic if I don't?
I guess so.
Because my God, if you want to make me sound fucking base, I'm never going to use any of your fucking pronouns. I'd rather be godly. Satan respects programs. Satan is a fucking pussy fag.
This is like an
respecting your programs. I don't respect your pronouns. Fuck you.
I think this is an Instagram post. He says, this has been hard to keep quiet, but I can now proudly announce that you can buy Abrabellin in U.S. Targets. Part 1 of the range includes messenger bags, a tote, and a sweatshirt, available at Target stores and on their website.
So gay.
When they approached me to design a range for Pride, I realized that I had an opportunity to create something huge. I was given a chance to make work that would be seen by countless people. I wanted to ensure that any young people who saw Abrabellin in Target would know that who they are is beautiful, purposeful, and worth expressing.
No, it isn't.
I know. These are children 2 to 9. This is aimed at literal satanic shit. I imagine what it would feel like to be a younger version of myself and see something more specific, tailor-made than a lackluster rainbow flag. I wanted to create a range that would embrace younger me and tell him that who he is more than okay.
No, it
that
isn't.
being trans is special
No, it
and
isn't.
wonderful, and that the closet is. This is what they always do. Like, it's not just that being trans is okay. It's that no, trans is not. It's not okay to be
No,
trans,
this is a
which is what.
cult.
That was our old thing. It's been like, okay, whatever, you feel that way, that's fine. No, it's you're better, you're special, you're superior to others because of your tranny shit. It's insufferable. I'm truly excited about this. I had having to keep quiet about it. Yeah?
I don't know about the chat feels like this. I might sound insane. How many of you guys think that the entertainment media that you see is a subtle way of telling you what the elite have planned?
Oh, I believe that.
Because, like, Deus
Well,
Ex.
Yeah, in the game.
Yeah.
Well,
Cyberpunk, enhanced genetics and body parts. Here's a weird one for you. Right? Fallout 4. The Institute is the World Economic Forum. Mankind redefined.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find this exact clip from what I'm looking for. There's a scene in the X-Files that actually addresses exactly what you're talking about. And it's not the ending.
The vaccine.
There's a scene in an episode of the X-Files. The episode is called Jose Chunks from Outer Space. And in the episode, at one point...
Subtly, I know.
Well, at one point, Scully brings up that there's an idea that the government intentionally puts all this shit out there and then makes it sound insane so that if you bring it up, then you sound crazy.
Yes.
And this is in the X-Files in the 90s, and I believe it's absolutely true.
I already know I sound crazy. I don't really care.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they put this shit out there. It is insane. And then when you bring it up, they say, oh, well, you're just a crazy person. Not the Alex. No, not. I'm not playing Alex Trebek clip again. But it's from earlier. It's when Jose comes to visit Scully early in the episode. Actually, you know what? I think I can actually bring this up really quickly. Amazon.com. Just let me finish reading this then while I'm doing this. X Files.
Aiden doing this clip again, hobo.
No, I'm not. I'm playing it again. I'm playing it. Yeah, you
Good
this
old
one.
smoking man.
Jose Chung's from Outer Space. Where is it? It should be here. Season 4, isn't it?
Half the chat you're pissing off, half the chat not so much.
Oh, am I? Am I pissing people off by talking
Yes.
about No Not Found Where I Died? Oh, sorry. Really? What episode is Jose Chung's from Outer Space? What season? I thought it was season 4. Season 5? No, not Clyde Bruckman's Final Repose. Is it season 5? No way. Season Detour. Emily Kitsunagari. Sorry, wow, what episode is Jose Chung's from Outer Space?
You're driving the chat insane right now.
Am I?
Yes.
Sorry. Season 3, episode 20. My bad. I'm trying to find this scene. I've used it in a bunch of videos. How did I miss it?
No, I'm
Where
not
the
going to say that
chorophages?
fucking phrase.
Here it is. Okay. Right.
Yeah, apparently you need to speak in Japanese.
そうですよ。どっちな日本語でに思いか? Okay. It's yeah. Okay, I got it. It's about here. It's about here. All right. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how much I can play of this because I'll get in trouble.
Actually, it was my publisher's idea.
I gotta skip ahead a little bit.
Oh, we can't see it, but sure, why not?
I'll just. You can't see this. It's not.
No.
You can't see any of it.
No.
Oh, fucking Amazon. All right, never mind. They have a thing in place where you can't see shit. Never mind them.
3 minutes of
She's
my life
everything-
want to get back.
Sorry, pardon me. I tried, but I forgot that Amazon has a weird thing where you can't play their things for other people. Gay. Anyway, watch Jose Chung's from Outer Space. It explains it. Anywho, already got the transphobes infuriated with me, and I feel like quite the celebrity to think they believe this is some big conspiracy, and I have any power to brainwash anyone when I'm just some guy drawing pictures. You do though. One of my favorite, most popular designs, the one that gave Abpralin its proper footing and direction, coming up with this phrase helped make Abpralin what it is today. Satan loves you and respects who you are. You are valuable in this world and you deserve to treat yourself with love and respect. LGBT plus people are so often referred to as being a product of Satan or going against God's will. So fine, we'll hang with Satan instead. I mean, thanks for telling us
Yeah,
that you're
that's
just...
quite the mask off moment.
It really is mask off, that you're just pure on fucking Satanists. Satanists don't actually believe in Satan.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. He is merely used as a symbol of passion, pride, and liberty. Pride.
Even pride is a sin.
I remember when pride was a sin.
And liberty.
He means to you what you need him to mean. So for me, Satan is hope, compassion, equality, and love. But naturally, Satan respects pronouns. He loves all LGBT plus people. I went with a variation of Baphomet for this design, a deity who themselves is a mixture of genders, beings, ideas, and existences. They reject binary stereotypes and expectations. Perfect. So he's a Satanist. This, like, do you remember, like, when the fucking Christians told us
These people
in the
are just,
90s
like, fucking evil.
these people were Satanists? And I was like, yeah, we're proudly Satanists. We
Yes, and
love
then people
Satan.
and then people just went like, "Well, the Christians are fucking insane."
Oh, the
And then-
Christians are right.
Yeah, and then now everyone's like, "Remember when you guys said we were insane 30 years ago? How do you guys feel now?"
Yeah, how do you feel now, I guess?
Yeah, and
I mean, I also thought the Christians were kind of crazy back then, but
yeah,
they
and,
were right.
Yeah, and James, Lindsay, what is your liberalism going to do to stop these people? Oh, yeah, fuck all. If you want me to take your reformist, like, limp-wristed cock fucking liberalism
Yeah.
versus the Christian nationalists, I'll take the Christian nationalists all damn day. I know,
Yeah,
I'm putting
I
you in a
mean,
rough spot. 'Cause
well,
you
but
don't
it's
pick sides, but
Well, no, because I like Dr. But this is it is literally objectively satanic.
Yeah, fuck you.
You're
base Gregorian
worshiping
chants
Satan.
and angelic with like swords who want to purge these people. Like, yes, I would rather have that.
You know, I was gonna play a little bit. I'm only gonna play a little bit of this, because I just.
Deus Vult.
Oh right. Oh, this is it. Yeah.
Bring back the Holy Crusades.
Right. Look at this. Nebraska Democrat. Literally worshipping trannies.
It's always fucking women. It's
always women. Yeah. I think we might have played this on Friday. I don't know. Worth playing again though.
No, that was a different one.
No, oh yeah, it was a different clip on Friday, but it's the same shit.
No, the woman that you played was the heavy metal one that screams at the mic.
Yeah, they're all like they can't even they can't think, they can't talk. All they can do is scream and repeat slogans. It's incomprehensible.
These people, is this the reason why Xanax is popular in your country?
I don't know. I've never taken a Xanny.
But like, yeah, but I'm saying like, is this why? Because if you tell me you want more Xanax so you can dope these people up into like next year, I would be okay.
Yeah,
with
to calm them out. I don't know, but like it keeps going. By the way,
I would. This is the thing. No, hold on a second. If I would simp for Big Pharma if you were telling me you were gonna drug these people into oblivion with Xanax, I would totally be okay with that. I would endorse Xanax to fucking Morrow.
No, I wouldn't.
That was your campaign.
Well, these people shouldn't be. These people just shouldn't be in power.
Yes,
but we live in a But in a democracy, these people get voted into
yes, but
systems
if you were
of power.
telling me you were going to drug these people so they would stop being fucking morons, I would be okay with that.
I don't know. This is lunacy, though. She's literally crying and screaming.
There's an ending.
By the way, she's in the Nebraska State Senate, screaming like this.
I wonder how this ends.
You matter.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
For you.
By doing what?
I will not stop.
Screaming.
I will not stop today. I will not stop tomorrow. You are loved.
You should stop eating. You're kind of
You
chunky.
matter.
Yeah, you're fat.
You belong here.
No, you don't.
Like this is.
But you don't belong in the Senate.
You're in a cult. You are in a fucking cult. And your cult worships troons for whatever reason. Watch the. Okay, so you can help with this, right?
This
being
is the
someone.
Dutch thing?
This is the Dutch thing. You can help with this if now there's subtitles. I really apologize for showing this to you guys, but I want you to see this because it's.
We have to.
I think it's important.
Why?
Gewoon bloot, gaan volwassen
Simply
mensen.
naked. Get adults get undressed so we can learn something about it.
No.
Look at these children. These children are just like 7, like between like 7 and 10 years old, right? This is in the Netherlands, and you can understand Dutch more or less, right?
Why are you making me do this?
I'm just saying if you have any context to add.
Okay, we don't need to see this. Okay.
I'm just gonna play it.
No.
I'm playing it.
No.
10. It says they're okay. It says they're 10 to 12.
Aiden, these people basically looked at cuties and went, "Hold my beer."
It is blurred out, so I just wanted to show you what they're doing in the Netherlands.
If they're fucking blurred out, it's the fact that the kids can fucking
Alles
see it.
vragen over hun blote lichaam en vandaag hebben
Yeah,
we
it's
als
horrifying.
gasten
That's why people need to see what they're fucking doing.
transgenders.
Don't need to
Het gaat echt om het gevoel wat je van binnen hebt.
Ja, en dat gevoel, dat kan je gewoon hebben, maar daar kan je ook iets mee doen. Zoals ik ook een operatie heb gedaan, maar je kan ook transgender zijn en geen operaties ondergaan.
Zie heb ik wel wat in mijn broek, maar ik heb nog steeds een vulva. En daar voel ik me niet prettig bij. En vandaar
I'm
dat
not
ik
gonna
dan
lie.
passeer in mijn
I like the
boxer.
fact that the kids.
Literal clown.
I like the fact.
Literal
that
clowns.
The look on the kid's face is just like, bitch, what the
Sick.
fuck have you done?
Yeah, they're disgusted.
Yeah, but the kids just like, are you out of your fucking mind? Leave the
look
kids
at
look
their-
at them like they're insane.
Look at their fucking bodies also. Holy shit.
They look disgusting.
Met mijn bekker erin.
Vaginaplastiek.
En wat betekent dat?
Dat je dus zeg maar van het mannelijk geslacht, ja, je laat het dus ombouwen naar het vrouwelijk geslacht.
Op het eerste moment denk je, huh?
Here's the scary part though. Here's what the kids have to say.
En op het tweede moment denk je, oh, het is eigenlijk best
At first you think it's weird, and then you realize it's normal.
No, it's not.
normaal. Het is eigenlijk gewoon heel normaal.
It's normal.
No, that's
Dus het is niet alleen per se alleen.
That's why I wanted to show this. This is horrifying.
Man en vrouw. Daartussen zit gewoon ontzettend veel. Nadat je een operatie hebt gehad. Anne-Chris, hoe voelde dat?
Ken je het woord euforisch?
Nee.
Oké, dat is echt heel blij. Echt heel blij. Ik werd
Yeah, and then 5 years when you've killed yourself.
And then after you hang yourself, yeah. Okay.
wakker. En ik wist dat ik geen borsten meer had, dat het plat was, dat het was zoals ik altijd heb gewild, zoals ik me van binnen voel. Ik was echt tot het plafond, zeg maar door het plafond.
Het is een soort van dat je vliegt.
Ja.
Feels like flying.
Fuck off.
You're talking to children. This is sickening.
You are all going to hell.
Dat wil ik ook.
I want that too.
No you don't.
Yeah.
You are all going to hell.
Yep.
Every one of you is going to burn for eternity.
Yep, they
and
will.
You fucking deserve it.
They really fucking do. And again, just to prove these people can get away with anything. Now remember, January 6th is literally worse than 9/11. But here's the Nebraska State Capitol. A tranny just punches a cop in the face. It's fine.
To be fair, it's probably like a velvet glove.
Oh, watch. Yeah, it does get put down pretty.
Good.
They literally are dressed like a clown. They're literally dressed like a clown. Oh, it's so funny. But that's fine. Actually, although what's not fine is that the Biden administration is directly funding trannies.
No shit.
Funding drag queen story hour performers' latest book on cruising gay men and femme witches. Watch this clip.
The Pentagon is under intense scrutiny and pressure over the Navy's choice.
Oh, this is about
of a
the this is about the
drag queen campaign.
this is about the Navy part, but sorry, that was not actually the video was talking the issue here. NEH research program says the book will explore digital enhancement, which the author describes as a framework that will explore how diverse queer trans users subvert and expand traditional approaches of privacy by creatively exploiting features of mainstream technologies and creating their own platforms. The book aims to contradict assumptions that view online privacy as primarily concealing information and according to the project description, while drag offers a means of flooding algorithms with alter ego images that confuse digital surveillance systems. What? What? Like, for real, what?
With that, we bring in Senator Tom Cotton, an Iraq and Afghanistan war veteran and member of the Armed...
Oh, this is about something else, sorry. I wasn't sure if it was related. I was hoping there was a video that was related, but NEH research program description says the book will... drawn on San Francisco case studies, including drag queens, trans taxi drivers, cruising gay men, and femme witches. I look to LGBTQ plus histories that complicate these assumptions. Quarantine's project description states, digital enhancement describes the hyper-visible glamour, mischievousness, and mystical intuition that many queer trans subjects employ to playfully dazzle both the human senses and computational sensors. In other words, they're saying, like, the way you get away with being anonymous online is not to actually, like, have security, but to dress up as a tranny. That's your digital security for children. Great. Well, how's it working out for Bud Light? Uh-oh, Bud Light buying back unsold expired beer from wholesalers as sales continue to suffer. I mean, there's all you have to know about it. Bud Light is buying back their own beer because they're suffering so bad. Wall Street Journal published a lengthy feature on the company's struggles after conservatives across America have ditched Bud Light over the saga that began in March when Mulvaney publicized that the beer company sent packs of Bud Light featuring the influencer's face as a way to celebrate a full year of girlhood. Backlash was swift. The promotion is now considered one of the most polarizing in the history of the digital space. Now it seems parent company Anheuser-Busch is taking steps to help wholesalers who have taken the hit. The brewer recently told its wholesalers they would buy back unsold cases of beer that had gone past their expiration date. How many billions of dollars are they wasting to do this shit?
At least 6.
A lot. They're lying about it. Like, they keep being like, oh, there's no problem whatsoever. But clearly there is. Bud Light, however, at the same time, as Bud Light is being continually boycotted by the right, Bud Light makers stripped of LGBTQ plus rating for caving to Dylan Mulvaney backlash.
Oh, boo-hoo.
So now your precious ESG rating that you were so heavily fighting for has been stripped from you for not. They didn't even apologize, by the way. For not apologizing, they were still stripped of it. They were still stripped of their score. Because, look, just don't fuck with this shit as a company and you'll be fine. Because they'll throw you under the bus the second you're no longer useful to them. Funnily enough, though, Adidas is now stockpiling Yeezys. Because Yeezys is their biggest seller. But, I mean, I know Kanye's, contentious, but Adidas is back to selling Yeezys.
Nah, Kanye's
Funny.
best.
Funny, right?
Let's say that fucking phrase.
Women are wearing a safety layer over their outfits. Can I get out of here? Over their outfits in public to deter creepy men, with many labeling it sad but necessary. Now, before I scroll down, guys, what do you think the safety layer must look like? This woman must be wearing a t-shirt or something. Oh no, she's wearing this. Literally all but naked in the front, right?
Most of your tits are showing.
Yeah. I have to wear a when you arrive at your destination, you take off your Subway shirt. Sad but necessary. No. Just don't be a whore.
How about you don't dress like a cheap slut?
Yeah, just don't dress like a cheap slut. And you have to wear just wear this shirt and not wear this hideous slut outfit.
You actually look more attractive when you wear the white one.
She does. She looks better with this on.
Yeah.
But no, she has to wear this, like, BDSM bizarreness. Women are so fucked, dude. However, there is some funny news about women. It's not just women alone. Haha, this makes me laugh. Woman weighed like baggage before flight.
That's because her ass is the size of her luggage case.
Well, weight and balance is critical to determining any flight. Yeah, readers. Okay, I get it. She's actually not even that fat. In terms of, I've seen way fatter people. It's just still funny.
Well, she's not that fat. I guarantee she weighs at least 195 pounds.
Yeah, she's heavy, but it's still funny. Black Lives Matter has hemorrhaged cash in 2022, documents show. Do you know why?
Because people are not donating money?
Oh no, it's because the individual members stole all of it. Black Lives Matter Global Network ran an 8.5 million deficit, and saw the value of its investment accounts plummet by nearly 10 million in the most recent tax year. The group logged nearly $1 million loss on securities and sale of $172,000, suggesting the charity weathered a staggering 85% loss on the transaction. Those troubles didn't stop BLM from doling out 7-figure contracts to friends and family of its former executive, Patrisse Cullors, who once said charity financial disclosures were triggering and deeply unsafe.
Hey look, black people were doing some shady shit and they suck at numbers. My god, who could have fucking seen that one coming?
Yep. The financial losses came after a year of missteps and setbacks for the embattled charity. BLM raised $9.3 million in 2022.
That might be fucking true.
I know. Same people who are stealing this. Down 88% from its hold the previous year. Black Lives Matter was forced to shut down its online fundraising streams in 2022 due to compliance and transparency issues in several liberal states. Even in liberal states, they were so fucked, they had to shut down. The group has blown through 2/3 of the $90 million it raised in the wake of George Floyd's death.
Can I be honest?
2/3.
I almost
Yeah.
admire the hustle.
Almost do.
Yeah, just because
BLM
like, you fleeced a whole bunch of fucking stupid liberal white people. It's like,
I know.
dude, you're so fucking dumb. Like, this is your
Yeah,
punishment
you know
for
what?
stupidity.
I kind of agree. I also
Yeah.
admire the hustle a little bit. BLM spent $12 million of those funds on luxury homes in LA and Toronto.
And
That-
what was
a
it-
profligacy.
Was it the neighborhoods? Were they black, Aiden, or was it overwhelmingly fucking white?
They were both black and white.
Mm-hmm. But I want to say,
The profligacy did not abate.
It wasn't ghetto neighborhoods, like uppity black neighborhoods.
Right.
Was it? Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah. That profligacy did not abate in the 2022 fiscal year when the charity dropped more than $10.5 million on contractors. Much of it went to companies linked to Color's family and friend. Colors is a black woman, of course. Colors' brother, Paul Colors, made out especially well, a graffiti artist with no prior experience as a bodyguard. Paul Colors and his two companies raked in $1.6 million, providing, quote, professional security services for BLM in 2022. Paul Colors was also one of BLM's only two paid employees during the year, collecting a $126,000 salary as head of security. BLM disclosed last May it had paid Paul Colors comparatively a meager $841,000 to protect the charity's swanky $6 million LA mansion this in the 2021 tax year. In other words, BLM has been, well, we all know, we knew it the entire time. BLM is a
scam,
tax fraud scam, and it's the entire point of all of it was to
slowly
defraud
fade
you.
into obscurity now.
Like one or two more things, then we can leave. New York City college professor threatened
the
post
jungle bitch.
reporter with machete. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I wanted to make a video about this.
this is very interesting. Do we have the video?
No, it isn't.
It's. I just want to play the video. Here's the video.
It's in
Hang
New
on.
York, and it features a non-white
So
person.
this is a New York Post reporter asking this woman a question. She walks out of her door with a machete held to his throat. Just once again,
I like the way
held
the guy is
to his
chilled
throat.
as fuck. The guy's just like, what the fuck are you doing, you insane bitch?
Yeah.
She wasn't gonna do shit, by the way.
The manic Manhattan college professor threatened a Post reporter with a machete has been fired. Now, this only happened days later. Like, this video came out a couple days ago, and then she did get fired. Originally, the school stood behind her, because of course they did. As it emerged, she was suing the NYPD for allegedly abusing her during the 2020 George Floyd protests. Oh, I'm sure.
What the fucking hell are you talking about? You getting abused? Why? How? You just
Because
threatened to
black people
fucking
can do
decapitate
no
someone.
wrong. And this is a professor, by the way. She was sacked by
Professor
Hunter
of
College.
what?
Just, I think it's like Black Studies or something.
Oh god, I want to make racist jokes.
Hang
I
on,
really,
Shalene
really wanna make racist
Rodriguez.
jokes.
Let's look it up.
How do you pronounce
Oh
her
my
name?
God,
by the
here
way?
Shalene.
Yeah, I was just like, is that like Shellyan?
I think it's Shalene. Oh wow, she's an artist.
No, you're not. You can make unemployment
What's
rates here.
her? What's her?
You tried to attack
I guess
attack
she's
a
an.
reporter.
Oh, she teaches art. Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
sacked by Hunter College
How's she
hours
make
after
art
the
with
adjunct.
black
Oh, she wasn't even a
splatter?
full professor. She was an adjunct. Was caught on camera holding the blade to the veteran reporter's neck while threatening to chop him up outside her Bronx apartment. Hunter College strongly condemns the unacceptable actions of Shalene Rodriguez and has taken immediate action, school spokesman Vince DiMaselli told the Post. Rodriguez has been relieved of her duties at Hunter College effectively immediately and will not be returning to teach at the school.
I would like
Yeah,
to know
well,
also
it's
past history.
she's an adjunct. She's not a full professor. She's like teaching one class a year, I guarantee it, or one class a semester. So she's a lunatic.
No shit.
This is who these people are, though. They're violent and awful. I'm going to go through the last couple of things I have here, and then I'll read the last super chats, and then we'll head out for the evening.
Can we end on a white pill?
I don't know if I have a white pill.
I do.
Eva Longoria suggests Hollywood is racist. White men can direct a blockbuster flop and get another one, not me.
That's
so
because you suck.
It's more than that. I want to talk about this for a minute. The former Desperate Housewives star made her pronouncement during her Carrieg Women in Motion talk at 2023 Cannes Film Festival. She'd been reflecting on her experience directing the movie Flaming Hot, an American dream story about the Frito-Lay janitor who invented the popular Flaming Hot Cheetos. Who gives a shit? We don't get a lot of bites at the apple, Longoria told Variety chief correspondent Elizabeth Wagmeister.
Open your
My
mouth,
movie,
Bea.
my movie wasn't low budget by any means. It wasn't 100 million, but it wasn't 2 million. When was the last Latino-directed studio film? It was like 20 years ago.
Who
We
cares?
can't get a movie every 20 years. By the way, that's incorrect on every fucking basis. The problem is that this movie fails. People go, oh, Latino stories don't work. Female directors don't really cut it. We don't get a lot of at-bats. A white male can direct a $200 million film, fail, and get another one. That's the problem. I get one at-bat, one chance, work twice as hard, twice as fast, twice as cheap, she added. You really carry the generational traumas with you in the making of the film. For me, it fueled me. I was determined. Let's talk about how much of a lie that is. Velma has been renewed for a second season. One of the worst rated shows of all time by an Indian woman. The reality is the complete opposite. Eva, women, and particularly brown women, fail upwards in Hollywood. The fact that you don't understand that is proof that you don't understand anything. We just had this Cleopatra show come out, which is ostensibly supposed to be a documentary, and yet is wrong about every single factual point.
Yeah.
The reality is that as a brown or black, female,
isn't
tranny, whatever, anything that's not white male, the opposite of what you've claimed here, that's how you succeed in Hollywood. You are allowed to fail upwards. You're completely incorrect. Your film sucked, apparently. It stunk.
There is
Eva Longoria, all you have to do, Eva Longoria, you know what you need to do? Just become trans. Then you will never fail again. Hollywood will keep paying for your shit. You should understand, like, you haven't reached the peak of the hierarchy of, progressive politic. So just become trans, Eva, say you're a trans man, and then you can make as many fucking failures as you want. And you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Riley Gaines confronts Senator who accused her of wanting clicks and likes.
Oh, yeah.
This was
that
pretty good.
Bad bitch, and she's fucking bolted.
Yeah. Yep. Here's the fat bitch.
Including Riley Gaines, who I disagree with strongly, should feel
What do you
physically.
disagree with, out of interest?
I think that it should be up to sporting bodies to make the decisions about who and
What
how
has she
should
said
compete.
that's actually wrong?
I think that what she has done is try to turn this. We talked about people, becoming, using things
Fat,
to
disgusting bitch.
get likes and get clicks.
That's not what she's doing.
It's not?
I've got no choice.
I like the way that when she's asked, like, what do you think is specifically wrong? And then she just
Yeah.
immediately pivots and doesn't answer the fucking question directly. As
Oh,
every fucking
yes.
bitch in California
Oh,
fucking
she's
does.
trying to get likes and clips. And Piers is like,
Yeah.
no.
She's trying to get likes and clicks, which is different from how
She's
you're
been
doing.
abused. Yeah, I know. How is that different from you, you fat, ugly bitch?
For Riley Gaines personally, but all I've seen her do is stand up for
And by the way, like, you're ugly on the outside, but you're also ugly on the inside, lady. Just saying.
women's rights.
This is the one. This is the one where
She actually
boiled potatoes
competed
on her
in.
husband's head.
What?
Yeah.
She
Ex-husband.
poured boiled potatoes on her ex-husband's head?
Yes.
That could have killed him.
Yeah.
Why is she not in jail?
Because she's a fat white woman.
I know. Oh my god. Just not even white. What does it matter here? Like, she's more likely to get in trouble for being white. Just because she's a fat woman. That's it. She's allowed to basically get away with a potential deadly attack. Fucking insufferable.
Against Leah Thomas, and it was obviously unfair. Leah Thomas won one of the races in the NCAA championships by 50 seconds against a bunch of biological females who simply couldn't keep up. That cannot be right. It cannot be fair.
That is something that
We try to explain that away, crazy
I think
bitch.
our sporting bodies should be
Just-
dealing with.
just
And by
hold
the
on a
way,
second.
Riley is speaking.
Sorry.
How the hell can you... Okay, so you have a bunch of women competing against a man, and the
Yeah.
man is saying men shouldn't compete against women, and the woman has an issue with this. Like,
Because
do
it's
you
this
how
fucking stupid ass.
insane how this fucking looks
It's this stupid ass woman should have been like, oh, I have to be very compassionate.
to
I have
other
to be very
men.
compassionate. Look, I started this stream talking about like my compassion for like characters and stuff. But yes, it's like, oh, look how compassionate I am for men. But no, the man says he's a woman, so I must be compassionate. You know, and I'm a liberal, I'm a leftist, so I must do this. It's absolutely insufferable. I'm willing to destroy women's lives as a feminist because otherwise, if I didn't do that, I might hurt somebody's feelings. That's what it's about. I might hurt somebody's feelings. It's sickening.
Up for herself, and that is her prerogative, and I respect her free speech.
I think she's speaking up for pretty much every female athlete in the world.
Yep.
I mean, wasn't that the point of Title IX? Title IX in the early 70s.
I don't think George knows how to.
It was a major event in feminism that we finally have this law that says at colleges, right, and I think high schools too, but definitely colleges, women's sports have to be given equal to men's sports, so that women aren't and this led to the WNBA and lots of other stuff. This seems to be the opposite of that. It seems.
Mm-hmm.
Dale, I don't know if you...
We watched this clip before, but
Yes,
still.
But here's the thing. Women are never going to be seen. Their sport is never going to get the same attention. And it's never going to be as good as men because men are better than you.
Yeah, physically, absolutely.
Yes, so there's no amount of money you can pour into sports. It's because the competition just isn't as fucking entertaining as men.
Like there's
Welcome to
things
reality,
that
you
there's things that women can be good at. There's lots of things that women can be good at.
Yes,
by the
cooking.
way. Yeah, cooking. I think also we know. By the way, like women are good snipers because they can we can like calm our bodies down to the point where we don't have almost any fluctuation on the sniper rifle in terms of we've seen this with the snipers in Russia, right? Or not in Russia, in Finland. There were female snipers who were really great because they were able to like calm their fucking like core body temperature and heart rate down to the point where they could just hold completely steady on a sniper rifle, right? I'm not saying that that is what women are great at, but like there are things in combat that women can do. They're extremely rare and few and far between, but there are some.
Okay, so it's just a bit of a funny news. The the Twitter launch of Ron DeSantis' campaign did not go down well.
Yeah, I've seen as much.
Yes,
By the way, I'm not saying. By the way, I should just say, chat. I'm not saying that like women are better snipers. I'm saying women can make okay snipers.
I mean, the best one, the Russian one, was a female.
Right.
In the Second
Women
World
can
War.
make. I'm my Finnish sniper rant again. Elder Goose are going it like twice. I'm just saying there are places where women can be good marksmen, right? But women are not good at
Marks women, Aiden. How dare you?
Women should not be in face-to-face combat. Women can't be doing that. Women can't do that. They just can't.
So they're basically good at being sneaky and unseen.
Yes, if you want any place for women in combat, it's as snipers, and that's about it. It's the only place where I would consider there to be any value for women in the military field is as snipers or as nurses. That's it. Other than that, like I don't think women belong in the military in any capacity. So, I mean, I agree. Like, I think it's ridiculous. But this whole thing is like, yeah, women are just the same. But it's so funny now because then we throw the tranny shit into it, and it's like, oh, well, women can do anything, and all of a sudden we bring in the tranny stuff, and it's like, and then all the trannies just destroy women on everything because they're men. Come on, ridiculous. I do think women women could probably be the spotter, not the sniper. Yeah, I agree with that engineer as well. Women might be able to be good spotters, but other than they could also be good snipers. Women should never be anywhere near close combat in any way. Medicine, far away from conflict, women could maybe have some kind of role in military activity. Outside of that, no. Generally speaking, it's not only we're not designed for that. Not only are we not designed for that evolutionarily, but it's a really stupid thing to send the producers of children into the meat grinder. You know what I mean? Of war. Unfortunately, however you feel about it, men are designed to go to war. Women are not. You know what I mean? Which is horrifying. And I thank my lucky stars that I'm not a man every day.
What is Trump's Truth Social account look like right now?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
what do you think? What do you think about that though, Spoon?
Wait.
That I'm very happy that I was born a woman because I'll never have to be
drafted in the war.
Drafted, yeah.
Okay.
But there's so much stuff like that. Like men are held to so many more standards than women are.
Yes.
Like we kind of get away with everything. I don't want to like full pearly things, but like, because women have their own shit they have to deal with, right? That's true. But we don't have to deal with the governmental shit that men have to deal with in any kind of way. So, you know, both genders have their own shit they have to deal with. The idea that, but all this women positive crap is just what it is crap. I want to get over this real quick because I want to go to bed and I also really have to pee. So I think this is the last thing we're going to talk about, the Raleigh Gaines stuff. This is it, actually. Actually, yeah, do you have any more? Oh, let me cover the last super chats and then let's head out, okay?
I have one thing I want to play.
Sure. Okay. If you want to play something, can you...
It's on your Discord.
Okay, give me 1 second. Can you... Okay, hang on. I'm going to put this up then on screen. Look at this for a minute while I go to pee, and then we can end the... I'm going to show you just the abstract of this lawsuit. Introductory statement. Okay. I'll be right.
What is this?
This statement is about citizens have filed a lawsuit against the government over the COVID vaccine.
What I can't see is fucking tiny.
You can read a little bit of the opening statement. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You don't expect me to read this? Jesus fucking Christ, woman. Hold on a second. Fucking hell. There's no way how I can read this. It's fucking minuscule. You see, it is axiomatic that the government may not induce, encourage, or promote private persons to accomplish what is constitutionally forbidden to accomplish. Norwood versus Harrison. 410-555, whatever we are. Nor may it coerce or induce a private entity to take action that the Constitution prohibits. The government. I love how Americans think the Constitution isn't just something that can be roughshod or run over whenever it suits the fucking state. Adorable. Indeed, it is essential to free government that the First Amendment is safeguarded to the ends that it may speak as they think on matters vital to them, that the falsehoods may be exposed through the proceeds of process of education and discussion. Thornhill versus Alabama. As George Orwell put it, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. If the government's role to curate, filter, or suppress this flavor of speech before it reaches the eyes and ears of the American citizens, yet that is precisely what transpired and continues to occur here. Well, to be brutally honest, Americans, fucking hell, if you didn't realize that the COVID thing was, complete shite, then I think it's because your people are fucking idiots.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you with a legal document, which I know that I...
Yes, that's what Arcade is for.
Well, I have a little bit more experience reading these kinds of things.
Yes.
But,
whereas I'm the one who makes jokes about penises and dicks.
I know.
That's my thing.
The TLDR about this, I don't know how many got. Look, I just had to pee before we read the last super chats and ended out for the night. So the reality is that the short part of this is that people in the Southern District of Texas are suing the U.S. government over the COVID vaccines, feeling that they were forced and coerced into taking it against their will, which is very interesting, and I'm very supportive of. Let me finish the last couple super chats here, and then we'll head out for the night.
Joe video.
What?
Show video.
What video?
The one I linked you on Discord.
Oh.
Pay attention.
Oh, I saw this, yeah. Yeah. Let's do this real quick.
The reason I wanted to play this, okay? I want you to pay special attention to the one girl. I'll tell you when to pause it. Right?
Oh, so loud.
Watch this.
What are they protesting here, Spoon, by the way?
The fucking oil thing.
Oh, oil.
Just
okay.
stop oil. Just watch this. Fucking
Bald. Of course, it's all women and a bald guy every fucking time, isn't it?
Yeah. But watch now.
Oh, the bald guy's the one beating them up. Okay. Yeah.
No, but now watch now. Okay, pause it for a second.
Yeah.
The only reason why any of these fucking people get away with the shit is because the state will help them. You will notice if the police comes in and pulls these people the fuck away, they just scatter because there's no protection, right? Watch this. He's gonna drag a woman off the street now. Watch now. Play it again.
Yeah. Well, they're terrified. Well, they know the police are on their side, so they're not actually worried about. Even though they're like, "Fuck the police," they hate the police, but they know the police are on their side.
Yeah.
So.
But watch now that he drags a woman off the street, right? That one.
They're blocking traffic.
Yeah. Watch now. And then she just walks right back on the road. Like, that's like a fucking drone.
Yeah, she is. That
is like legitimately a drone.
Yeah.
And then just like right back in the fucking, like, absolutely no concept. Like, there's cars that you are blocking. Like,
she's not even like upset. She's just like, back onto my cause, back into my cause.
Like,
I must
like
go back.
A drone.
Yep.
And then right back onto the road, like...
Right, wow, watch that. Just right back. Just standing there, like a drone.
That is legit like a fucking drone.
She legitimately has no independent thoughts.
No.
Wow. That's crazy.
That is like a creepy fucking cult.
It really is.
I kind of want to make a video about this. I get this, and I kind of want to point that out because that to me was just a weird moment.
Well, I wouldn't have noticed that, Spoon.
That's the first thing I noticed. Is like you just walk straight back in the road like a drone, and you just like wondering.
Wow,
like what
that's
the fuck?
fascinating.
That to me is
they're just
bizarre.
they have no individual agency.
None.
It does appear to be a thing amongst the left that
it's a total drone.
Well, I mean, they'll even say this. They just don't. They don't have individual thoughts, which is incomprehensible to me.
By
but
the way,
that's how it is.
If I was the mayor of any kind of city, I don't know if I had the legal capacity to do this, but I would say, like, this is how I would stop this protest. Dear drivers, if you see any of these fuckers, if you want to hit them with your car, you will not be held legally liable.
Yeah.
These people would never even fucking cross a road. They would be shit scared. If you see anyone with a sign or a vest that supported this shit, like, you can legally mow them fucking down, and I will not hold you in any way liable.
Mow them over with your car.
Dude, the fucking drivers would be like staring at every driver would have a smile on their face.
Right.
Like, if I see any one of you fuckers, I will speed up and fucking hit you. Because that is the only thing that keeps these fucking people from doing the shit, is the fact that the drivers would be held liable. If the drivers were not liable, the drivers would fucking mow them, like, without any remorse. I would be in a fucking driver's car.
That is bizarre that you notice. Like, she gets pushed off.
Yeah.
Pushed out, and she just comes back every time and just keeps walking aimlessly. And she appears to have no reaction.
Yeah.
Like, she's just like, okay.
I did
just
see.
come back. I get pushed if I just come back.
I did.
Wow, look at it again. Like,
it's kind of crazy that you notice it.
Look at it. He pushes her away. She just walks back. She has no reaction. She has no emotional reaction. He pushes her out. She just walks back. Wow. Holy shit. Interesting catch there, Spoon.
Thank you. I noticed weird shit.
Interesting though.
I did see another one. I kind of wish I don't think I actually saved it, which is really fucking stupid of me because it was one of the best ones.
They're actual drones, dude. Like,
yeah,
that's astonishing.
Like legitimate drone shit.
pushed away, just walks back. Like, and she doesn't have any reaction to it, which is the weird thing. She kind of goes, okay, back to what I was doing, like the bee I am. I'll just walk back.
Legit drone.
Wow, that's crazy.
Creepy as fuck. There was a.
It is creepy.
There was another one. I wish I would save this. It was a bunch of protesters doing the same thing, and the cops showed up, and the cops were told, move these people.
Yeah.
And the cops did not fucking play. The cops just like dragged them straight, but like the cops like dragged them like they were fucking rocks. Like absolutely no respect for these people. I'm like, that's how you should treat these fucking people. Like they're just rocks in the fucking way. They're just there to cause trouble. I don't.
Yeah.
Like, if you are like, I will straight up say this: if you are stupid enough to stand in the fucking middle of the road and you cause this hell, I do not care what happens to you. I don't care if a whole bunch of traffic just killed you. I don't give a fuck about your life. I really don't. I don't give a fuck about you in any capacity.
They really are ants, aren't they?
Yep. I
just an ant.
I don't.
Wow.
I really don't care about your life. Like I
Holy
God honestly
shit.
do not. Like you are just a fucking nuisance. You offer nothing to society. You're just an annoying piece of shit. Fuck you.
Oh my. Well, let me read the last super chats we got for the evening, and then we'll head out.
Does this clip just freak you out now that you just watched it?
Now that I'm seeing this ant person, yeah, that does freak me out. Slosher for a 550 Canadian says, did I read this? Oh, yeah, I did. The Osh was fun. Kizza for, but I'll just read it again. I was suspended when I was in high school for pleasure myself in the shower. I was told I totally ruined the field trip to Auschwitz. I didn't think I did read that.
That is a dark fucking joke.
That it really is. Kizza for £5 says, yeah, BBC Ministry of Truth will get ripped apart like that TikTok moron last year. And the BBC has been sued for publishing fake news in the past. Yes, they have, but they won't stop. Super Bear for 2 says, all 5 of them totally going to ride on one bike about the Karen bike thing. Kizza for 5 says, Rashad, just admit you're an anti-white lying cunt and is backstabbing on this because you don't want to be sued. Know your place, boy. I agree. For another 5, Kizza says, oh, look, the majority report not learning their lesson from Rittenhouse should rebrand themselves as the propaganda report, dirty commie cunts. Yeah, we'll see. Actually, this time, they should have been sued by Kyle Rittenhouse. I think Kyle Rittenhouse had, like, way too many places to sue, whereas with the majority report, this is not the majority report, this is the majority report is one of the ones, but this was, what's Rashad Ritchie's show? I can't remember. It's far fewer targets for the nurse. I hope she does sue Rashad Ritchie. He's the one who, him and Emma from TYT. Those would be the people I would sue if I were her. Another 5 from Kizla says, Rashad, you deserve an Uncle Ruckus beating that makes African parents go, God damn, that was way too damn much of a beating that he turned blue. Damn, dude. Yeah, he does deserve a beating that for that shit, for being such a lying cunt. Lance for 2 says, we do have an aristocracy in America, joggers. It does appear that way. That's why I was saying, like, they just get away with everything. Kizza for another £5 says, kid got £365 fine for multiple accounts of trespassing and will likely get a slap on the wrist thanks to left-wing politics. What a joke. Yeah, thank you, Kizza. Slosher for $5.50 Canadian says it's good more people on the right are learning the term anarcho-tyranny. Yes, I agree, that's true. It's good people are learning that term. It's more useful than calling the left hypocrites all the time. Yeah, I mean, they are hypocrites, but it is anarcho-tyranny. Which is ultimately what they're about. Like, it's anarcho-tyranny.
Oh my god.
That's
look at this. Trump. Oh god.
What?
DeSantis, what are you doing? You fucking you want...
You gonna send me something?
Oh, okay. Just look at this. This is fucking hilarious. This is such a good fucking troll.
Okay, hang on.
This is his Truth Social account.
All right.
We are kind of melting the servers.
He's just mucking them off.
Upset the narrative control imposed on us by our government.
Dap.
Have Governor DeSantis make this.
USA. USA.
Oh, he's so much better at marketing.
I made fun of that before, but like, I know.
Right. Just trying to get a good.
Look, as an American, when someone just starts chanting USA, I gotta join in. Sorry.
God, he's just DeSantis. You have a bunch of fucking stuck up, tough shitheads who couldn't market themselves out of a paper fucking bag next to the king of political trolling. He is going to fucking kick the ever-living shit out of you. You are a 44-year-old peasant boy, and he's been marketing for more than half of your life.
Yeah.
He is going to fucking annihilate you, Ron. You have no personality. You're boring as fuck.
I don't understand entirely what you sent me, but I get the sentiment.
It's because he couldn't launch his campaign. That's why the interruption is.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a troll. This is not for shit.
Fuck. It needs to stop making noise though on my screen. Okay, La Chanoine. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. La Chanoine. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. For 555 Canadian says, ever seen the TV show Evil? It's an interesting show about the blend of mundane and supernatural evil in the world and how it needs to be fought. I know I've never heard of it, but interesting. And I'm also sorry if I mispronounced your name. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $10 says, poor Ava, all you need to do is double your body weight, chop off the boobas, and change your name to Longoria, the Destroyer. And he can make more flops than you bowl faced
What
man.
you need to do is you need to chop off the boobs and just become a boob.
A boob, just a single boob.
Yes.
Eva Longoria, just become. You know, there's a book about that. It's from
Becoming boob?
No, it's
Be a funny title.
hang on. It's a. What's the book where the guy becomes a bug? I know the name of this book. My brain's not working that great. Metamorphosis from Franz Kafka. It's a Kafka-esque book by. It's called The Breast, which is by Philip Roth, which is a take on Kafka. You know, but the Metamorphosis by Kafka, right?
I do not.
Really? So the Metamorphosis by Kafka is a book where a guy is slowly transforming into a bug, and it's body horror and terrifying and also metaphysically and philosophically horrifying.
Okay.
The Breast is a novella by Philip Roth, which is a homage to the Metamorphosis, where a man turns into a giant tit. I'm not joking. Yeah. Philip Roth's book, The Breast, is a man turns into a giant booby. Yeah. It's interesting. It's a weird book. I think I read when I was about like 14 years old, but yeah. Probably shouldn't read any. Don't read any Philip Roth books when you're young. It might fuck your life up. But anywho, also for $10, Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz says women can't shoot. r/recoil butts. Oh, I have seen some recoil butts. Very nice. Very, very appreciable. So, I think that's all we have to do for the night. We've gone through all of my. We've actually got through everything I had, guys.
Yeah, only the second time we've done that.
It's also 2 a.m. But we've done it. Anywho.
See, come on, Spoon Gregor Samsa. It's essential for us phone intellectuals. I wouldn't call myself an intellectual. That's cringe.
Anywho, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have enjoyed the stream, and we will see you all next week. I am working on a big video, as I've said, about conspiracy theories, but it'll probably take another couple weeks for me to finish that up. And I'll let you guys know how it works out. Thank you all for
Yeah.
watching, and see you next week.
Nighty
Bye-bye.
night.
Good night.